The business
The Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, ACPN Lagos State presents Continuing Education Conference 2025. Theme: Transforming Community Pharmacy Practice through Collaboration, Research, and Innovation. Special guests of honor: Pharmacist Ayuba Tanko Ibrahim, FPSN, MIAD, MBA, President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN. Guests of honor: Pharmacist Ibrahim Babashehu Ahmed, FPSN, FPCPharm, Registrar, CEO, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. Professor Moji Adeyeye, Director General, NAFDAC. Chairman Opening Ceremony: Pharmacist Jimi Agbaje, FPSN, Chairman, BOT, PSN. Chairman Day 2, CEC 2025, Pharmacist Olakunle Ekundayo, FPSN, Group Managing Director, Drugfield Pharmaceuticals Limited. Chief Host, Pharmacist Ezeh Igwekama, National Chairman, Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, ACPN. Keynote Speaker, Pharmacist Wannang, FPSN. Speakers, Pharmacist Dr. Foluke Ayeni, Pharmacist Timileyin Ogungbe, Mr. Zaid Malouf, MD CEO 7up PLC. Co-host Pharmacist Olakunle FPSN, Chairman PSN Lagos State Branch. Host Pharmacist Ajayi, Chairman ACPN Lagos State Branch. Date March 11 to 12, 2025. Venue Yard 158 Event Center, opposite Citadel, Oregon, Ikeja. Time 8 a.m. This hybrid event will be streamed live on PharmaStream TV YouTube channel. Subscribe today to get instant live notifications when the event goes live. Announcers: Pharmacist Olaide Shueton, Chairman, CEC Planning Committee. Pharmacist Great Ikoni, CEC CPC Co-Chair.
From the hills of Chapel Wadi, through the luscious plains of the Mambilla, to shadows of the Ogbunike, the billows of Izale Echo, the shiny lights of Ikoyi Drive, swamps of the Epi Peninsula, the corridors of Ajaromi Ifelodun, or the creeks of Badagry, the corners of Ikeja, or the rusty patches of Alimosho and Ikorodu, we all have something in common: the disturbing buzzes of one uninvited guest. The female Anopheles mosquito. She awaits our kids at school. She follows our wives back from church, lies in wait for our brothers in mosque, at the office, in homes, everywhere. When lights down, this ubiquitous stranger takes a blood meal. Since the 1900s, malaria has plagued the most populous black nation and end the hopes and dreams of many that inhabits this bustrious Jaye city of Echo. But with the finest of craft and the best of standard and quality, the answer to this scourge emerges. When malaria strikes, pill burden and compliance fuels recrudescence. We face questions like, how many I go take? When should I take it?
For those that just joined us, we were watching a business video that was talking about how businesses can grow and scale. And the summary of it all is that 3 major pointers for every CEO seated here. If you want your business to outlive you, if you want to run a business that is not just about you and yourself, you need to consider systems, you need to consider people, and you also need to consider one more thing that he mentioned. Who can tell me what that is? Control. So those 3 major pointers are needed for your business to grow and to outlive you. Definitely, successful businesses all around the world. Coca-Cola, for example, has been in existence for several decades. And I'm very sure the person that started that business is not even available anymore to run that business. So that is the kind of mindset that we want pharmacists, particularly ACPN members in Lagos, to adopt. And I pray that we run existing and surviving businesses by the special grace of God. Amen. My name is Ayuba, pharmacist Ayuba, one of the co-compares for this event. So we're going to start with an opening prayer. And it's my pleasure to invite to the stage pharmacist Owolabi Abdul Rashid as he gives us an opening prayer. Please, a round of applause for him.
Owolabi Abdul Rashid Bakari is my name. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. As we are about to start the second day of the conference, we pray God to be in our midst. In all our deliberations and all our actions. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amen.
Good morning, everyone. I'm the co-host for today. Rachel Fafere is my name. So while we wait for the opening remark from the chairman, we'll be continuing with the zonal dynamics. I want to believe that the zones are ready for their zonal dynamics. And this morning, we have the panel for the zonal dynamics that is being chaired by pharmacist Paul Jose. She's going to be introducing other members of the panel, and she's going to be telling us what to look out for. So, zones that are ready for their zonal dynamics, please get ready, because we are kickstarting with that now. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so quickly, let me announce some of the members of the panel. I would like to invite and introduce pharmacist Lauren Ekato, is a member of the Zonal Dynamics panel. Please, a round of applause for him. Also, we are honored to have with us pharmacist Folashade Lawal. She's a member of that team too. Please, a round of applause for her. The chairman of that panel is pharmacist Abiola Polose. Please, a round of applause for her. So we have 2 other names that will be mentioned shortly. So please, the zones that are ready, please, we'll be calling the zones one after the other. Please, before we start, ACPN 101. How many zones do we have in Lagos? ACPN 101. How many zones do we have in Lagos? Just chorus it. 24. 24. Do we agree that it's 24? All right. So we have 24. So we're expecting 24 presentations. So you have to be as fast as possible. So the team will tell us the rules and you have to play by the rules. So the two other members of the group.
Okay, so the two other members of the panel are Pharmacist Favor Wusu and Pharmacist Jide Adigun.
Please, a round of applause for them.
So the chairman will be informing us on the necessary things to look out for during the zonal dynamics. Please make sure you listen attentively.
Good morning, colleagues, and welcome to the second day of our Continuing Education Conference. As we are all aware, we are kicking off today with the zonal dynamics. I want to believe that all the zones are represented, all the zones interested in taking part are represented. But I also want to tell Chairman that no zone must not make any, that is, claim absent. They are not presenting. Any zone that is not presenting should be ready to pay a penalty. I hope that's okay. So everybody, it's a must for you to do a zonal dynamics. Even if it means just coming out and taking a bow that, okay, God has kept us from 2024 to 2025. All our members are complete. We had challenges, but we overcame, or we are alive today. Somebody must come out, especially the zonal coordinator, to come and say, this is our report. And we take them that, okay, they can't put whatsoever they have done together. Because like we've always said, it's at a forum like this, we showcase what each zone is doing. And we can engage in what we call not competition, co-competition. We want all the zones to grow. We may not be growing at the same pace, but we can always learn. It's a learning opportunity for all of us. And that's why all zones must be represented. If you don't have your presentation, with all we have been learning since yesterday and in days past, just get your phone, go to ChatGPT or AI and say, what have we done in this zone, in my zone, in the last 1 year? And ChatGPT or AI will bring out something. I need a presentation on my association at the local level. What do I say? It will tell you, and then you can now fill in the gap. If he gives you the heading, you know what he has given you. It's not what you are doing. You substitute it. You know, that's the way we practicalize what we have been doing. We are all learning. I'm also still learning on artificial intelligence. But it can be very, very helpful at such a time like this. So I'm going to quickly, can you please give us like 3 minutes? We are just meeting anyway. Some of our members who just knew about this morning because we had to do some kind of reshuffling. So give us 3 minutes to talk, and then we will come back. I will now tell us what and what. But the way it is, I'm only seeing one banner. Maybe others don't have. What we used to do in those days, let zones take strategic places just at the back that way, except the one in that corner. You can put your photographs, your album, your newspaper cuttings, everything on the table so that when we come, your brochures, everything. If you have a banner, one zone is on that corner, others can just try to find a way of hanging it. And if for one, And if you have a banner, you can't find a place to hang it in, what you can do is get two of your members, I believe, professionally dressed. They can hold it for us while we come around. But we are going to start with the presentation. So please give us 3 minutes and we'll be back. I'll be back to tell us the rules of today's dynamics. God bless you.
All right, so while we wait for the Zonal Dynamics panel, I'd like to inform us that the chairman for today's program is Pharmacist Olakunle Ekundayo, FPSN, is the General Manager and CEO, Drugfield Pharmaceuticals. So as soon as he's here, we'll make a proper welcome for him. Hello. All right, so we'll be calling zones. You're not coming out now. It's just for us to know that you're seated already. So when you hear your name, you just wave. Ikom zone. Ikom zone. Amen zone. You can shout so that we know you're around. Amuwo zone. Apapa zone, Badagry zone, Ekot zone. Yes, that's the zone with the steez and composure. Ejigbo zone.
Yimu.
Okay. Free trade zone. Bagada zone. Bagada zone. Okay. Idea zone. Okay. We've seen you. Ifelodu zone. Ikeja zone. Now only our
you are very close. We are in Ikeja local government.
Now only you are Kakomo.
And we are in Ikeja local government.
Ikorodu zone. Wow. Isolo zone. King zone. Mushin Ilupeju zone. Obalende Ikoyi zone. Okoko Michael zone. Oh, wow. You're welcome. Oriade zone. Oshodi zone. Seaside, Etiosa. Surulere zone. And finally, Yesba zone. Okay, do we have anyone here that the zone has not been called? Where were you?
please, I think we are against time. And so, please, for those that have something they want to present, can you please come to the front? I've been told we have idea, Ikom, yes, by Okoko, Ejibo, Ayekot, Mushin. Secretary, please. Do we have?
Yes, we have 11. Ikom, Amen, Harmony, Ekot, Ejigbo, Bagada, Idea, Ikeja, Mushin,
according to alphabetical order.
Yes, ma'am. Please, all those presenting should please come forward and sit on this side so that we don't wait.
So please, let me quickly run through our Zonal Dynamics score sheet, or how do I call it now? How we are going to award marks for parameters for assessing Zonal Dynamics. Number 1, members' welfare programs and empowerment activities. It has some score, 15%. Public health, so community outreaches, 15%. Advocacy activities at zonal level, 15%. Alignment with the vision and leadership of the state, 15%. And when we talk about that, we are also talking about alignment with the previous year's conference. When national ACPN and national PSN, when they give us a theme for the year, that is what we run with, because from FIP, it's a global team that they run with in Nigeria, and then all the technical groups are supposed to run with. So we want to see how much of that we did at a zonal level. Then we talk about the quality of presentation skills. That will be 20%. The other one I mentioned to 20%. Then the percentage attendance at today's program. We had so many yesterday. I don't know what is happening. For your members that may be making you to lose marks, maybe they have to pay something for it. Don't mind me, that is like this chairman just likes to say, let them give the penalty. So, shall we go? The first zone I will call here is Ikom, going by their acronym. So, can Ikom come up, please?
3 minutes.
Please, it's only 3 minutes. We are late. We are behind schedule. We are sorry for this. We are supposed to run for just 1 hour, 45 minutes. We are already late, and we're expecting someone. So, you are welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Our slide.
You can go up. Okay, because
our slides.
Are the slides showing on the TV?
Okay. A one-time UK Prime Minister. Okay.
5 minutes. 3 minutes.
A two-time Prime Minister of the United Kingdom between 1940 and 1955 said, and I quote, "We get a living by what we get. We make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give." I am Pharmacist Oladipo Kehinde, and I'm representing Icon Zone. Icon Zone just comprises of pharmacies in Alakpere, Agility, Mile 12, Ojota, and Magodo. Welfare package for our members. Normally, we celebrate all our members' birthday, and then when there are issues like emergencies, fire outbreak, we also support them. For our CSR activities for 2024, in Nigeria, we say police is our friend. Our first CSR was at Isheri Police Station, where we gave a first aid box, healthcare talks for the policemen, and hepatitis test for them. In August, we also joined ACPN Ikorodu to celebrate the ACPN Day during the PSN Pharmacy Week, where we had healthcare screening for all the market women at Sabo Market. And then to celebrate the World Pharmacist Day in September 25, 2024, we had 3 sessions. We had the warming in 3 schools, Isheri Primary School, 2 schools in Alakpere, and then we also went on an advocacy call for, a walk from Ojota to Ogudu. So that's all we did for the year. And I end this presentation by saying that nobody really cares how much you know until they know how much you care. In Ikom zone, we are very specific on the welfare of our members and the community around us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pharmacist Kenny Oladipo. We go to the next zone. Amuwo. Okay, Amuwo. Please.
Good morning, colleagues. I've been told that we have 3 minutes, so let me just say it's a pleasure to be here to talk about what we've been able to do in the last 1 year. My name is Pharmacist Ubala Sylvester, and then I'm representing Amuwo Zone as the Zonal Coordinator. Last 1 year had been very challenging for us because of great loss that happened in our zone. But that notwithstanding, we were able to do the bit that we could do. We lost our zonal coordinator in the name of pharmacist Imam Okorafo. May he so rest in peace. That was around June. So then we had to fill in the gap, and then I came forward and filled in the gap that he left behind. We also have a very good welfare welfare package, or how will I put it, insurance for our zonal members, and we thank God that he took part in that insurance policy. So during the time of the dark period, we were able to secure the payment from our insurance company. A lot of us didn't believe that was possible, but we did, and that came as a small support to the family. The money was quite much, so now the whole zone is keyed into the First Bank insurance. Having said that, we also had a little outreach with our area C police station, so that in collaboration, that's what we've been talking about all this while. So we are in collaboration with them, because the police harassment or impromptu busting into our premises is becoming very disturbing. So we had to do an outreach for them so that our zone will have a soft landing. And then members of our zone now have less or little interference from their day-to-day activity from the law enforcement agencies. We're also in collaboration with the local government. They also come with all sorts of outrageous bills to pay every year. They don't really tell you what you're supposed to do, but we've been in discussion with them to know the exact amount. We're not saying we're not going to pay, but let it not be a very high figure. So we now advise our members on what to pay each time they come for you annually. Our meetings are regularly done as planned. Last year we had a very robust AGM in November, where the officers were elected officially. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, pharmacist. Sylvester, I guess. Okay, thank you. So the next zone, Amen zone, please. 3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished colleagues, elders of the profession, past members, and the incorruptible panel of judges. Not to mention, I don't see the timekeeper, but I'm sure the timekeeper is also accurate. I'm Jagboro Joel by name. It's a pleasure and an honor to present on behalf of Amen Zone. So the zonal dynamics for the year, last one here. I'd like to just give a short introduction. It's to be a video. Okay. Having issues with this. Okay. All right. We had the newly elected executive sworn in on the 6th of March, 2024. And the peculiar thing about this set of executives is that they had a mission, a vision and a mission. The vision is to increase membership participation through creative programs and meetings that are geared towards improved membership welfare. I like to underline improved membership welfare. Our mission is to become the leading professional body in our community through visible impact. And one step in that direction is organizing programs on WHO days. So in line with increasing improved membership welfare, we came up with an initiative to create our own cooperative society. And in line with the creation of the cooperative society, we had the Cooperative Management Committee officially inaugurated on the 5th of June 2024. And contributions started in the month of October 2024. And today, by the grace of God, we have over 40 cooperators. Please, can we have a round of applause? Thank you very much. And the valuation of contributions from cooperators in the zone as of today stands at over 4.5 million naira. Thank you very much. In line with creating and ensuring that we want to be the leading professional body in our environment, we decided to celebrate the World Hypertension Day at the Meron police station, which is the major police station in our territory. Thank you, thank you, thank you. When we visited the DPO, so he was glad to receive us, and he made us understand that of all the places to have a health outreach, one of the most important places is with the police. Because he said a lot of people do not know that a lot of policemen have hypertension. And so, we were able to hold this outreach. It started with a seminar on hypertension, symptoms, risk factors, and we were able to test over 150 people. Going forward, because we are passionate about building the capacity of our members, the CEC conference came up, and in addition to the 10,000 naira discount that was given by the state, because we follow the leadership, when they lead, we follow, we get additional 5,000 naira discounts, and that was to ensure that each Amen Zone member that attended Panel 16 conference paid 45,000 naira instead of 60,000. Going forward, please can someone help me with moving the slides? I think he stopped responding. Okay. The next was at the World Pharmacists Day, and that was held at Drugfield College. We had a very warm reception from the school. Over 200 students who were educated on who is a pharmacist, courses to offer, universities that are offering pharmacy, and we were also able to deworm 200 students, including the teachers. Going forward, the next program was our World Diabetes Day, which was at Adeyeye Pharmacy. We came up with an initiative to ensure that financial members in the zone, we have a way of giving back to them. Lastly was our member of the zone, the former General Secretary, who was honored with doctorate degree. We were there to support her, showing that we support our members. Thank you very much.
Please, the next zone.
Airport zone is ready.
Airport zone.
Distinguished colleagues and guests, I am Patience Simpson representing Airport Zone. Airport Zone is made up of 3 subzones: Egbe subzone, Igondo subzone, and Ikotun subzone. Standing on the existing protocol, we have our banner there, and I'll run through the slides. We started our year with the annual general meeting where the new ESCOs were returned to continue their work. We were present at the CEC 2024 with our public community leader, who is the Oloja of Ilewe Markets. And there we came first in the zonal dynamics. We are always present at various states, national and international conferences, including the FIP. On welfare, we celebrated with one of our members who was celebrating the wedding of his daughter. And also on welfare, we were able to generate over 200,000 for one of our members who was critically ill. He's getting much better now. On public health initiatives, our subzone did various outreaches at their various subzones. Egbe subzone held their outreach at Egbe, Oba of Egbe Palace, where the community was on who a pharmacist is, and various medications were shared for free. The Ikotun subzone held their outreach at the Oba of Ikotun Palace, where the community was enlightened on the abuse and misuse of medication, and free medications were also shared for free. The Igondo subzone held their outreach at the Oba of Akeson Palace, and the Oba of Akeson Palace was so impressed with the outreach that he gifted the subzone with a whooping sum of 100,000 naira. Moving on collaboration and we paid a courtesy visit to the FIB division of Area M Police Command, where we gifted them with branded shirts and so many other gifts. Our zonal trips, which has been running for so many years, from the inception of the zone, rose from 1.5 million naira per slot to 2.5 million naira with new members joining in. We ended the year with our signature end of the year party, where members had so much fun. I also want to use this opportunity to appreciate everyone, the PSN, the ACPN, and every member of ECOT Zone for the support they have given to us, without which we would not have been able to achieve everything that we have achieved. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, pharmacist patients, for your presentation. Now, without further delay, I think we should just call their next door neighbor, Ejibo Zone, to come off stage.
Excellence is a destination. It's not a destination. It's a continuous journey that never ends. This is a quote by Brian Tracy. I'm Choma Officer, Zonal Coordinator for Ejibo Zone. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, our Chairman of Vocation. Good morning, invited guests. I'll be standing here to present on the activities for Ejibo Zone in the past 1 year. We'll be showcasing our activities for positive impacts within the zone and beyond. We started this year's activities with our AGM, which ushered in the new set of executive. And for us to have a focused leadership, we came up with a vision board to guide us in the direction we should go as a zone. And we came up with these 5 goals and vision for the zone. I'll just run through them. One is to improve member welfare via seminars on business development, zonal monitoring, follow-up, as well as our zonal cooperative, to improve the skills and knowledge base of members, which should translate to improve clinical outcome and income for them. Also to improve their business outlook, giving them tips on how to human capacity development, training of our support staff, pharmacy training, and then community outreaches. These were the vision that we decided to run with as a zone, so we can be very focused. And this we did in alignment with the state goals and vision. Our activities commenced in April with the World Malaria Day, where we had a public health enlightenment video that was produced and widely circulated across various social media platforms. We went ahead in July to begin our health advocacy campaign in secondary schools, which is one of our vision as a zone. And we were able to visit Okeafa Junior Secondary School, where we reached out to about 150 students. And our focus for that visit was on the effect of drug abuse, mental health awareness, as well as putting them through on career paths as a pharmacist. We are also scheduled to visit more secondary schools within the zone. In August, we had a health advocacy and courtesy visit to the Ejibo Divisional Police Station. This is actually to be able to bring the zone to be in synergy with men of the police force, because you know how important they are in safeguarding us. We were able to do health screenings for them, and we were able to also donate to them health and personal hygiene facilities. We went on in September to celebrate the World Pharmacists Day, and we did this activity at Arresta Divine Secondary School, where we talked to the students about career paths to being a pharmacist. We also spoke to them about mental health issues and drug abuse, and we also donated facility maintenance products to these students. We reached out to about over 90 students, and we were also able to deworm them with the consent of their parents. In October 2024, looking at one of our visions, we went ahead to launch the maiden edition of our Business Evolution series. And this actually focused on developing pharmacists to how they can improve their business. And the theme for that was realistic strategies for a more rewarding practice, and helping us to act globally, to act globally even though we are local. So act global, think local. That was our theme for that Business Evolution series. And we had a lot of positive feedbacks from the members on how they gain tips that will help them transform their businesses going forward. In November, we had our World Diabetes Day Health Awareness and Public Sensitization Program, and this was carried out at Oja Market in Jakonde Okeafa. We know the peculiarities of people in the market, how most of them don't have time to take care of their health. So we thought to reach out to them, and we're able to do this. We screened about over 100 persons in the market on that day, and we're also able to give them free medications that were generously donated to us by our partner companies. In January, we went ahead to hold an intensive training for healthcare assistants. We know the importance these people play. Hello. Most of us are here now, and then they are in our various practices. So we're able to train them, up to 15 of them, and we also had good feedback from that. Thank you very much for your time. We have our stand over there, and we have some materials that we'll publish. We'd like you to take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okoko is ready.
Zone. Okay.
Okoko is ready.
No. Please, sorry, Okoko. You are still ordinarily want to do it alphabetical. Let ideas zone come up. Okoko, just idea zone.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pharmacist Tolulope. If you're clapping, please keep clapping. Yeah, I'm Pharmacist Tolulope Adeyeye, the Secretary for Idea Zone. Idea Zone was established in 1994, 5th of April. Idea Zone is a grassroots instrument of ACPN National and Lagos State. We have a membership of about 200 members, and the acronym for Idea Zone, I is for Ipaja, D is for Dopemu, E is for Egbedia, and A is for Akumojo. So we are talking about esteemed community pharmacies around these areas. What do we do in our meetings? We talk about, what do we do in our meetings? We talk about anything and everything that pertains to the ethics and the ethics of the profession as it affects community pharmacists. And in general, we talk about insurance, LASHMA, we talk about welfare, we talk about NAFDAC, NDLA, and the rest. And we have our meetings on the first Tuesday of every month, except February, where we have our AGM. Now, in Idea Zone, we have welfare packages for our members, loan facilities from 100,000 to 3 million naira with the interest rate of 5% per annum. And also, we celebrate, and we have packages for our members that, celebrating major landmark birthdays, wedding ceremonies, naming ceremonies, and the rest. Even we have a support system for our members when it comes to health. Maybe they have a health challenge. Now, members' empowerment activities and training. We train our members on financial management, inventory management, and also on CPR, as you can see, or first aid trainings generally. And there are certification trainings, as you can see, as was posted on the slide, where you see some of our members having, CPR being done. Involvement and engagement of Idea Zone members in national and ACPN activities. More. Yeah. Idea Zone is the first zone to raise 1 million naira, in the Lagos Cooperative Center. Steady representation at ACPN conferences, representation at ESCO at ACPN Lagos State and ACPN National. Our public outreaches, World AIDS Day, World Malaria Day, all of these we celebrated at Yanokpaja and the rest. International and local awards. Our members are always getting awards. FIP award given to Pharmacists, Tony Ahmed, FPSN, PSN award. 3 of our members got ACPN National Award, Pharmacist Okotie, and Best Lashma Performance Award, a member of our Idea Zone got. Lastly, CSR and advocacy. You can see our members. We partner with 4 major police stations in Idea Zone, Dokpemu, Egbeda, Idimu. So we are always carrying out our advocacy just to prevent our harassment of our members. Lastly, we lost 2 of our members just this year in a week. Please, if you don't mind, can you please stand while we observe a minute silence for them? May their gentle souls rest in peace. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think in the process of observing the 1 minute, I think we'll still do that again because it's not just 1 member. When the first, the member from Amuwo mentioned it, those members that died in pathetic situations, and I want to believe that as a group, we know what to do. I think we should have done that at AGM, but then when we're having programs like this, we can do a minute silence. So the next zone, please. Ikeja. Is Ikeja ready? Clap for Ikeja now. That's my zone. But don't worry, I won't be partial.
Good morning, colleagues and guests present here. My name is Chisom Oyejebu, and I'm Zonal Secretary for Ikeja Zone. Our zone has been unstoppable, making remarkable strides in service, engagement, and impact. We have our monthly meetings every fourth Thursdays of the month. And in our meetings last year, the ESCOs were elected. The zonal ESCOs were elected. The zonal members represent at different national conferences, PSN, ACPN. So for member welfare, during the meetings, we celebrate members' birthdays. We cut cakes and we sing with them. Sometimes due to financial constraints, if cakes are not available, members come out. We sing the birthday songs. Our initiatives not only and we take pictures with them. ACPN Ikeja Zone has done community outreach. We have gone to Omole High School, where we met over 500 students in secondary school, catching them young and teaching them who a pharmacist is, the importance of meeting pharmacists, helping them to be able to differentiate between pharmacists, chemists, and other vendors selling drugs. We want them to know who a pharmacist is, and we want them to know it when they are young. So we are catching them young. We had health outreach at Ibodo Market. Ibodo Market is a big market in our zone. So we conducted outreach there, giving back to the society. We also visited orphanage. We also visited the Royal Diamond Orphanage Home. We went to celebrate with children and just to give back to the society. Then our business summit, which we just had last month. You know, every time we tell members come for meeting, members are not forthcoming, pharmacists are not forthcoming, because most times they don't gain anything when they come. So last month, we went further to organize business summits where we brought in AI experts and fintech companies, they came and they gave us some presentations. They taught members on what to do with their finances, how to manage their finance, making members get meaningful results and make money from their practice. So this is just the beginning. With renewed energy, we are set to achieve even greater milestones in the months ahead. Thank you.
ACPN, Ikeja Zone, has been at the forefront of community pharmacy excellence. This year, we strengthened our commitment to empowering our members and serving our communities through groundbreaking initiatives. Our initiatives not only transformed lives, but also reinforced our role in public health. Every month, ACPN Ikeja Zone
Actually wanted to call Mushimbo Tokuko. You've been wanting to.
Good morning, Chairperson, members of the larger house, colleagues from other zones. My name is Pharm Juliet. I'm the Assistant Secretary of Cocoa Zone. I'm presenting all the activities we did for the year. It started with the Zonal Awards, whereby awards were given to those who merited it, followed by the inauguration of new zonal leaders. Then we moved to the World Malaria Day, where we distributed drugs to over 100 persons and also talked to them about malaria. Then the next was the International Drug Day against drug abuse and illicit trafficking, which was done at the Obas Palace at Ayuba, where we talked to students about drug abuse and how to correct it. Then the next we moved to was the panel 16, which our members attended at the event here in Lagos. Then we moved to the ACPN Scientific Week, which we held at Iba Market, where we attended to so many market ladies and men that could not access those services. And we talked to them and helped them to differentiate between who a pharmacist is and who a normal drug seller is. We had the first and second advocacy visit to NDLA Ojo, where we talked to them about our members being harassed and also ways to improve the relationship we have. Then the milestone we had was the birth of our baby zone, which is the Badagry zone, which occurred ending of last year. Next we had was Ajo. We did Ajo, where we got over 33 million naira, with 3 million given to each member monthly to help them in their businesses. We also expressed our solidarity by attending a member's daughter's wedding at Festac. Then the next we did was the condolence visit. We lost a member at our baby zone. So we did a condolence visit where we donated 100,000 naira. Then we had the second advocacy visit at NDLA Ojo, which we also donated 100,000 naira. Thank you.
Mushin, please. Let Mushin come up. And then free trade zone can get ready.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Standing on existing protocols. I am pharmacist Adeyeye. I'm presenting for Mushin local
yes,
Mushin zone. Yes, our meetings hold every Tuesday, every second Tuesday of the month. That's when we hold our meetings, and it's been consistent for many months. As an important zone in an area where there is possibility of drug misuse and mishandling, we engage in drug awareness campaign, and we did that by starting from secondary schools in the area. We took it to them on the World Pharmacists Day, and we did a robust awareness for the students concerning drugs and the community as well, in which we are trying to partner in a committee that is set up by one of our key members who we have now lost, sadly, pharmacist Rotimi, who will be chairing the committee to meet the local governments so that ACPN and the local government can collaborate in channeling the path to seeing a Mushin as a drug-free zone in a way. Then we also engage in health outreaches, and one of those is the one we did at the World Pharmacists Day. The World Pharmacists Day, we commemorated it with one of the health outreach, and then we collaborated with one of the pharmacists in the area, and we gave drugs to the people in the community. We also visit the police stations, the headquarters of the zone or the police in the local government, where we have donated items, including first aid boxes, to some of the departments, and this has gone a long way to cement the collaboration between the ACPN, Mission Zone, and the police. We've also attended many outreaches, many conferences rather, where we mobilize our members to do this so that we can all improve in professional engagements. And then this is one of the visits to secondary schools, and these are our team members that visited these schools. So in the future, we are looking at also building collaboration, furthering our collaboration with the local government so that we can have a big project that will be done in the local government so that ACPN will be recognized as a key partner in the local government that can bring progress and then prosperity to the local government in its own way. So we hope this will be materialized in future by God's grace. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We really need to run fast. Free trade zone. Please, let's just go to the point. I've been told that some zones are sitting in the audience ready with their presentation. But what I announced was that people should come to this side so that we know those that have formal presentations. Please, free trade zone. Please, let's get ready fast. Mushin has just done free trade. Where is Yes Bar? Okay, Yes Bar. Please get ready. I don't want us to be putting on our
Good morning,
overall when we call you.
I'm Pharmacist Mary. I'm representing Free Trade Zone. Free Trade Zone is made up of pharmacies from Ibejuleki to Ebe. We had a new election that produced new ESCOs headed by Pharm Arinze as the zonal coordinators. The zonal coordinators increased the numbers of attendants from 12 pharmacies to about 48 pharmacies during monthly meeting. We have our meeting every second week of the month. The zonal coordinator and her team visited some pharmacy to know the pharmacists and encourage them to register every year. On September 25th, we had a medical outreach at Bogide Market where we did health screening and counseling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause. I want to believe we all know where free trade zone is. That's the Ekpe axis. Thank you. Yes, Ba. Okay, let Harmony come up. Harmony, please. Fast, fast, fast. Harmony zone.
As men of honor, good morning, everyone. So this is the zonal dynamics for Ayeni zone for 2024. So 2024, we titled it as a year of resilience, meetings, and of course, partying. The economic struggles were intense last year, so we took a pause. As dedicated pharmacists, we faced a very year. Inflations were inflating, expenses were expensing. Our motivation, well, let's just say it needed a prescription. While other zones were rolling out projects, we were rolling out survival plans. We needed to survive last year. But we showed up, we endured. Our greatest achievement last year was one thing: consistency in meetings. We were always consistent in that. We may not have climbed mountains, but we stayed connected. We may not have built bridges, but we crossed our challenges together. And most importantly, we stayed together as a team. Here are pictures of our meetings that we always attended. More JPEGs and even more JPEGs will follow for this. Mine's one lecture at a time. Just attendance, they were about enlightenment. We made sure to allocate time for lecture for our members and potential sponsors. And what is better than having a lecture is having a lecture from a sponsor. So we never run out of JPEGs, of course. This is one of our doctors, Dr. Adeyeye, part of the zone, giving us a lecture on ulcer. Then the real MVP was togetherness. We stayed together at all times. And the grand finale, the end of the year party, we refused to be dull like Chinedu. You can see after the whole struggles of the year, we partied here. We partied for just to relieve ourselves from the economic situations. Award giving was also done. Karaoke, which we will never try again, please. And of course, funny pictures that we also had on display. So we're one big happy family. We're together and we're looking ahead for 2025 for our year. So get ready for more engagement, impact, and of course, thank you.
Hello. Welcome. You've done well. I think we need to get your slide for the poem. No problem, but that was good. Please, the next zone, please. Yes, Ba.
As men of honor, my name is Pharmacist Gloria Charles Udekwe. I'm the General Secretary for Yes Ba Zone. Good day to my dear colleagues and our fellows here present. I'd like to stand on existing protocol. So I'll be presenting on the zonal dynamics for Yes Ba Zone. Yes Ba Zone for 2025. Yes Ba consists of 66 verified registered pharmacists. For the year 2024, we had 6 new pharmacies location. It represents Yaba, Ebutemeta, Shomolu, Bariga, and Akoka. We had a lot of priority on zonal meetings. We met every month for 2024, and the ESCOs prioritized togetherness, capacity building, and accountability. In our meetings, we had over 60% of our members constantly present every time. We are very well represented at the state and national meetings. During our June meeting at the height of the cholera outbreak, we had a representative from the Ministry of Health who came to lecture our members on, the role that pharmacists play in the outbreak. We had our general meeting in December, and one of the highlights of our year, as we mentioned, accountability. We presented half-year audited account and financial reports, both for the half year and the full year of 2024. We have our funds being given to us by our members, and we thought it's essential to be able to prove an account of stewardship to our members. We had key events. Oluyole 2024 were very well represented for the election,
And during the ACPN day of the ACPN PSN week, we did an awareness at the Tejo Market in Yaba, where we increased awareness on pharmacists and also provided point of care tests, or rather, checking the vital signs and pharmaceutical care to the members of the market. And then on World Pharmacy Day, we went to schools in the area, 2 secondary schools in the area, and then we increased awareness on pharmacists, the role that pharmacists play in the society, and also did a deworming exercise for these students. And of course, we had an end-of-year party at 2024. We prioritized members' welfare. 5 of our members gave birth, and we celebrated new beginnings with them. 3 of our members were bereaved, and we aided them with financial support. Each received a cash support of 50,000 naira. And we were also visited, these members were also visited by the ESCOs. And then we also helped our members who were being harassed by the local government on radio and TV licenses. We wrote letters to these local governments, and it was very helpful. For new initiatives, we constituted a 5-member zonal welfare team towards the end of the year, and also a 5-member zonal monitoring team. And during this time, we've been able to visit 6 of our pharmacies during the zone to ensure that we are complying to the national standards. Thank you so much, and we look forward to a more impactful 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we still have any other zone? Bagada. Oh, so sorry. Bagada.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, honorable pharmacists. I'm representing Bagada Zone. My name is Pharmacist Ayeni. And we're here as a big family to tell you what we do in summary. We usually hold our meetings. Our venue is at the General Hospital, Bagada. That's where we hold our meetings. Every 4th Thursday of the month, that's when we hold our meeting by 12 noon. And a brief summary of what we did the past year. We worked on our venue because, venue is key. Our location was not so good. So we had an upgrade. It was not looking good for us. So we had an upgrade to do. And members donated stuff to the upgrade of the premise, of the location. We had companies also helping us out with ACs and a lot of things just to make the place look better for us when we do our meetings. And you can see the venue before the upgrade, not so good. And there is not much money amongst us, but God willing, we're able to do what we could do. And we donated some items to the hospital since they've been giving us that location for our venue. This is our new location now. It's more cozy and more welcoming. Then before the year ran out, we had a visit to the orphanage home, Red Cross, at Makoko. We showed our love to the children that had no parents, and we pray some of them someday become pharmacists. We're able to donate these items to them. And also the Ward Pharmacists Day, not here, we also participated in full. We went through all the things we're supposed to do as pharmacists. And we could all see the things we're donating to the hospital. They were so happy that we kept to our words with them. And so far, so good. We've been one family, and we've also recorded marriage amongst the youths amongst us, and it's been good. Thank you for listening.
ACPN, Ikeja Zone, has been at the forefront of community pharmacy excellence. This year, we strengthened our commitment to empowering our members and serving our communities through groundbreaking initiatives. Our initiatives not only transformed lives, but also reinforced our role in public health. Every month, ACPN Ikeja Zone held engaging meetings, fostering knowledge sharing, professional growth, and unity among members.
Because by
These
now we should have
gatherings
a
served
third
as a
master
time
class
for
running,
learning,
so we are working with time,
networking,
please.
and celebrating achievements within our zone. Reaching the heart of the community, we organized a large-scale health outreach at Ipodo Market, screening traders for lifestyle diseases and educating them on the importance of consulting qualified healthcare professionals rather than engaging in self-medication or quackery. Inspiring the next generation, we visited Omole High School on World Pharmacists Day. Our team educated students on the dangers of drug abuse, the importance
zone. We actually didn't prepare, but since chairman has said we must prepare, so just want to tell you what we had to do this past year. We had empowerment our members. We had 2 meetings that we had. One, we had navigating the turbulent business environment. One of our members took us on that, and it was very enlightening for us. We also had the business training by Mrs. Folashade Lawal, one of our... She taught us on transforming our pharmacy practice to better our community, collecting data, use of data, and using data to improve our clinical outcomes. For our ACPN day, we went to the market to talk about universal health coverage, and it was a wonderful outreach at Ajah Market. And our welfare packages for our members is as needed. And we also had, well, the issue with local governments, we had like a template letter when they come to you, what you're supposed to pay and what you're not supposed to pay. And so basically, for the past 1 year, we had like 3 or 4 meetings. Our welfare packages are as needed, but we are working to try and gather our people together because we're a bit lax, but we're getting there. Thank you.
Hello, please, Oriade, please. Please, that's the last zone we are going to call. Initially, I said I wanted the others to take a bow, but we might not be able to do that because our guests are already in the house. We don't want to keep them waiting. Please, Uriade,
good morning.
Summarize.
Good morning, great colleagues. My name is Pharmacist Charity Nwachukwu, the secretary of Uriade Zone. Though we didn't prepare, let me use the term of the other speaker. Then we have to do something because we actually did something last year. To start with, in 2024, we joined other zones like Okoko Zone to sanitize the market women. We did point of care tests like hypertension, diabetes tests. September World Pharmacists Day also, we visited markets. There's a market very close to us there, the plumbering market, where we took some point of care tests too, and we gave them some anti-helmetics. So we have members who also wedded, and we went at a zone to, join them. We also have some bereaved members, like our chairman, who lost his father, and we're there. So these are the little things I can remember we did in our zone. We are upcoming, but we will do better in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with this, we have come to the end of the presentation aspect of the zonal dynamics. Maybe at the end, we'll be able to quickly run through. But I believe some other zones we have learned. When we come in, we should come in professionally dressed for this. And I've seen a variety of dressing appearances that some of us can claim that small jacket we have now at Lagos is to help us in our premises. You can say, wow, it's too hot. We're in a tropical environment, and NEPA or PSN or I don't know, whichever one distribution company, they don't always give us light. But we have seen how we can use that, our short overall or work clothes in our premises. And we have seen what others are doing. We are doing this so that we can copy and copyright. You can even copy and do it better. I've seen it with some products. They make it in such a way that the bioavailability is better than the we call it the branded, the very innovator drug. They just improved. I've seen it with a particular company. Some makes this, they go to make something else just to appeal to a section of the population. So we can copyright from what others have done and begin to do it in our zone. That way, we'll be able to improve healthcare outcomes in an overall manner and also improve. People have talked about what they are doing. I heard some people say we can collect 2.5 million, when we, as a result of doing contributions. So if they are maybe 50, 100, they are collecting 2.5, and then you know what happens. So thank you, congratulations. We are not, it's later because we still have to. And we are going to move around. If you have anything on the table or in the banner, we'll go to. Thank you very much. Over to you.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, please let's celebrate all the zones for these fantastic presentations. If you know your zone did not present, just say, why, Lord? If your zone did not present, just wave your hand. Association has no presentation. Raise your hand. I'm one of them, and my zone did not present. Don't worry. Today, I won't tell you the name of my zone, but we did not present this year. It's because the flash that we loaded, it was too full. And it was too heavy to carry, so we are not presenting this year. But next year, my zone. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we need to move on. We do not want to take the time of our guests seated for granted. Please, I want Green Life to please get ready for their mini launch. They'll be doing a mini launch. We are playing a video shortly. So Green Life, please get ready. After the remarks, the opening remarks by the chairman of today's occasion, Green Life presentation will be coming up. So Green Life, wherever you are, please, your attention is needed to come towards the media and let's have you do this. And after that, we'll be bringing up the CEO, the MD CEO of 7-Up Bundling Company for his presentation at exactly 10:40 a.m. We promised him that time, and we don't want to keep him beyond the time we have announced. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the chairman of this occasion to give his welcome remarks, his opening remarks. Please help me welcome our father, our mentor. He has impacted a lot of pharmacists in the house, and it's a big honor for us to have him with us. Pharmacist Olakunle Ekundayo. Please, a round of applause for him. The GMD CEO, Drugfield Pharmaceuticals Limited. You're welcome, sir.
I know there are quite a number of fellows in the gathering, fellows of PSN, leaders, elders in the profession, and my professional colleagues. Every pharmacist, whether you graduated 60 years ago or a year ago, we are all colleagues. As men of honor, we join hands. So I say good morning to every one of you. And I want to thank God for a day like this and for a program like this. We know that as pharmacists, there are various practice areas in the profession that are all interrelated, be it academics, be it industry, research, development, manufacturing, sales and marketing. We are all into each other, including even supply chain management. So when we come together in a forum like this to exchange ideas and bring in new knowledge, new areas of cooperation and all that, it is always a blessing. And I pray that the benefits of this program will not be lost on any of us, including myself. And I pray that at the end of it, when we take stock, we will have every reason to say, Lord, we thank you. I want to thank the leadership of ACPN, especially the Lagos group, the chairman and the organizing committee, for their unrelenting efforts, several visits, calls, to make sure that someone like me is tracked down to be here. So I appreciate all your efforts, and I pray that it will not be in vain. During your time, there will be remarkable achievements that people will say, yes, we got many things during his regime, and that will be the testimony concerning you and all members who are working with you. Let me also appreciate the keynote speaker for today, the CEO of 7UP, Mr. Malouf. We want to thank you for identifying with pharmacy and pharmacists. Let me tell you something that is unique about 7UP. In Christianity, 7 means perfection. And when you say up, it means you're looking up. And when you look up, who do you see? You see God. So I pray that 7UP, you will continue to move higher. And in this relationship with pharmacy, we will all continue to go higher. So we appreciate you, Mr. Malo. And we are going to benefit a lot from, I believe, from his keynote address. And don't forget that he also has his daughter here. So that we'll see how the father is doing, how he's interacting with others, and be able to pass on some of this. So we are grateful that you are here, not only you, but your family. Let me, I don't know whether to say apologize or just to let you know that manufacturing, those of us who are in the trade, who are in the business, you hardly will find us at the exhibition stand, which shouldn't be. But because of the current situation we have on our hands, your chairman was in my office, and I showed him a little bit of our financial challenges. So that's why we couldn't come up with the money. And there is no free lunch anywhere. So I apologize for that. But let me assure you that without you, even if we make the best products in the world, it will amount to little or nothing. So we value the relationship, and we are very, very committed to ACPN activities. And I pray that our union will continue to expand. We know that continuing education is good for everyone, because knowledge is not static. There's always new things to learn. And pharmacy as a profession, there are always new things. Way of practice, new techniques, new technology, new products, new molecules. So something is always happening. Something new is always happening And we can only be part of it when we embrace it in a forum like this. So I want to encourage all of us, that it is not a waste of time at all. The world we live in, new things are happening, new knowledge. I saw some of the presentation, people were already receiving lectures on artificial intelligence. In many areas of practice of the profession, robots are used. Even in dispensing, robots are used in some parts of the world. And I'm sure there may be a few areas in Nigeria already where this is being, deployed, to improve efficiency. Like I said, we all need, to be updated in our knowledge. And don't forget that this is a country that the population keeps growing. We are more than 220 million. And who knows what the population will be in 2030. There is a census that is being planned. We hope by the time it's concluded, we will know exactly, the size of our country. But we know that we are growing very, very rapidly. And as we are growing, needs are growing, disease burden is growing. Unfortunately, there are certain things that are not growing. The average disposable income is not growing. But these are part of the challenges. These are part of what, affects the trade. Whether we like it or not, but we need to talk about them. Not only that, we discovered that in recent past and up until now, a lot of professionals, including pharmacists, are running away from Nigeria. These are part of the issues that we need to talk about, how we can manage, the practice and still be in the forefront of healthcare delivery to our people. Like I said, knowledge and technology, know-how, modern things are happening. And it's only when we come into a forum like this that we can learn and know about some of them. Now, in spite of all these problems, life must continue. Things must be done the right way. So the issue of collaboration is very, very key. There is a need for collaboration amongst the different practitioners of pharmacy. Briefly, I discussed with the subdean of the Lagos State College of Pharmacy, and I said, it is good that the academia is here because that is part of it. And she said, yesterday she learned a lot of things from the presentation. So in other words, there is always something to learn, something new. So there is a need to know exactly what is happening in academia. Research is going on, new processes. Most of the time, industry does not even know. So there is a need for more interaction, collaboration. Even industrial pharmacists must know what is happening in community practice. A few years ago, I was involved with in a panel to look into ultra logistics. I'm sure some of you, that name will reverberate. Ultra logistics was supposed to be a company of pharmacists involved with, putting resources together to buy finished drugs, finished pharmaceutical products from manufacturers, from importers, and be able to resell to the trade. But it wasn't well managed. That's why, it's very painful that such an enterprise could not be taken beyond what it was. But I don't think all hope is lost, because I believe that it is part of the challenge of the practice today that if pharmacists really want to, make the best, and make drugs available in an affordable and good quality, there is a need to have such a relationship with industry. After all, I have spoken with a few of our colleagues. The worldwide commercial ventures and a few others that are mega distributors today that have in their portfolio, key products of many companies. And they are getting it under very, very liberal trade conditions, generous discounts that will also help, this trade to build, their before their finances. So that's why I said all hope is not lost, because we need to come together and also have a formidable force. If we have 2 or 3 in different geopolitical zones who are doing this, it will help the practice. A few state governments in the north are trying to take the lead in this. Yobe states, they are buying products and they ask for general discounts because they want to resell to the trade. You can't blame anyone or blame a government establishment from doing that. But we pharmacists are supposed to be in the lead. And I hope this will be part of what we will take away from this. I also want to encourage the group to get. I was very happy when I saw some of the presentations that the group tried to reach out to communities to inform them about the dangers of drug abuse, of so many things, and I think it's good. But I think we need to do more. CSR, targeted, CSR at community needs. At times it may be little things, sinking a borehole, come together, put money together to sink a borehole. That will endear the community to the practitioners. So I think these are areas we should look into, because it will help the trade. Including even, you can organize maybe like a medical mission. You want to go to a particular community or invite members to your community, and give free drugs. If you want to do a project like that and you write to some companies, you will get free drugs that you can use for such projects, and that will further endear such communities, to the practice. So, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much time, I want to let you know that we are all together in this. I'm from the manufacturing side, and I said, without you, even if we make the best products in the world, it will amount to little or nothing. We value the trade, and from time to time, please, let us get together. Let us have exchange of ideas. Let us do business together so that you can make more money. And I'm very serious about this. And I look forward to when ACPN Lagos will come to Drugfield and say, hey, We want to take 1 or 2 products or 3 or 5 products in an exclusive, or it's only for our members, and then let's do the business together. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Wow. I was trying to get eye contact, but you can see that Daddy was really passionate about his words and his clarion call to everyone. Please, a round of applause again for Pharmacist Olakunle Ekundayo, FPSN, the chairman of this day event. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, quickly, I would like to sincerely apologize to the CEO of 7-Up. I should have been right here speaking right now, but I just want to beg for 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. Official permission, 10 minutes, so that we can have the next presentation by Green Life Pharmaceuticals. Please, a round of applause for Green Life. They have a product launch, a mini product launch, and some other things, all in 10 minutes. Let's go.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pharmacist Henry Okolo, and my task here is very, very simple. But before I go ahead, just permit me to stand on the established protocol, the chairman, sir, and all dignitaries present. I've been given 10 minutes, so I'll be very, very fast. This presentation is going to be a video presentation because we have a lot to say, but we have tried to compress them into a 4.5 minutes video. So it's very educative, it's very instructive, and it's all about P-Alaxin DS. I would ask our IT guide if they are ready to play the video, after which I'm going to invite our chief unveiler to lead the unveiling, and then would unveil P-Alaxin DS, and then that will be all for this session. So my IT people, are you ready?
From the hills of Chapel Wadi, through the luscious plains of the Mambilla, to shadows of the Ogbunike, the billows of Izale Echo, the shiny lights of Ikoyi Drive, swamps of the Epi Peninsula, the corridors of Ajaromi Ifelodun, or the creeks of Badagry, the corners of Ikeja, or the rusty patches of Alimosho and Ikorodu, we all have something in common: the disturbing buzzes of one uninvited guest. The female Anopheles mosquito. She awaits our kids at school. She follows our wives back from church, lies in wait for our brothers in mosque, at the office, in homes, everywhere. When lights down, this ubiquitous stranger takes a blood meal. Since the 1900s, malaria has plagued the most populous black nation and end the hopes and dreams of many that inhabits this bustrious Jai-Yijaye city of Echo. But with the finest of craft and the best of standard and quality, the answer to this scourge emerges. When malaria strikes, pill burden and compliance fuels recrudescence. We face questions like, how many I go take? When should I take it? But I am above 80 kilograms. To answer these, presenting first time in Nigeria, P-Alaxin DS, for your patients above 80 kilograms of weight. P-Alaxin DS is 6 tablets pack and has very convenient dosing. The treatment protocol of P-Alaxin DS is remarkably straightforward. Just 2 tablets taken once daily for 3 days. We have meticulously engineered P-Alaxin DS for patients over 80 kilograms. And for those below 80 kilograms, we offer its companion treatment, P-Alaxin TS. P-Alaxin TS is 3 tablets pack, just 1 tablet taken once daily for 3 days. P-Alaxin is the correct anti-malarial for your 2+ malaria patients. It is important to advise your patients to take P-Alaxin 2 hours after food for better results. P-Alaxin is 60-60 anti-malaria because it springs into action within just 60 minutes of administration, providing an unprecedented shield of protection that extends for 60 days. P-Alaxin's journey of excellence begins with adherence to WHO pre-qualification standards and stringent pharmacopeal requirements, the globally trusted WHO International Pharmacopeia. For over a decade, P-Alaxin has maintained consistent quality through state-of-the-art manufacturing processes. Each batch undergoes rigorous testing using high-performance liquid chromatography with Waters Alliance E2695 systems, ensuring precise dihydroartemisinin piperequine content analysis. USP Apparatus 2 dissolution testing confirms optimal drug release patterns, critical for bioavailability of an anti-malarial. Long-term stability is monitored in MEMUT climate chambers under International Council for Harmonization specified conditions, which is 30 degrees centigrade and 75% relative humidity. The Malvern Mastersizer 3000 ensures consistent particle size distribution, crucial for uniform drug absorption. Our validated analytical methods employ gas chromatography mass spectrometry for impurity profiling, maintaining safety standards. The ERO-ECA Multicheck 6 performs real-time content uniformity analysis, ensuring consistent dosing in every tablet. Each raw material undergoes NIR spectroscopy screening using thermoscientific micro-phaser RX, preventing substandard API infiltration. The validated manufacturing process employs FET compression technology, ensuring consistent tablet hardness and disintegration profiles. Every batch receives a comprehensive certificate of analysis with full traceability through SAP quality management systems. P-Alaxin DS and P-Alaxin TS, your unwavering partner in the fight against malaria. It doesn't just treat, it protects. It defends your patients against malaria relapse for 60 days.
Alaxin DS that we'll be unveiling today. I'll just mention a slight difference because it's possible you might have been hearing about P-Alaxin, but we know P-Alaxin. Today we are going to unveil P-Alaxin DS, and that's just a slight difference between P-Alaxin DS and P-Alaxin TS, like the video had explained. With P-Alaxin TS, it covers from 36 kg up to 72, give or take 80 kg. But above 80 kg, we are unveiling P-Alaxin DS as the 2-tablet once daily dosing to take care of the concern of pill burden and non-compliance. And that is what we have explained in that video. And just before I leave the stage and invite the chairman of this unveiling, I want to invite my colleague from the organization. My GM is here. Okay, my GM is here. Famderi Kosandu is going to join me. He's going to join us in the unveiling. Mr. Philip Inegbese is also here, my HR. Our chief unveiler is the chief host of this occasion, the ACPN Lagos, but I can't say him here. But we'll go ahead. It's not here. If the PSN secretary from Gafar, you can do us the privilege so that we don't waste time. So I would hang that chief unveiling on your neck, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Yes. Yeah. You can say anything if you want to. You can just say one word.
It's a pleasure being called upon to unveil P-Alaxin DS, which is an innovation by the company, because we are talking of innovations, to ensure compliance. And just like he said, it reduces pill burden, so which promotes compliance from the patients. And this will contribute to the war against malaria in Nigeria. So, to the glory of God, I hereby unveil this fantastic product.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. All right, so we need to introduce the next speaker.
Partnership that works, the partnership that will continually be referenced and benchmarked by every other pharmaceutical company in the country. Green Life is a company to beat, and we're so proud of you. So it's my great pleasure to invite to join us as we've unveiled already, but at least let's have a chairman of the occasion, sir. Please join us in this picture. And then the special advisor to the governor, Mrs. Kenny Okunyeli. Kindly join us, please. I already understand you don't have gender balance. And I want to crave the indulgence of our guest speaker, Mr. Ezeh. Please join us. All right. So we'll move ahead. There's a take-home that's been sent to Green Life as a challenge, and I'm sure they had that already. So I'm sure by the time we're convening in 2026, that would have been actualized. So one more time, thank you so much for being there with us, and we appreciate you for all that you do.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for Green Life. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. And we wish P. Alaxine, TS, and DS a fantastic journey in the Nigerian market. Up next is the CEO Strategic Workshop. And right now we're going to read the citation of our guest speaker. And I would like my co-compere to please do justice to that. Let's go. Get this mic.
I'm going to crave the indulgence of Mr. Zaid Malouf to please come forward as I read your citation, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Zaid Malouf's journey at 7-Up Bottling Company began in 2008 as National Sales and Distribution Manager, swiftly advancing to Chief Operating Officer in 2014, and ultimately assuming the role of Managing Director in April 2017, achieving a company's record for his rapid accent. His executive career includes impactful roles at prominent organizations like Procter & Gamble, Cadbury Dairy, Unilever, and Johnson & Johnson, where he honed his leadership skills and commitment to excellence. Mr. Malouf is renowned for his belief in transformative growth and has actively mentored numerous individuals who have progressed from modest roles to significant executive positions under his guidance. His passion for innovation in Nigeria is evident in his leadership of the SME Scale-Up, a pioneering initiative aimed at equipping small and medium enterprises with the tool necessary to thrive in today's business environment. This initiative is poised to positively impact 1 million Nigerians through the enhanced employment opportunities by 2035. Academically, Mr. Malouf holds a bachelor's degree in business administration and MBA from American University of Beirut, complemented by his executive program at prestigious institutions as Harvard Business School, Stanford University, and London Business School. Beyond his corporate achievements, he serves as chairman of the FBRA, Food Beverage Recycling Alliance, underscoring his commitment to sustainability and environmental stewardship. Zaid Malouf stands as an exemplary leader dedicated to driving growth, fostering innovations, and making a lasting impact in Nigeria and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Zaid Malouf.
Thank you, dear. Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm not very good in protocols, so I will start immediately the presentation. I come here to you with bad news and good news. Which one would you like me to start with? Bad news. I love the answer. The bad news is while I was at school at university, my fellow students did not leave any grades for me when it came to biology and chemistry. So my grades were the lowest in the class. If any one of you expects that I will add to your medical knowledge, please don't set your hopes high. But that being said, I was the #1 student when it comes to math, to business, to physics. So for the next 1 hour, I would like you to forget the medical side of your business and just focus on business itself. I will start first. RM, we need the presentation there. Yes, now we have the presentation. The topic of the presentation is sustainability. Maybe sometimes we have the wrong understanding of what a sustainable business means. A sustainable business is not a business that is going on and on and on and on. It is a business that is growing and growing and growing and growing. For the simple reason, if we don't grow our business and we stay the same while all others are growing, effectively we are going backwards. So, while you are growing your business, life will slap you and slap you again and again. And successful people are the ones that take those slaps, take them as learnings, and keep going. So, we are talking about creation and capture of value. When we talk about business, this is the most important concept. How do we capture value? And by value, mean what is the money that comes to us after paying everything? And value is split in 3 parts. The first part is the part that you use to cover all your expenses. The second part is the part that you use for your personal needs. You take out of your business. But the third part is the most important part. It's the value that you reinvest in your business so that your business grows bigger and bigger and bigger. The problem with most of small companies is they reach stage one, hopefully they cover their overheads, they cover their personal needs, but they are left with no money to grow the business. And this is where sustainability stops. So, it's no secret when I say all big companies or most big companies start small. But not all small companies grow big. The factors that dictate that is the path or the business strategy a company decides on and the will of the owner. Now, since you are a highly educated audience, RM, I would like to start by asking you a question. Who knows a company called Amazon? Raise your hands. Now, wow. Who knows a company called Trolley Express? You have been with me before. So we have, everybody knows Amazon, but one person knows Trolley Express. That Trolley Express had the same concept of Amazon. It started exactly like Amazon. Back. So it started exactly like Amazon, same business model, home delivery of supermarket items, other items to the houses. 2 years before Amazon. Please, RM, we can go to that slide before. What happened there? Today, as we speak, Amazon is valued at $2.1 trillion. Trolley Express went bankrupt. Same business model, same idea, same everything. So, we take that company called Trolley Express as a lesson that I call value destruction. That company did everything to destroy value. One of the things it did is the owner, when he started it, he gave out 51% of that company to partners. One of the biggest companies, one of the biggest banks went there and took 51% of the company. That was the first value destruction. The second thing that happened and destroyed value is that company at the top had a total cultural misfit. And because the leadership on top were not working together, lots of ideas did not happen. That company gave lots of wrong promises. One of them is if we don't deliver to you in 3 hours, you get your order free of charge. Now, wow, that was a total value destruction concept. Another thing is that because it came before Amazon, the internet was not very strong. So that company, Trolley Express, developed a 600-page book with all supermarket items in it, fully advertised. And that company gave a promise that they will print 50,000 catalogs. Now give a guess of 50,000 catalogs multiplied by 600 pages. That commitment was bloody massive. It locked all the cash. What they were getting as discounts, and I'm sure this sounds familiar to you, as discounts from their suppliers was extremely low. So the money they were getting from their suppliers was not able to cover the overheads. Their operational costs were extremely high. The problem is they got locked with a case. The more customers and the more business they get, the more money they lose. And last but not least, there was no monthly subscription. So theoretically, the income of that company is much smaller than the expenses. And what happens there? Company shut down. Owner was stuck with $1.6 million of personal debts. All his friends abandoned him. Everything bad happened. Partners went out. Friends disappeared. Phone calls only for people asking for money. So how bad can things go? And this is what happens when you decide deliberately to destroy value. As we said before, that life will slap you once, slap you twice, slap you 3 times. These slaps can either kill you or they can make you much, much, much stronger. Now, this is the owner of that company that went and collapsed. And that owner is myself. This is my story around 20 years ago. Left with $1.6 million of personal debt. No friends, no nothing, no partners, struggling to survive. But that made me what I am today. And I'm doing my best to share my experiences with you because I don't wish that experience even to my enemies. So, after finishing from all that, I went intensely into executive education. I attended all those universities. I worked with the biggest companies in the world. And now, as we speak, I am the managing director of 7-Up Bottling Company. I'm the chairman of the Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance, which is an alliance of all CEOs in the industry. I'm the chairman. And recently, a year ago, I started a new company called SME Scale Up. The objective of that company is to take small startups and make them big. Nigerian indigenous startups. And we have a lot of success stories. The main thing about this company was it was built on the love for Niger. And we said, if I can share all the experiences I went through, get all the CEOs into that journey to pass their experiences, all entrepreneurs would avoid the mistakes we have done. If we tell you about our mistakes, we are telling you directly and indirectly, don't do the same. Avoid that. So, for the last 1 year, I worked with around 2,000 plus SMEs from all industries. We have around 40 or 50. They already moved out of the space of SMEs. They are doing a revenue monthly of billions. And the objective we have, or the objective I set for this company, is in 1 year from now, through the growth of SMEs, I want to say this SME scale-up helped increase, whatever it is, extremely high, which adds a lot to their costs. The second part they do, I don't know in the pharmaceutical space, but the SMEs that are in industries, they do their best to sell at the cheapest price so that we don't lose customers and we don't upset customers. And again, we say, now, wow. Based on buying at a very high price and selling at a very low price, we make money small. If we make money. Then what happens after that is, strange enough, we destroy value personally. We are buying at an expensive price. We are selling low. Then, after destroying that value, we complain. And what I will show you in the next slide is this 2,000 SMEs that I worked with, growing up our business because there's no cash. And the question I always ask them, guys, the cash you had, what are you doing with it? Why are you destroying it? So if you are not making enough money, if I give you money, you will destroy it. As simple as this. Now, I will take a small break and give you an example of one of our SMEs. A real life story. All of them fall in the same trap, but this guy was extreme in destroying value. I took his permission to play his video and he was so happy.
presenting on SME scale-up community and the testimony of the Mauritius oil founders and how they've grown from 30 million, what they learned, and to almost $1 billion monthly in revenue. I was inspired and I needed to learn. I was a struggling entrepreneur who was making fufu and we're not selling well. There was no enough salaries to pay even founders, and 5 minutes, he says he had fixed my company's P&L. The problem was just right there in front of me, I could not see. And in 5 minutes, he saw it. What was the problem? 3 major things. Our cost of purchase was
Can we have a big now now? Uh-huh.
percent gross profit margin. The first assignment was to buy at 6,000. You must negotiate. Based on the rule we were taught in class, you buy in bulk, you compress your cost of raw material. That way you can determine price and capture better value for yourself. So I took that, and second, we had to sell at 100 bags per week.
Brief you about the story of that guy. That is one of the SMEs that worked with me for a one-on-one business, and he said he wants to grow his sales. The first question I asked him, what is your cost of material? And he said, I buy a bag for 9,000 naira. I said, excellent. What do you do after that? He said, I convert it and then I sell it at 9,500 naira. Now, wow, now if you want to grow your business, you will be losing more money. So I told the guy, sorry, I cannot help you grow your business. Go back. I gave him a 1-hour training how to negotiate. Go back. Unless you can drop your cost to 6,000 naira, don't come back to me again. I don't want to see your face if you cannot drop 1,000. The guy was so scared of me. I can be a bully sometime. So that guy went and he started negotiating. For him, you know the Niger way of negotiations. We start 10, you start 2, and then we meet somewhere in the middle. So he went and started negotiating from the first price of 3,000 naira. So he went to his suppliers, yes, I'm buying from you at 9,000, now I want to buy at 3,000. Who can guess at what price he closed the deal? 5,000. Any better price? He closed the deal at 3,800 naira. So, if we tell that guy, go borrow money from the bank, and he went and got money from the bank or his friends or whatever, and he puts it in a business where the cost is 9,000, after conversion it's 9,500, all that money will disappear. Now that guy dropped his price from 9,000 to 3,800. It did not stop here. That was the first step. The second step, after he came back to me, now he's happy. He said it. I wish the video worked well. He said it was a miracle. For him, yes, it was a miracle, but I was not happy then. I said, okay, now you have dropped your cost. How can you increase your price? And you know fufu is a very big commodity. I told him, now how can you make it a brand new label on top, made it look very fancy. And he increased his price from 100 to 150. Did not change anything. The contents are the same. But he just gave it a brand new look. And now customers are willing to pay 150 naira instead of 100. In simple business terms, he dropped his cost by 60%, he increased his price by 50%. What happens to his profitability? That guy was not selling anything. Now I was with him discussing with some suppliers to buy a brand new line for manufacturing because he cannot cope with the demand anymore. I need to teach you a bit about what value means. There's something called willingness to pay. It is not the price you sell, it's the price your consumer is willing to pay. I always, whenever I'm training SMEs, I give the example of tennis shoes. 3 people want to go and walk together in Banana Island, and they don't have a tennis shoes. They want to go and buy a tennis shoes. One of them will buy a tennis shoes from Onitsha, 10,000 naira, to do marketing for one pharmacy only. If I want to do big marketing that makes an impact, no one pharmacy single-headed would be able to change that. Then we can have exclusive brands. We take the franchise of brands that are somewhere either produced locally or outside, and we take that franchise. That gives us the power to dictate the price. Then we do loyalty programs and we create trust through all the above. The question is, can you do that individually? And this is where we always get stuck. I'm one pharmacy. If I look at the list that Ziad presented, I can do 1 or 2 because I don't have enough cash. And in pharmacies, like any other business, this is how the business looks. I always do it for companies, but we have a small pharmacy that at some point in time can be eaten by a bigger pharmacy. And a bigger pharmacy can be eaten by a chain, and the chain can be eaten by a national chain. And then there's a risk that all of you don't see yet, but it's a risk that might come, and that is global chains. If they come here, they will do a much better negotiation than you. They have the power, they have the muscles, and people will enjoy going there because that's a British. I don't know why we always prefer outside companies to local companies, but they will be able to charge more money and get lower cost. Your picture would look like this. I did a small simulation. Assume the average of your business is the willingness to pay per item, or average per item is 6,000, while your cost, the minimum opportunity cost is 3,000. This is how it looks like for the different categories of pharmacies I spoke about. So, sales would be smaller for small pharmacies. Next. The price per unit, customers will be willing to pay for global chain or national chains more than what they will pay in a single pharmacy. Because there's a brand name. So if the willingness to pay is 6,000, consumers will go and pay 6,000 for that item from a global chain. But if they come to a small pharmacy by the side, they will not be willing to pay that. So effectively, I took a simulation number and I saw willingness to pay going down by chain. Go down. The opportunity cost will go up when we move from big mega chains to small individual ones. So if a global chain can buy at 3,000 naira, a small pharmacy will buy at 3,800. Just an assumption. Which means if we continue to the last stage, if we do a profit and loss, a very small pharmacy will be making 8% profit. A chain, a global chain, will be making 46% profit on a much bigger volume, which means if at any point in time the bigger wants to eat the smaller, they can easily do it. And this is where pharmacies should start taking attention that at some point in time things will evolve in a way that if we don't evolve with it, we would be subject to be eaten by others. Unfortunately, I believe all of you agree. I always say to my team, we live in a jungle. If we are not lions, we are lion feet. So it's up to us to decide what do we want to be. finally, my recommendations to you, I tried to put it in a stylish way and called it pharma. The first one is, if I was a pharmacy, I would start thinking about partnering with other pharmacies. Not necessarily sharing equity, but partnering activities together. The second one is, we need to harmonize tech. I know that tech solutions are individualized a lot. So if each one of you as pharmacies will go sit with a tech company to develop your own tech software, the customization will be expensive. The best way is to have multiple pharmacies creating a certain software for all of them that could be used by each individually. But the cost will go down significantly. The third one that I always speak with my chairman about is, at some point in time, if I have 20 individual small pharmacies, they cannot buy at a good price. And they are at a big disadvantage. There should be a central hub to purchase so that you can negotiate bigger volumes, better prices. And unless you do that, you are subject to being eaten by lions. A fourth one, because it's not the first time, even in my SME scale-up or one-on-one sessions, I met a lot with pharmacies. I know that you have lots of stocks that go expired. But the problem is we have sometimes one product that is about to get expired in my place, but my brother there badly needs it. So instead of us saying, he's my competitor, he's my enemy, if I give it to him, it will be sold and I will not have any damages. One thing I proposed once to the chairman, and you might not like, but I will still propose it, is why don't we have a one-name umbrella? 100 pharmacies go under a one-name umbrella. Look at it from hotel perspectives. We have Intercontinental Group. They have Holiday Inn, they have Intercon, they have 6, I don't know what. They have 100 names of hotels under the same umbrella group. What this does is it keeps the independence of the individual pharmacies, but it gives the trust to the consumer of a bigger chain. And this is something I strongly recommend to do. Might be difficult, might be stopped by our own selfishness. No, I don't want to work with her, I don't want to work with him, but customers need trust. And last but not least, a joint loyalty program. You cannot do a loyalty program for one pharmacy, but 6, 7, 10 pharmacies can join hands together into a one loyalty program where if I'm in Ikoyi or I'm in Surelere, I'm in Mushin, I can benefit from those points. So just to conclude, these are ideas that would increase your value capture. When you increase your value capture, you cover your overheads, you cover your personal needs, and you have enough money to invest into growth after growth after growth. And this growth has to come through improvements you do to your business. If you don't have this growth, this money to grow and change, your business will never grow and others will be overgrowing you. Thank you very much. It was such a pleasure being with you.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I think he deserves a standing ovation. Let's make some noise. Great.
A big now wow now.
Now wow. Please, I don't know if you permit us to entertain 2 questions.
I have all my time.
All right, so quickly. Any question? Yes. Just go straight to the point, sir.
Thank you very much, my speaker, sir. We have had a lot of theory classes, and we are at the point of going practical. We'll be interested in linking up with you for practical sessions. Thank you very much, sir.
It will be.
Will you be available for us, sir?
I told you initially that my vision in SME Scale-Up is to help facilitate creation of jobs for 1 million Nigerians. If you have this commitment, you want to grow and employ more Nigerians, I have all my time for you.
Thank you very much, sir.
We have Fifi here and RM there. You can exchange contacts with them.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. That was a very interesting lecture you just delivered. Now, my question is, you talked about partnership. And I know that one of the fears we have basically is that when we want to partner with colleagues, we also want to maintain certain standards. So in creating that standards, how do you think we can go? Such that I want to partner with somebody. I have my pharmacy in Dokpemu. I don't know if you know where Dokpemu is. And I want to partner with somebody in Ikoyi. And the person is worried that, okay, how does the standard cut across such that they know that it's the value is providing in Ikoyi that I'm providing in Dokpemu, and then we can partner and make the value cut across. Thank you very much, sir.
Extremely good question. We need to look at things differently. Some people see this gap in terms of standards as a handicap. Others see it as a strength. And I gave the example of the Intercontinental Group of hotels. They have an Intercontinental where you can pay $700-800 a night. They have Six Flags hotels where you can pay $2,000 a night. And they have a Holiday Inn Express in the same group where you can pay $50 a night. What they offer is, they offer diversity. So it's not supposed to be exactly the same as long as we qualify the differences. If a customer is willing to pay X, our group offers this. If the customer is willing to pay Y, our group can offer this. So we need to look at this diversity you are talking about, whether in standards or areas or anything, as something enriching that alliance. And we are not saying that you should melt together and partner together. It's just an alliance where you can use a mother name and then the other standard names. So you keep your identity. Don't melt into others.
Thank you. All right, so please, before we take the next set of questions, please, the next masterclass, a link has been sent to the group. Check the ACPN group. Let's fill the form, and then, so that when they come up, we understand what we are talking about. Please, the link has been sent for us to fill up our details quickly. So permit me to take two on this side.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Yes, so I watched one of your videos on SME scale-up disorder, and in that video you mentioned the SME scale-up program. So I went to the site to register, but I discovered that you have certain criteria, like revenues per month. So I'm asking that for some of us who are here who may be interested in the next cohort that is starting this month, can we still apply even though we don't meet that monthly sales criteria?
The criteria you saw was for a specific event. Okay? What we welcome is even idea before business and onward. And soon I'm planning with some universities an SME Scale-Up Junior for people that don't even have the idea yet. So it can apply. RM will share the link or the number of the SME Scale-Up group, which you can connect with them, and we would love to see you in any of the events. We would love to see all of you in the events, actually. So, just the ones that are planning to go rich and become billionaires.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm here. I'm already talking. So I'll look at my direction. All right. So thank you so much. It's very interesting listening to you. And more importantly, to see the passion with which you are driving SME scale-up in Nigeria. I want you to take a look at our ecosystem and tell me, what do you see in the next 5 years? I heard you when you spoke about change coming to disrupt what we are doing. Do you see those changes coming so soon, 5 years. Judging from the macroeconomics of Nigeria, are the scale really interested in coming to us? That's one. The second one is a contribution, and I want my colleagues to listen very well. Pharmacy Council of Nigeria is interested in registering aggregator platforms for online, because I saw your slide on tech and how we can come together, partner together, and create solutions that work for all of us. So because we are now coming together to work together, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria are ready to register aggregator platforms. And what are aggregator platforms? They're like Jumia. They are like Konga. So they are ready to register such platforms so that pharmacies who are interested can now go and place their shops, in quotes, in it. And I tell you that ACPN herself already has an aggregator platform where all of us can host our website, so that anybody looking for pharmacy in Nigeria need not look any further but to our side, because the other ones will be in minority. How many of us are taking advantage of that? We have solutions in terms of a procurement system in Nigeria that we have done for the past 2 years, so that if all of us order from that platform, nobody will look elsewhere, and other platform will be discredited. How many of us are willing to do that? We have inventory solutions for community pharmacy in Nigeria. You don't need to pay much money. Just come on the board, and then maybe with a token of our 3,000 naira, you can get on board. So what I'm telling you is that solutions are provided, but the willingness to use those solutions are lacking. I don't know how to solve that problem. Thank you.
That's a separate thing that needs lots of deep diving to answer that. So I would not be able to answer now. But you asked about my view about global chains coming. It's no secret that Europe is in Wahala. US now is going into Wahala. All the world is going, and all the world is looking at Africa as the next biggest opportunity. And when we talk Africa, this is Nigeria. So if I own a global chain of pharmacies, I would come to Nigeria tomorrow. But that being said, we need, as we say, to hope for the best and plan for the worst. If you are setting your plans, plan as if all global chains are coming next year. If they don't come, and we hope they don't, it will be a benefit. Your business will be 10 times better than if you did not plan.
Hello. Okay. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for your educative lecture.
My pleasure.
And what you do. My area of concern is in the area of trustworthiness, because we mentioned partnership, and I'm a believer of partnership. And I've been advocating that. And there is even a project that we are doing currently in distribution that we're asking members to contribute so that we have a solid business to do. But there is one area of trustworthiness. Because our people, they always cite past experiences of how the partnership failed. And I always say that the fact that one partnership failed does not mean others cannot work. You have failed marriages that have been happening, but people still get married. So what can you suggest? Those of us that believe in the partnership, what can you suggest that we can do to break out of this trustworthiness issue? Thank you.
Again, a very extremely important question. I thought about it a lot. I discussed it with the chairman a lot. We need to understand first what we do, what we don't do. If you are looking for a partnership with all the pharmacies in Nigeria, it will never happen. The most important part is if we understand that 20 pharmacies joining hands together are much stronger than 20 individuals, then you need to find those right 20 pharmacies. Failure is never a measure. I showed you my failure. Was I supposed to commit suicide and die then? No, I kept repeating and repeating and repeating, and look where I am now. If we have a group that are interested, I told the chairman I can also be part of it and help facilitate doing it in the right manner. So this, I'm available also. Free of charge. My sister there will not be paying anything. Any other questions? Thank you very much. It was such a pleasure being with you.
Please together for Zaid.
Now, wow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zaid.
Sorry, please, the number is on the screen for as many of us that want to sign up for the SME scale-up. Please, the number is on the screen.
All right. So now we are going into the master class, and the topic is unveiling global standards in the accuracy of blood glucose monitoring. Our speaker is Pharmacist Shola Oduse. This is being sponsored by Roche ISN Products. Please put your hands together for Pharmacist Shola. Put your hands together for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olushola Odushe, and I work with Roche Diagnostics. We're going to be talking about something that we're all very familiar with. We're just trying to throw more light into accuracy and also global standards as regarding glucose monitoring. Please, I need my slides to come on. All right, so on my first slides, basically, it talks about accuracy, why accuracy is important. And then we all know that in glucose monitoring, accuracy is really very important because it helps the HCP in terms of their therapy, and then trying to also help to understand when patients have either hypo or hyperglycemic episodes, trying to understand how our patients are also metabolizing glucose properly. Okay. Okay, so why is accuracy important? For helping with making therapeutic decisions, identifying either hypo or hyperglycemic episodes, and then for necessary therapy change. Okay, we're going to quickly look at definition of some key terms. Accuracy, trueness, when you take maybe like an average of 2 or 3 readings and then you compare with the lab readings. I would like to state here that whenever you use a glucometer and then you are not very sure of the readings, you should always please refer the patient to the lab, and then you can compare, because that's where you would always get a true reading. And then we say refer to the lab. That is a lab that is making use of either a meter or a chemistry analyzer. Do not refer to a lab that is also making use of another glucometer. Next, please. This is just talking about how small differences can have very big effects. The effect of using a wrong glucometer in a patient resulting in severe hypoglycemia, which is what we do not want in our patients. Factors that affect accuracy. So here we have interfering substances in the blood. They could either be endogenous or exogenous. We have external factors, temperature, humidity, altitude. They could be use error, and then there are also factors that are inherent to our system. I would just like to state here categorically that, before you recommend a glucometer or before we use, we should always read the inserts in such glucometers, because all of this, for those who do glucometers, are usually listed. Now, let us look at endogenous substances, paracetamol, oxygen, ascorbic acid. These are substances that you'd find patients abusing regularly. And then you would see some of these glucometers will state, I know a certain glucometer that states, if you have 3 grams of vitamin C in the patient's blood sample, you would get alter reading. So, my dear colleagues, when our patients come into the pharmacy, do you ask them, or do you have a machine that helps you to check levels of vitamin C in their blood sample before using a glucometer on them? No. So, these are the things we need to be wary of. Next, please. Okay, so these are the global standards for accuracy. Or glucometers, they are standardized by ISO, and they are just like our NAFDAC here in Nigeria. ISO requires that blood glucose systems should be on a standard of 1515. What does it mean? We are going to be running through quite a number of the criteria today. We have system accuracy, measurement precision, user performance, interference testing, and hematocrit testing. And we'll be running through about just 3 of them. We have interfering substances. All of these substances listed here, your glucometer should be tested against them so as to check and ensure that when all of these substances are present in a patient's blood sample, you do not have it affecting the result. Because we need to note that interfering substances can cause a display of a falsely too high or a falsely too low blood glucose reading. Then we go to hematocrit testing. This is very important. Now, we note that we have people who have very high hematocrit levels and very low hematocrit levels. For people who are pregnant, anybody that has that lives with anemia, they naturally have a very low hematocrit level. And then for anyone who has who is a neonate, people who live in high altitude, people who do a lot of sports, and then smokers too, we've been seeing that they have a very high hematocrit level. Now, if your glucometer does not have a wide hematocrit range to cover for extreme low hematocrit levels and extreme high hematocrit levels, you would be getting wrong readings. Now, I see quite a number of leaflets in glucometers out there. There is a particular one that says that do not use on neonates. I'm sure quite a number of people just go through this and then they see it. Do not use on neonates. But because it is already stated that you should not use such a glucometer on neonates, this is the reason. Because it does not have a very wide hematocrit range to cover for those class of patients. So that means if a glucometer is telling you that you cannot use it on neonates, it means you cannot use such a glucometer for someone who is living at a high altitude. You can also not use that same glucometer on someone who is doing a lot of sports, and you can also not use that same glucometer on someone who is smoking. So the question I ask people when I go around Nigeria giving this training, I ask, do we ask them these questions? For those of us who practice clinical, when they come into our retail outlets to check their blood glucose, do we ask them all these questions? No. We need to ensure that whatever glucometer that we are using that we're very sure that we can always, we're sure of the readings. Now, if you look at for patients who have low hematocrit level, whenever you use a glucometer that does not have a wide hematocrit range, you'd be getting a falsely high blood glucose reading, and then this can lead to overdosage of insulin, thereby causing an increased risk of hyperglycemia. For patients who have high hematocrit level, when you use a glucometer that does not have a wide hematocrit range on this class of patients, you would be getting falsely low blood glucose readings, and then it can lead to increases of hyperglycemia and underdosage. This has really affected quite a number of patients, and then we need to be very careful of this. We go to partial pressure of oxygen. Now, our glucometers are made with two types of enzymes. We have the GOD, glucose oxidase, and then we have the glucose dehydrogenase. Now, we have two classes of people. There are people who normally have very high partial pressure of oxygen in their blood. Anyone who is on oxygen therapy and anyone who is on artificial respiration or just got discharged from the hospital. We also have this class of patients who naturally have a low partial pressure of oxygen in their blood. Anybody that has got a respiratory disease, anybody that has got a cardiovascular disease, anybody that lives in a high altitude, they would naturally have a low partial pressure of oxygen in their blood. Now, how does using a GOD system affect this class of patients? If you use a glucometer that has a glucose oxidase enzyme strip, anyone that has a high partial pressure value would always display a falsely low result, and anyone that has a low partial pressure value would always display a falsely high result. I have a typical example to give. I traveled, I went to work in Enugu, and then I fell sick. I walked into Niger Foundation. Yes, I'm going to be very specific in Enugu. And then they brought out a glucometer, and I looked at it and I said, geez, a GOD. You are going to get very wrong readings because I know that I naturally have low partial pressure values. I'm hypertensive and I'm always in the plane. And then she was arguing with me. Now, they used a glucometer, and then my glucose reading was 80 milligram per DL. By the time she used a glucometer that has GOD, it was 340. The question I asked her, if I'd walked into the hospital and I was in a coma and I couldn't talk, and my sugar level was 340 milligram per DL, what would you have done? Is either I would have been given insulin, and God forbid, I am sure I will not be here standing today. So that is why as pharmacists, we need to be very, very sure of glucometers that we are recommending to our patients. Next, please. So all I'm just trying to say here is that for a glucometer that makes use of a GDH system, which you'd find that in Akuchek, there's been no significance of partial pressure of oxygen on that. We have a lot of glucometers around here in Nigeria that, sometimes I wonder how this got into the country. Quite a number of them are GOD, and I don't know what to say again. This is global recommendation, BGM recommendation. So I'm going to be really very fast. This is global recommendation, and this is just talking about patients who have type 1 diabetes. When they're walking into our pharmacies, how many times? You may know that quite a number of these patients are really very close to us. For patients who have type 1 diabetes, it's encouraged that, they test about 2 to 10 times a day. I know it's pretty hectic. Children, before mealtime and bedtime, they should test at least 4 times in a day. They should test at least 4 times in a day. Then for patients who also have type 2 diabetes, those who are treated with insulin, what we recommend is they should test at least 4 times in a day, 1 fasting and then 3 other times. Those that are treated with basal insulin and minimum fasting and at bedtime. For those, treated with basal and then daily prandial insulin, at least 1 fasting, 1 before they eat and other. I don't know why my slide is going off. And then any other patients that is also treated with probably patients that usually come in complaining of hypoglycemia, and then you usually find such patients. This is how we normally tell them to also test. The goal is for them to have a good HbA1c. But using my mother as an example, I know that most times what I usually tell her to do is, since she's already had a constant and stable HbA1c, is to always test in the morning, test after she takes medication, and at night before she eats. And this has been very helpful in our diabetes management. So we're going to be talking about meaningful SMBG, that self-monitoring of blood glucose. What's the purpose, basically? Glycemic control, why they need to check, why the patients should check frequently, target values, how to record and share their values. And then we're going to be talking about different types of monitoring that you can carry out in your patients. You can have the 7-point profile, you can have staggered SMBG, you can have meal-based testing, you can also have assessment of fasting hyperglycemia. I'm going to be talking about the 7-point profile because it's something that we can do regularly for a patient. Maybe you have a patient that comes
complains of a lot of hypoglycemia, and then you want to know, or someone who probably is diabetic, living with diabetes, and is not getting control. You can do this 7-point profile in this patient so that you would know the effects of the patient's diet or meal on the glucose level. So we have this AkuCheck 360 for anyone who is interested. You can come at our stand and then you can pick it. So this is what you would tear off for the patient. And then, no, I heard somebody saying how much is free. You can tear off for the patient, and then patient can do this type of testing. All the patient has to do, you tear it off, and then they put in those values. By the time they come back and you read it at the back, you'd be able to know how the meals is affecting these patients. So you can do any of this type of testing. Either the 7-point profile, you are testing 7 times in a day, but 3 times in a day. Staggered SMBG, you know, pre-breakfast, post-breakfast, pre-lunch, post-lunch. You can do meal-based types. You are just trying to see the effect of a particular meal, whether breakfast, lunch, or supper, on the patient's diabetes management. This is just talking about how to help our patients get the most out of their readings, how to ensure that they get reliable results from their glucometer. We should be wary of the way we store our meters, this test strip. We should encourage them to always check to ensure that their strips are not expired or damaged, and then keep your Lancet device also very clean and hygienic. We should also remember that whenever, for those of us who test in our retail outlets, whenever we test, we should always ensure that when we use alcohol to clean the patient's hand, we should ensure that it dries off, because it contains sugar, and this can affect the glucose reading of the patient if you do not let the alcohol dry off completely, and can affect the reading of that patient. We should also learn to lance the right way. What we're preaching here is that you lance at the side of the fingertip. Use a different finger each time you want to test, probably if you don't get a result. Testing the right way. Apply the blood to the glucometer immediately is asking for you to drop the blood sample. Going a summary of everything I've mentioned, talking about our AkuCheck glucometer, whether it's the instant or the active glucometer, while telling you that our glucometers have very high level of accuracy when compared to other BGM, and also with the lab reference. You can use our glucometers on the different blood types of blood samples, either capillary, venous, arterial, or neonatal. We, under a robust range of environments, we're not affected. That means humidity, altitude, and temperature does not affect us. Real life accuracy, we have a very wide hematocrit range, so you can use it for patients who have extreme hematocrit levels and very high hematocrit level. And then comprehensive testing beyond the 23 substances. Roche has also gone ahead to test our glucometers against 130 substances. We are going to be looking at meaningful monitoring tool that would be very useful for our patients. Now, we have a glucometer called the AkuCheck Instant Meter that you can use this to track, and this would also help our patients a lot. Now, with this glucometer, it has a Bluetooth. Now, on the patient's phone, the patient would download My Sugar app, either from Play Store or from Android, and all the readings from the instant meter seamlessly via Bluetooth goes into the app, and the patient is able to use this to track. And we've been able to see that for patients who use this app consistently and correctly, it's been able to help them a lot. Reduced HbA1c result for studies that have been carried out. And what's the beautiful thing about our My Sugar app? This is just the major feature. With your AkuCheck Instant Meter, there's no more paper logbook. You can download your results either as CSV, Excel, or PDF. It can give estimated. Hello? slide's not showing. Oh, okay. So if the patient makes use of the app correctly, it can also give estimated HbA1c. And the beautiful thing also with the instant glucometer is that it's on a 10-10 standard. It's a mini analyzer on its own. So it means that whatever result you are getting from the instant glucometer, whenever you take that same blood sample to the laboratory, you'd be getting virtually the same reading, because it's the only glucometer you would find, I'm proud to say that, wherever in the world that is on a 10-10 standard and not on a 15-15 standard as specified by ISO. I'm also going to be talking about, Tosin, can you please help me with portion plates? I'm also going to be talking about this error message anger. I know that some of us have come to our stand and we did not bring a lot, but we're willing to give as much as community pharmacists. I know that for those who make use of the AkuCheck glucometer, we have patients all over complaining, or a lot of people complaining of error 1 or error 2. And because of that, they dump their glucometer and they do not know what to do. Now, everything has been stated here so that when your patients come or they have issues with their glucometer, you can always resolve the issue for them. Going around, I've realized that most of the errors that patients have is either error 1. What is the essence of the error 1? Error 1 is because probably the patient is using an expired strip or a denatured strip, or the lens of the glucometer is dirty. So how do you fix that? You put your thumb on that place where you place the strip, you pull it out, you take alcohol and cotton wool, you clean that surface, and you couple your glucometer back. You have already resolved your error 1 issue. How do you resolve error 2? Error 2, it's because you have not put enough blood sample in the strip. So what do we advise people? On that same strip that you've used with your error 2, all you need to do is that you just lance the patient again, get enough strip on the initial strip that you've used. Now take a new strip, put it inside the glucometer. Immediately it starts asking for blood sample. Now remember that you had already gotten enough strip externally. You slot it back into the glucometer. Voila, you get your results. That is what is called out of meter dosing. So for most of the errors I've usually seen around, it's usually error 1 and error 2. For other errors, these are things that when you read through the error message anger, you can quickly fix this error. But if a patient comes back with glucometers showing EEE, it's a factory error. You should collect such from a glucometer. If you bought from the company directly, or probably the rep would always collect and replace the glucometer back to the patient, or you can reach out to me and I will see how that would be resolved for the patient. Then we also have this portion plates. If you check in your bags, I'm sure that you all have these portion plates in your bag. For quite a number of us that probably counsel patients a lot, if you want more, you can also come to our stand and get quite a number of these. Now, this already has quite a number of diets, food in it that would really, really help people living with diabetes. The food is even written in our local diet, so it's very easy for them to understand. You would tell them, this shows them how they can eat, the portions of food that they should always eat, the calories and all. As we all know that food is really very, very important when we are really looking at diets for people living with diabetes. So for people that need quite more, it's very useful. We can tear off, discuss this with our patients, and you can give it to them for them to take home, which would apparently help them a lot with their diet. With this, I've come to the end of my presentation, and I hope that our masterclass, and I hope that we learned one thing or the other. What I would just like to state is that before you recommend a glucometer to a patient, or for series of glucometers that you have in your retail outlet, I think we should, as pharmacists, let us really, really take our time, take out the leaflets, and then let's start reading. Someone walks into your retail outlet and is talking to you, wants you to stock a new glucometer. You should start asking such a person, what are the ISO standards? Do they have an ISO number? what enzymes do they use. Check in the insert to find out if such a glucometer has a wide hematocrit level. And you'll be surprised that all these things are always listed in the insert. And for example, we've seen cases where patients have had to die because of all of this, and you cannot sue the hospital. By the time they bring out the insert, they would point it out where it was written slowly in between. There's nothing you can do about it. In most cases that I've seen, the healthcare practitioner, they are usually the ones who are held responsible and liable to this. So we shouldn't make such mistakes. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll take questions now. 2 questions.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. The first one is, I don't know if you are talking about standardizations. I don't know if during the course of the standardization process, 9 Africans factored into it, because I heard you talk about how high altitude affects some of the results. Then 2, I don't know how we are going to address this issue. I've used your device. I've used some other devices out there. For some clients, I was getting crazy results. And so right now, when it comes to handling patients with high blood glucose levels, I prefer to refer them, because just like the experience you talked about, where what I'm seeing is one thing and the symptom is not showing me what I am seeing. So, and I will talk to 1 or 2 colleagues. If possible, if we can have a peer review where we sit down and probably take some samples and bring some of the other ones, and we all look at the same client, look at the results we are getting, and see what are the issues so that we can address it.
Good afternoon. Folashade Lawal is my name. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you, ISN, for all these materials that you make available to us. I have used your 360-degree view many times, and my feedback is that it's very difficult to get compliance. Even when we sit down with the patient, we do all the explanation, we give them a sample, they still find it difficult to fill in those details that we require. And then it's difficult also to relate what we are saying with the meals, because there's no provision for them to write down whatever meal they took at that point in time. So I don't know if there's any way we can review this form.
Tosi is here. The product manager is here, so she's listening.
Okay.
She will look into that.
If we can look into it. And then I also want to ask, what is your plan towards making devices for A1C? Because it's also very important in this care. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma. So I'm going to start answering your question. You talked about making devices for HB1C. Currently, I'm sure by April we'll be launching our POC, which is called Lumera DX from Roche, which can do HbA1c, it can do CRP, it can do D-dimer, it can do INR, it can do NT-proBNP. And the beautiful thing about our POC is that all you need is just blood sample from a finger prick. You don't have to go to the lab. So we have that POC very soon. We'll be launching it in April. We're already talking with quite a number of people. And then we're also going to be bringing pharmacists on board also with this POC, because I would expect that as pharmacists, we also should be able to do this in our retail outlet. So we have that machine for that. For the 360, you know, this was basically originally designed for the doctors. If you checked the place where I was talking about this different types of monitoring that can be done, if you don't do the 7 points, you can do the other types, which will make them comply. So the 7 points might be very hectic, but you can do the other types of monitoring for them. We can see and then we can discuss about that, because I was rushing. I really could not. I didn't have time to explain the different types of, so they are the ones that are less cumbersome, which you can use for your patients, and you'll be getting awesome results for that. So for this, I'll talk to Tosin. Would say maybe if this can be modified, where they can talk about their meal, put maybe their meal down, what they wrote, so that it makes it easier. I'm sure I've answered all your questions here. So going back to him, you talked about quite a number of studies. There's so many. I know that Roche has been in Nigeria for over 40 years, and I can tell you that so many studies have been done in Nigeria regarding using this class of patients, and we've always seen the difference. I'm responsible for the Akuchek business in the south, the east, and the west. And I will tell you that, when I go into some hospitals or I go into some places and they are telling me, I use this glucometer, I'm getting the right reading. And when I use Akuchek, it's giving me a funny reading. Or I use this glucometer, it's giving me the same reading as Akuchek. Why? So why should I use your brand? And I will just tell them, I'm okay, I am fine. The only thing I need you to do is, I need you to get people who are pregnant, people who live with anemia. I also need you to get people who live in very high coastal areas. I need you to get me smokers. I need you to get me people who do a lot of sports. Did you check this other glucometer and missed these other people? So when they started doing that, then they saw the difference. So that's just, we have a lot of studies that have shown all of this that I've mentioned. If you come to our stand, we can send some of this step study, quite a lot. We can send some of this that we can tell you to go through. Now, regarding, you also said if someone used a glucometer, you are not sure. And that is why I'm here to tell you that at Roche, whenever you pick an Akuchek glucometer, you would always get a result that is accurate and reliable, that you can trust and work on. The basis of this is because everything I mentioned has been taken into consideration. Before a glucometer is certified for use in a country, it goes to the ISO, the International Standard Organization, which is not present in Nigeria. That is where we standardize our glucometers from, not here in Nigeria. And that is the basis of standardizing glucometer. Remember that when I was giving examples, I was mentioning the criteria for accuracy. There are 5 criteria that your glucometer needs to go through. If it passes all those 5 criteria, that is only when ISO would release your glucometer to be used. If you're very conversant in the device business, if you see glucometers from Bayer, glucometers from Johnson & Johnson, Contour, do you see them in the market again? No. But because they failed the ISO standard, and as a responsible organization, what did they do? They retrieved those glucometers from the market so that they are not used by humans. But here in Nigeria, we do not have such.
You.
So,
please, a round of applause. Let's celebrate Roche for that fantastic presentation. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right. So for the next masterclass, there is a link that's been sent to our individual WhatsApps. So please, our indulgence is being created for us to fill it before the next masterclass so that we can have a more interactive session. So please, right now, just try and fill it. The response so far has been very low. Please, let's...
Thank you. All right, so please, Nutrify as a raffle draw at the end of this program, and they're going to give fantastic gifts. So I've been told to inform you at your leisure time, visit their stand, buy their products, and then you get raffle draw. You get your raffle tickets, and if you are lucky to be part of the winners, please, you can start ordering Uber right now. Uber to help you carry your gifts home. So please, you need to visit the Nutrify stand anytime from now. Get your tickets, and you might just be the next winner. So we have some presentations of awards to be done right now. I'm going to invite the ACPN Chairman, Lagos State. Please, a round of applause for Pharmacists, Adeyeye. So we have this first set of presentations to appreciate all our speakers who have done well to empower us. Pharm, over to you, sir.
Thank you so very much, Pharmacist Ayuba. Distinguished colleagues, it's been a very wonderful time would all agree. So much to learn, so much to internalize. And I'm happy to announce to us that we still have a whole lot ahead of us. But we know we can't hold most of our speakers all day. We will need to excuse some of them to be able to attend to other activities for the rest of the day. So we would like to make this presentation to the guest speaker for today, Mr. Ziad Malouf. And I can't do this alone. I would have to beckon on my elders in the house. Please, if you're a fellow in the house, please join me upstage to appreciate Mr. Ziad Malouf. He left virtually all he had to do for today to be with us in this event. And he's not also here alone. He's here with his entire company as an outstanding partner for this event. 7up, like we can all see. 7up is on every table here represented. And to present this award, our chairman for the day, Mr. Olakunle Ekundayo, the Group MD of Drugfield Pharmaceuticals Limited, will be helping us to present this award to our guest speaker. Thank you, sir.
Sir, on behalf of the chairman and the executive of Lagos State ACPN, this award is presented to you as an outstanding Partners Award, Platinum category, presented to 7up Bottling Company at the 2025 Annual Continual Education Conference to Greater Heights, held March 11, 12, 2025. Congratulations. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much.
Just hold it.
Stay right beside him. Thank you.
In appreciation as the guest speaker at this very occasion. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, wow. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. My chairman. Thank you very much. God bless you. Amen.
All right, so more like the story of he that waters shall himself be watered too. It's my singular honor to welcome back upstage our chairman for day 2 for this wonderful event, Pharmacist Olakunle Ekundayo, the Group Managing Director, Drugfield Pharmaceuticals Limited, who took out time of his busy schedule. I think I need to mention this. He hardly leaves his company. He hardly leaves the factory. He is so devoted, so dedicated. We had to go pay him several visits to convince him to spare some hours to be with us today. And I'm sure we're not surprised at the exploits that Drugfield Pharmaceuticals Limited is doing in the pharmaceutical industry. The innovation is there. I will say this to the house, sir. The very first Cloxy gel, what was that active ingredient again? For Navel, chlorhexidine digluconate, exactly. I think in the whole world, or maybe in Africa also.
Second in the world.
The first in Africa, second in the world, came from Drugfield Pharmaceuticals Limited. He has made pharmacy proud, and we cannot but acknowledge that, put that on record with this award. We call it the Pharmacy Innovation Award. And to present this, I would like to call on all the past chairmen of ACPN Lagos, because I'm carrying this thing, it's so weighty on my hand. I can't even, I need so many hands to carry this. Please, all my past chairmen, please join me to present this to our chairman for day 2. ACPN Lagos Continuing Education Conference. This way, man. So let's appreciate them as they come. So we have my immediate past, we have the senior past, we have the principal past, and then how do we call the the senior past, the principal past, all in quick succession. And on behalf of the Council of Past Chairmen of ACPN Lagos, I think I'll hand over to the most senior among them, Pharmacist Abdusalam Yinka Aminu, to help us to present this.
On behalf of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria Lagos State Branch, we appreciate your time. We appreciate your commitment. And you also appreciate your stride in the pharmaceutical landscape. Therefore, for your contribution, worthy contribution, we find it you very worthy of giving you this. It's a small one, but it carried weight. So the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria and Lagos State is presenting to you Pharmacist Olakunle Ekundayo, FPSN, CEO, Drugfield Pharmaceutical Limited, and equally the chairman of the day, presenting to you Pharmacy Innovation Award. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. Please, let's celebrate our chairman. We appreciate you. We do not take your comment for granted. And we say a big thank you to all the past chairmen, ACPN Lagos, for your dedication and how far you've grown us, and we are grateful. All right, so I've been informed that as many of us that registered this morning that were not able to get our meal tickets and your name was written down, please, the meal tickets are available now. So at your slightest opportunity to be out, please get your meal tickets before meal will be served. All right, so we have our next presentation shortly. Probiotics is available. Nature's Food said I should inform as many of us that came to ask for it yesterday that they now have in stock. So you can visit them at their stand when you are at the exhibition stand. So we'll be having Kahoot games today. And ladies and gentlemen, Refresh O'Clock is still coming up later today. How many of you remember Refresh O'Clock yesterday? Hello? How many of us remember Refresh O'Clock yesterday? In case you don't know what is Refresh O'Clock, that auntie that punished us, that told us to sit down, tap our leg, and now started telling us to turn around as if we are 360 degrees. And I saw grandfather and grandmother dancing, and we had a fantastic time. She's there again to energize us. So it's something we should look forward to. So ladies and gentlemen, we start within our time. Quickly, I'd like to bring forward the next speaker. This is the second workshop, and we'll be speaking about mining treasures in pharmaceutical care via research. The facilitator for this session is pharmacist Dr. Foluke Ayeni PhD. Please a round of applause for her as she mounts the rostrum to speak about mining treasures in pharmaceutical care via research. Please a round of applause for our facilitator for the next session. All right, so before she comes on stage, I've been told that we should refresh. Maybe you can just sit here. It's just like 5 minutes, please. Okay, you come back. They said people have been sitting for too long so that they don't get dozy during your session. We should energize ourselves. So quickly, we are going to do refresh o'clock. We are bringing it forward because we've been sitting for a long time. So ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? For as many of us that were not available yesterday, it's my pleasure to introduce to you again someone who I call a magnetic ball. She is pharmacist Omotunde Badru, a trailblazing pharmacist, a certified health coach, and a dedicated member of the Society of Lifestyle Medicine of Nigeria. Combining her expertise in wellness with a passion for dance, she founded Excelsior, a groundbreaking dance company. This company has a program called Motion Boost that revolutionizes corporate events with engaging moments, breaks that combat sedentary routine, and boosts well-being. Omotunde has collaborated with a lot of great organizations, such as the Council, which is being led by the First Lady of Lagos State for 5 consecutive years, LSDPC, apps to mention but a few. With her creativity, energy, and dedication, Omotunde is a go-to expert for organizations seeking to elevate their events from symposia to scientific conferences to product launches, board meetings, strategic meetings, while inspiring active lifestyle. Ladies and gentlemen, for the second time, Day 2, CEC 2025, please let's receive the pleasure of Omotunde Badru, FPCPharm. Please a round of applause for a very short presentation. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I can see we are tired, but we're ready to shake it up. It's for moments like this that we offer solutions like this. When you have scientific conferences and it's so long and so boring, we just put in short movement boosts, at least just to make you recharge, refocus, and of course, you get the benefit of physical activity. So can we all stand up? We're going to do something creative today. How many people enjoyed the session of yesterday? Those who were around, if you were not around, you missed. We are doing something today. So everybody stand up, stand up, stand up. So we're going to Jankara Market. Who knows where Jankara Market is? A lot of hustle and bustle, go on and all that. So please, let's stand up, stand up. Let's stand up. Okay, let's just move around, just turn, tilt. Let's just tilt. Okay, so we're going to do something very creative. DJ, not yet. Okay, so we're going to create something, Jankara dance. So I don't know how to sing. When God was sharing gifts of singing, I think I was the last person, so I didn't collect that, but I collected the one of dance. Okay, so I will sing and I will just teach. It's going to be very short. So this is it. One leg out, one leg in. Shebi, they see me. So this is one leg out, one leg in. Can we try it? 1, 2, 3, go. One leg out, one leg in. Now, shebi, they see me. So let's take it again. 1, 2, 3, go. One leg out, one leg in. Shebi, they see me. So it's just front, back, right, left. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. One leg out, one leg in. Shebi, you say, see me. So the next one is change your style. Change your style. Okay, be like that. So all you do is you move. You are going to move. You can't just stand. So you move. You can move to the next table and just say, change your style. Change your style. Go back again. Okay, be like that. Can we try it? 1, 2, 3, go. Change your style. Change your style. Okay, be like that. And because let's say 1, 2, 3, go. One leg out, one leg in. Shebi, they see me, so change your style. Change your style. Okay, Bill. Okay, DJ, let's start. Let them have a feel. Make it increase it, please. So,
one leg out, one leg out. You see me, change your style, change your style. Okay, be like that. Stop. Life no be a serious something. Still no no be a play something.
So you just tap your table. Life no dey serious something. Shey you dey see something. So just tap. So let's say 1, 2, 3, go. Life no dey serious something. Do you really serious something? La 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 la. Next one say when you wake up, thank the Lord. So he said when you wake up, thank the Lord. So it's when you wake up, thank the Lord. Okay, so DJ, let's start again from beginning. We're almost done with the choreography. Let's start again from beginning. I can feel you.
Listen. One leg out. Chip, see me. Change just that. Keep it like that.
Hit.
Like the something. Still no be something. When you wake up from morning, you can tell the Lord. So I say, jump, clap your hands. Mama, yo. This is a love song for the whole world.
No, not too high now. Not too high now. I know some of you are on heels. Just jump. Mama, yo. You said what? Okay. So mama, yo. Again, it repeats again. Jump. Clap your hand. Papa, yo. I know you have. Then next it says Jankara. So let's work from there to we're almost done. DJ starts again.
And I say jump, clap your hands. Mama, yo. I have enough today.
DJ, yes, to that jump, please. Move back a bit.
Mama, you something just that. Keep it like that. Like the serious something. Still no be something. When you wake up from morning, you can tell the Lord. So I say jump, clap your hands. Mama, yo. This is a song for the whole world. Jump, clap your hands. Mama, yo. I have enough.
Now watch it, my Jankara. Now go. Run. You see how go. Miss your neighbor. Now forget to jump. Miss your neighbor. Nice. Sing it. Thank you. Sprinkle. Let's move. Again. Hey. Thank you. We are done now. So repeat it once more. We are done. Oh yeah. DJ from beginning. We are from beginning. Now.
Listen. One leg out. Chip, see me. Change just that. Keep it like that.
Hit.
Like the serious something. Still no be something. When you wake up from morning, you can tell the Lord. So I say jump, clap your hands. Mama, yo. This is a love song for the whole world. Jump, clap your hands. Mama, yo. I have enough today.
Now run to your neighbor. Now swing it.
So.
Thank you. People still want to dance. Let's dance. Come on. Let's dance. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, yes, hey.
This is a song for the whole world.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Make some noise. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please, let's celebrate with a big round of applause for Motunde Martins for that fantastic presentation. Someone asked me yesterday, said this Gen Z just came here to punish us. She's not Gen Z, she's a mother of 3 children. Yes. And I thought that very soon she will be a grandmother. Can you imagine? So please, as she has told you, please keep active and God will continue to give us more life, good health, and our business will continue to prosper by the special grace of God. All right, so we are going to read the citation of our next speaker and my co-compare will do that. Let's go.
So I'll crave your indulgence. Please come forward, ma. Foluke Ayeni. Dr. Foluke Ayeni is a lecturer and researcher in the Department of Clinical Pharmacy and Biopharmacy, Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Lagos. She holds a PhD degree in clinical pharmacy and has about 15 years' experience in clinical pharmacy-related research. Her research interests are in the areas of public health, infectious diseases, and the relationship between communicable and non-communicable diseases, with emphasis on tuberculosis and diabetes mellitus. In line with her research interest, she has several publications in peer-reviewed national and international journals. Dr. Foluke Ayeni has mentioned and has monitored and supervised over 20 undergraduate students and 5 postgraduate students at the master's level. She's currently supervising 4 undergraduates, 1 master's, and 2 PhD students. Dr. Foluke Ayeni is a member of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN, Clinical Pharmacists Association of Nigeria, CPAN, and the International Pharmaceutical Federation, FIP. Put your hands together for Dr. Foluke Ayeni as she takes us on the next workshop.
Good afternoon, distinguished pharmacists, our elders in the profession, ladies and gentlemen. I want to stand on all existing protocols. To start with, I want to appreciate the planning committee of this conference for bringing me here to talk on this topic, mining the treasures in community pharmacy practice through collaboration and research. So my job here is actually very simple. It is to stimulate our interest in research. And whether we like it or not, we all do research. We have this data sitting down with us in our pharmacies, in our homes. Imagine a woman who wakes up in the morning and is considering what to prepare for her children for breakfast. She does a little bit of permutation and decides to just make plantain and eggs, because it will not take her more than 10 minutes to make, as compared to when she wants to make a pot of rice. She has done it before. She discovered that making plantain and eggs will not take her too much time. And so she decides to go ahead with that on days that she's very busy and is in a hurry to leave home. That is a little bit of research. She has that data. Another person wants to leave home, and to get to your office, you have like 3 routes that you could take. And you think about it, you say, okay, route 1 will take me 5 minutes. Route 2 will take me 15 minutes. Route 3 will take me like 30 minutes. And you decide to say, okay, today I'm not in a hurry. Let me go the route that will take me 15 minutes to get to the office. That is as a result of a research you have done. It's a research. You have gone through route 1, route 2, route 3, and you have the data to show that this takes 5 minutes, this takes 15 minutes, and the other one takes 30 minutes. So we all do research in one way or the other every day. And as community pharmacists, we sit on a lot of data. So I'm here to convince all of us to partner with colleagues in the academia, colleagues in research institutes, and let's get this data out there to improve our practice and to inform policy. Let's look at this case scenario. We have this evergreen community pharmacy. It is a busy independent pharmacy that is located in Oregun, a suburban community in Lagos State. The pharmacy has established a solid reputation for its commitment to patient care. It provides a wide range of services such as medication therapy management, immunization services, and chronic disease management, health screenings. However, the pharmacy team there, they have a couple of pharmacists working in the pharmacy. The pharmacy team realized that they had limited evidence to demonstrate the full impact of the services they have been offering on health outcomes and the broader healthcare system. They have the data but have not done anything with it. So in an effort both to enhance their services and improve their understanding of their own impact, Evergreen Community Pharmacy decided a workshop titled Mining the Treasures in Community Pharmacy Practice Through Collaboration and Research. The workshop aims to integrate research and collaboration with other pharmacists and healthcare providers to improve patient care and prove the effectiveness of the services through data and evidence-based practices. Now, the question is, at the end of this workshop, how would Evergreen Pharmacy go about doing this? I'm going to talk about it in just a nutshell. I've been told to try not to make it too academic, so I've tried not to make it too academic. I wanted to make it as interactive as possible. And before this talk, I sent out a Google form, which would have been sent to your phones. Please, I would, before I came up, I had about 23 responses. I would like us to fill that form, and we are going to use it as a point of discussion to demonstrate and simulate research through the data that you are providing. Because in your filling the form, you are actually giving me data, which I need to do the research I want to do. So going back to my topic, mining the treasures in community pharmacies through research and collaboration. I looked at the word community pharmacy. In a nutshell, I'll just speak to it. We are all, well, maybe not all of us, but we all know who community pharmacies are. We know the what, the who, the where, the why, and the when. Who are community pharmacists? We know ourselves, because as by association, I have now become a community pharmacy today. So, who are community pharmacies? We are the healthcare professionals who are most accessible to the patients in the community that we practice in and serve. The community pharmacy setting it has been recognized as an increasingly cornerstone of healthcare delivery within the community. It is the first point of call for patients with any health challenge, and they come there to seek solutions to the health challenges that they have before taking any other step of going further. The practice that we have in community pharmacy keeps evolving. In fact, the practice of pharmacy has evolved from the traditional dispensing that we have, and now we are in the era of pharmaceutical care, having evolved over time. The same thing with community pharmacies. And we have this multifaceted approach now that includes patient counseling services, clinical services, finding out the health outcomes of our patients, medication therapy management, helping our patients to use their drugs rationally, and then collaboration with other healthcare providers. With this evolving over time and integration of advanced pharmaceutical care, pharmacists in general are in a unique position to make a tangible difference and contribute positively to patient health outcomes through our expertise in medication management. How do we manage our patients? What data do we collect from them when they come into our pharmacies, either with a prescription or to seek counsel, to talk with a pharmacist? We have all this data, and like it said in pharmacy, any intervention done that is not documented is not done. So when we have data sitting down and is not being used in research, it's just there. But I tell you that if we harness this data and bring it out in research, we can inform policy and improve our patient health outcomes. Also looking at collaboration. Collaboration refers to the process where two or more individuals or groups work together towards a common goal or objective, pulling their resources together. I know a lot has been said about collaboration since this program started yesterday, so I'm not going to overflog it. But I just want to mention that as pharmacists, as community pharmacists, we can collaborate within ourselves. Just like our keynote speaker today said, we can collaborate within ourselves. We can also have interdisciplinary collaboration with pharmacists in other practice areas and also with other healthcare practitioners. And this we do so that our patients can have better treatment outcomes at the end of the day. And then looking at research, it is referred to as a systematic investigation or inquiry into a subject or a problem to discover the facts or establish or validate theories that have been made. So in doing research, there has to be a question that you want to answer. There must be a theory that you want to test. There must be something that you want to confirm. Maybe in a community you have heard that this community, over a period of months, they consume more of a particular medication, and you want to confirm if it is true. You go about it, design a research project, and then test that theory, or you want to answer that question. We'll see all that as we go on in this talk. Talking about mining the treasures, I've mentioned that we sit on a lot of data. And if I ask in community pharmacy, what is that thing that pays us the most? I know that we want to look at the products. We want to look at the profits that are coming in from the product. But like our keynote address of yesterday mentioned, I was privileged to join in and just heard him mentioning that he was able to collaborate with a foreign firm, and they paid him in foreign currency through a sort of research that he did for them. If we get grounded in carrying out research, we can disseminate such informations at the end of the day to either inform national policies or international policies. Majority of countries or even government establishments, when they want to embark on a project, they go out there to see what has been published in literature, what has been said regarding what they want to do. They take it up, and then they can now design their own research to test that theory or to confirm it, and then go ahead to continue with the program that they want to do. And this is how development takes place. It is as a result of finding out what can be done or what has been done, and then improving on it and implementing it for the benefit and the betterment of whatever situation they want it to address. And in our own case, it will be to the betterment of our patients, to inform better patient care. So in pharmacy practice, data refers to any collection of factual information that can be used to inform decisions. Like the Google form I sent out today, what you are giving me back is data. I will now organize it to find out the trend of the questions I've asked in that research. And that is how research works, basically. So and when this is done, it is used to inform decision, improve patient care, and optimize healthcare outcomes. Data in pharmacy practice is very critical for understanding medication therapy, patient behaviors, treatment efficacy, and health system performance. We can break all the data as we have down to address these different areas of research. And then in pharmacy, we collect different types of data. The different types of data we collect can be patient data that has to do with the patient's own self. We call it social demographic data. And then we can collect medication data. We want to find out what medication the patient is using and marry it with the comorbid conditions they have to be sure that every of their disease condition is being managed by a medication. And any medication that is not needed will be removed from the medication list. And any condition they have that is not being managed by medication and is needed to be managed by medication will be addressed. All this gives us medication data. We also have clinical data, the outcomes, operational data that has to do with the operation of the premises, of the pharmacy premise, patient-reported data, data that patient gives us when they come in, and so on and so forth. We also have, very importantly, pharmacovigilance data. We have patients coming in to maybe complain to us on the outcome of one medication they've taken or another. We have the channels to disseminate this information, and we can also work on it to find out if there's a pattern in a particular region or within a particular time of the year where patients have more of these adverse events occurring. So, despite the fact that we have this data already lying down somewhere with us, there remains a gap in the consistent application of the collaborative care models and research-driven practices that can contribute to policies in many pharmacies. I want to say that the Google form that was being passed on, if I look at all of us in this hall, we are like close to 1,000 or thereabouts. But as at the time I came up here, we've had less than 30 responses. So that shows that we need to pay more attention to issues that has to do with research like this. Many times you would have had students coming into your pharmacy to bring in, to want to carry out one research or the other. They bring a questionnaire and ask for it to be filled. I would use this opportunity to kindly plead that please let us oblige these students that comes to us to fill our questionnaires. All the data they are getting from you are going to be used confidentially to draw a conclusion that will be put out there in literature for the betterment of patients or to inform policy as the case may be. So this is a problem. There's a gap, and that gap needs to be addressed. How do we go about addressing that gap? So for this talk, I just have these 4 objectives to talk about. Fostering collaborative care. We have heard a lot about it, so that is like a given. So I encourage collaboration between pharmacy teams and other healthcare professionals to improve patient care. At the end of this workshop, what am I going to do differently than what I've been doing? What are you going to do differently? That is a question and a food for thought. Also, the second one is to synthesize and encourage research in community pharmacy practice through the use of research methodologies that could be applied in the pharmacy settings. There are some researches that could be done quite conveniently in the pharmacy setting, especially community pharmacy. And these are what we are looking at when we are talking about encouraging research in community pharmacy. And then after going through this, we want to measure the impact. What is the impact of the research? What has been the outcome of the question we have set out to answer, or the gap that we have set out to fill? And then at the end of it, we want to build a framework for long-term research engagement. And this is where my work is, to encourage us. I know that the ACPN has a research platform being set up. And we can collaborate on this platform. We can come into this platform to find out our own area of interest. As we are here, we have different areas of interest. Some people have more interest in one disease state than the others. So your own interest, come here, form a team with people of like mind, and let's find out how we can further improve our patients that have these disease conditions, so that at the end of the day, they will have a better quality of life, and then we can also have more money in our pockets. So taking the first one is still talking about collaborative care, and I've said we can do either an inter-collaboration or intra-collaboration within ourselves, within pharmacists, in other practice settings, and with other healthcare professionals. And collaborative care now is the in thing. Managing patients collaboratively is what is being done now in many practice settings. So pharmacists in collaborative care are particularly valuable in ensuring that patients receive the right medications at the right dosages in an optimal manner, while also helping to educate them about their disease states and medication. So it's all about rational use of drugs for the patients when we are managing them collaboratively. Sensitizing and encouraging research in community pharmacies. I've talked a bit about research, but I also need to mention that despite the fact that we have this data, there are ways to carry out research. Research is basically a systematic and investigative testing and evaluation, including research development designed to develop or contribute to generalizable knowledge. When the proper steps to carry out research is followed, whatever results we have can be generalized. For instance, if I carry out now the Google form that is going out, if I get the responses and I'm able to show you what our responses are at the end of the day, which is that I'll get to it, we can generalize to say, okay, these are the responses we got for the ACPN members, community pharmacists in Lagos State. We can generalize it to other community pharmacies in other states, provided we have taken the appropriate steps we need to be taking while carrying out the research. I will also get to that as we go on. This slide showcases some of the types of research that are usually being done. There is no research that cannot be done. Any question that has come up must have an answer. There has to be a way to design a project, a research project to answer that question and make sure that we have the answers that we have. And basically, research is carried out in different ways. We have the quantitative research. We have the qualitative research. There are different ways. For quantitative research, I just want to explain it a bit so that when we decide to go into a bit of a research, we'll know what area we want to go in, which method is convenient for us, and how do we partner with others to make sure this is done. And I also want to say that research should not be done solo. It should be done collaboratively within teams and with other members outside our team. A quantitative research is a research like the one we are having now, finding out information, collecting information from respondents regarding a question or an hypothesis that has been set up within the research study. That can be done using different methods. It could be a cross-sectional study, which is a study that is done at a point in time. You collect your information from your patients at a point in time, and then you go on to analyze the responses that you have to deduct the answers from the results that you will obtain from administering of that questionnaire. It could be a longitudinal study, in which case you want to follow up the patients, and this is usually done when we are following up patients with chronic disease conditions. You are finding out what is their health status, for example, at this point in time, and you want to do an intervention, or you want to encourage them to try another alternative medication, or you want to educate them more on their disease state and encourage adherence. And after a period of time, you want to find out what change has occurred, if any change has occurred. For instance, you have a patient that has a high BP pressure now, and then you encourage the patient, you look at the medications that the patient is taking, do a medication therapy management, make sure that the therapy is appropriate for the patient, and then you encourage adherence in the patient, encourage the patient to monitor his or her BP daily, and then educate the patients on the medication they are taking, educate them on the disease state, educate them to either report any adverse events that they might have that might necessitate a change of therapy or issues like that. And in another few months, you want to compare the values they have at that time with what they had at the initial stage. So you're calling the patient to find out what has happened over time. Action research study. That is something that requires a patient or the respondent to take some certain steps that will also result in a change which is to be measured over a period of time. Case control studies could be a case that is peculiar to a patient. A patient is reacting out of the norm to a particular medication, and you want to find out why that is being done. It has to do with a case, with a patient, and you look at that patient and follow that patient up over time. You can even look back in time to see if there are risk factors that the patient has been exposed to or the participant has been exposed to that has resulted in that disease condition, and so on and so forth. Descriptive research is just for us to take a snapshot of time and report what you are seeing. It's also a cross-sectional study. And I want to mention qualitative research. Qualitative research is one that has, where you want to find out the perceptions of people, you want to find out their opinions about some certain situations or certain experiences they have had. So it's going to be a one-on-one discussion with those respondents where you ask them some questions, you document their responses, and then you go on and formulate some themes based on the responses that has been given from that study. So there are different ways of carrying out research. And then in the community pharmacy, it is easier to do some than to do others. This slide shows the steps that need to be taken in carrying out any particular research. The first one is to identify if there is a research problem. You identify the problem, and then you clearly define the question and formulate an objective around that question. For example, what is the perception of community pharmacies regarding the management of diabetes? Is this something that they feel patients are cooperating with their care or otherwise? What are their perceptions? What do they think? You can also find out perceptions of people about practically any other topic. So identify the problem. What do you want to solve? That is the first step to take. And then secondly, like I said, it's not going to be done by one particular person. So it will not be overwhelming to say, I'm going to identify a problem, and then I'm not going to go on to review literature. But still, a review of literature has to be done. This is like going online to look for similar topics in that area of research you want to find out, to carry out, to find out what has been done, what has been documented, what is already known, so that you don't duplicate what has been done. And then you can go ahead and then answer, because each research, at the end of the day, will give a recommendation that can become another problem. Where one research stops is where another one starts. When a research is concluded, recommendations can be made that will become another research question for another researcher. So a conducting literature review helps to know what is already out there, what is obtainable, and then to now know how to proceed with the study at hand. Next is to formulate hypotheses or research questions. And this means just turning your questions into an objective or formulating hypotheses with your question. For instance, I can say community pharmacies are prone to carrying out researches, or community pharmacies are not predisposed to carry out research studies. So that is an example of an hypothesis. So I want to test that hypothesis, and then I put out some questionnaire to find out the perceptions of community pharmacists, to find out if they are actually predisposed to carrying out research or they are not predisposed to doing that. And then after that, we choose the research design that can be used from the slide I mentioned earlier. Also, in addition to those slides, Longitudinal studies can also be described as observational studies. We are observing what is going on from one point in time to another point in time. Or it could be an experimental study where there's a kind of intervention. We've had many studies that show the impact of pharmacy-led interventions in various disease states. That is an experimental study. We can do it in different practice settings. We can do it in different locations. And at the end of the day, those results will be put together. When you go to literature, you find a result that has been done in Egbeda, in Lagos State. You find one that has been done similarly in Southwest Nigeria. You find another one that has been done all over the country. So we have these kinds of research designs. And then selecting the sampling method. I won't want to bore us with that. There are so many ways of choosing a sample size that should be used for a research. And in our team, if we want to carry out research, I want to encourage that we have a statistician on board. This basically will be the purview of the statistician to make sure that we have the appropriate sample size that can be used. And it now makes our study relevant. It makes it generalizable to other situations outside of the one that we have. And then we go on, after we have done all these steps, we go ahead to collect our data. And the type of data that will be collected will be determined by the kind of research questions that is being asked or the kind of study that is being carried out. All these are steps, we do it. And then after collecting the data, we do a data analysis. Data analysis also has its own techniques. There are tools, statistical tools that we can use to analyze the collected data that we have. And at the end of the day, we'll have our results, just like what I have here. We'll still get to that. Those are the results from the questions I've asked the audience today, and those are the data that I have. And then after we have our results, we can now look at the trend of the results, interpret it, answer the question we have asked initially, and then report our findings of the study. And in reporting, usually we don't write it, we don't report it and keep it to ourselves. We are encouraged to disseminate our research findings. Disseminate it via journals, disseminate it via society bulletins, but journals are more acceptable so that it can be taken up by other people and then it can be used in their own research as well. And also it can be taken up by governmental bodies, it can be taken up by policymakers to inform policy and also result in better patient care. Now in community pharmacies, there are, like I mentioned, some research are more easier to carry out in community pharmacies than others. There are some research that usually will be domiciled in the general community. You can domicile your research in the general community. You can want to find out, like some of the, during the group talk this morning, some group went to town and conducted some point of care tests for people in the community. So you can domicile your research in the community. For people that did that, I don't know whether they did anything with the data that they got from that community, because that is a very good way of getting data from a community. It will tell you the prevalence of whatever conditions or disease state they have in that community. Whether in that community, the women are prone to having high blood pressure, or the men are prone to having some other comorbid disease, or even a non-communicable disease. Data will tell you. When we go out to the community to do researches there, it will show. And then some researches are also domiciled in the hospital. They can be carried out with patients that are in the hospital. Some can be domiciled in community pharmacies, like we are saying. It can be carried out in community pharmacies, and so on and so forth. You can carry out research in practically everywhere that you find a problem and you want to address that problem. So the types of research that can be carried out in community pharmacies, There's a slide that got missing here while I was sending this. So I'll just go to it here and speak to it. In community pharmacy, areas of research that we can easily conduct are medication therapy management studies to find out the outcomes of therapy on our patients. How are the diabetic patients, how are the diabetic drugs controlling the diabetic condition of our patients? How are the BP monitoring drugs controlling their BP? Is it being controlled? Are there other, if it's not being controlled, are there other risk factors that could contribute to that and that's making them to have those results that they have? We can also conduct adherence and compliance studies in community pharmacies. How adherent are our patients? They come to us, time and again. So we want to find out, are they being adherent to their drugs? We can do this via asking them questions and recording it, or administering a questionnaire to them and asking them to tick whatever options we want them to tick. And by so doing, we will know their states, we will know where they are, we will know how they are taking their medications, how they are complying to it, and then we can design an intervention, if need be, to encourage them to do better. Also, we can carry out pharmacogenomics and personalized medicines in community pharmacy. Peradventure, you have a patient who does not respond to conventional medicines or medications that he or she should respond to, and you want to know why. Are there some idiosyncratic characteristics of the patient? Are there some genomic alterations that is making this patient to have these outcomes? This can be designed in community pharmacies, either in solo or in combination with other healthcare practitioners to get this done. Public health intervention is another one. We can champion campaigns such as immunization campaigns, smoking cessation campaigns, and then we measure what has been the effect of that campaign, what has been the effect of our intervention. If a pharmacist notices that you have so many people that comes into the pharmacy reeking of cigarette smoke, you want to find out how can you help them to try to stop smoking. You can design an intervention and then educate them about the risks and the dangers of smoking. You can put them on smoking cessation plans, put them on some medications like nicotine gum, varicidine, which I think is what is being used to stop smoking, to encourage people to stop smoking. And then let them go through that plan. There's a plan for it to help patients to stop smoking. Let them go through that plan, and at the end of the day, you measure how many of them were actually able to either reduce their smoking or to stop smoking. We can measure also the impact of health education and counseling effectiveness on our patients in our community pharmacies. And the way we do this are through observational studies. We could use a case control studies. We could use a retrospective study, which I didn't mention earlier. That is going back in time to find out what has happened before. And then you are bringing it to the present time to draw conclusions regarding the condition of the patient. A randomized control study can be done where you want to find out the impact or the effect of an intervention. And you have two arms. You have an arm that goes through the conventional treatment, and you have another one that goes through the intervention that the pharmacist is offering. And at the end of the day, you compare the two results to see if there was a difference that was made. So these are services and research studies that could be done in community pharmacies. And at the end, we collect our data. Also, in collecting data, in addition to the one-on-one intervention or the administering of questionnaires to patients, we can have follow-up phone calls. We can actually get our data through phone calls for patients who might not be predisposed to come in as we want them to. We can use our pharmacy records from our computer and digital systems that we have, get the data from there, set up our research, design, and study, and then go ahead. And then we measure our results, which are our outcome measures. And the importance of defining these outcomes cannot be overemphasized. We have to know what question we are answering, what we are aiming to be able to have at the end of our research. So going to the Google link that I sent to ask some questions, I want to show us that this is actually how it works. This is a very simplified way of carrying out research, asking questions and then getting your results in real time. And then you'll be able to see, this is a raw data. Please wait. Can you please go to the, okay, this is the first one. Okay, good. I have 70 responses now. So this shows me that 71 responses. This shows me that in this hall, we have 50% of females and 50% of males. Please, can you scroll up a bit? And then this goes on to show me that it shows the demography of pharmacists that are seated in this hall. We have 52% of pharmacy owners. And at the end of the day, we can relate the status of the pharmacists to the questions that will be answered later during the research. So we have 42% thereabouts that are superintendent pharmacists. Please go up. Go up, please. Here we have a majority of us having practiced for more than 10 years, about 70% of pharmacists. So we have our elders in the pharmacy profession here. What type of pharmacy services do you offer in your pharmacies? This is a range. I can actually pull out this raw result and make a very beautiful data that will be very explicit as it's being looked at. You'll be able to deduct what happens there. For instance, we have 80% of our respondents here offering medication therapy management in their pharmacies. That is very good. I hope we have the data and we can do something with the data when we leave here. Then we have only 12% carrying out immunization services in their pharmacy. We can improve on this. And, this can be a point to inform policy that pharmacies are easily accessible and they are able to administer immunizations to people that need them. And then the policymakers will look at it and say, oh, only 12% of pharmacists are doing this presently. What can we do to encourage more pharmacists to tap into this resource? And that is how policy is informed. Please go up. Let's see the next one. Here we have 49% of pharmacists not being involved in any research activities in our pharmacy. What are we going to do differently after this workshop? We can collaborate with others. And like I mentioned, the ACPN has a research platform that we can tap into. We can form different groups. Please form different groups. Collaborate with pharmacists in the industry, pharmacists in the academia, pharmacists in research institutes. And let's put our researches out there and then showcase the profession of pharmacy more than the way we are showcasing it presently. Please go up. This question asks that the nature of research you've been involved in be chosen for those who have been involved in. And we have 51%, about half of those who have been involved in research saying that practice-based research, that is point of care outcomes, kind of point of care test. Did we document this? Do we have a data? If it's not more than 1 year since we collected that data, we can still turn it into a research. Please see the chairperson and we can do something about that. How frequently do you engage in research activities? 33% said never. That's the highest percentage. Never. Please let me do my work very well and encourage us to start engaging in research post CEC 2025 conference. Please scroll up. What are the main barriers to engaging in research in your pharmacy practice for those who are not engaging or those who have not been engaging? The highest response here says that uncertainty on how to initiate a research, something like that. That is what that question is talking about. So I see that from this question, we want to do research, but we don't know how to go about it. Now we know how to go about it. Please reach out to the research team, the ACPN research team, and then we can form cohorts of research teams that can carry out research. The data you have, you are not doing anything with it. Give us. We will use it and we will bring it into a beautiful research paper that will be published in a journal that you will see and you would be encouraged to carry out more research. Please scroll up. Can we go up again? Okay, this says, have you ever conducted your own research? 79% said no. Good. That's not a bad response because you might not be able to conduct a research solo. So we can also team up, like I've been encouraging, to get some of these researches done. So this is just showing us what can be done when we want to carry out research. There are different ways of doing this. It might not always be through this format. It might be through other formats, all the other research designs. There are others outside of what I've talked about today. I've been asked not to make it too academic so that we will not be too bored. If you have conducted research, how did you go about it? This is an interesting question. And it says 40% of people or pharmacists as part of an academic program or degree. So I think those who have higher degrees or those who have had researchers coming to them to help out to fill their research instruments. All right, so that's good. So these are just basically the simplest way to carry out a research. You go through the steps, have your research question, design a research study, get your sample size, get your population. You don't merge too many populations together. For instance, I cannot carry out a research using hypertensive, diabetic, and HIV patients at the same time. Unless I want to measure something that is peculiar to the three of them, or I want to find out how one disease state affects the other, or how one medication being used in one disease state affects the other. So there are designs and ways to do this. So measuring research and service impact. Going back to our case scenario. Now, evergreen community pharmacy. Now, I don't know if there's any evergreen community pharmacy here. If there is, apologies. I don't mean to plagiarize. This is just an hypothetical community pharmacy. So they set up a research team to address the gap that they'd realized at the initiation of this study. And that research, they carried it out among elderly patients. And that revealed that through regular follow-up calls, calling the elderly patients, counseling them, doing a medication review for them, encouraging them on adherence to their medications, they were able to have an increase in adherence rate by 25% over 6 months. So there will be less disease or uncomfortable situations for the elderly patient, and then they will be in a better state of health. And the findings were presented to the stakeholders in that community. They went on to implement a system-wide medication management program. Having realized that doing so benefited Evergreen Pharmacy, they now piloted it and disseminated to all the other pharmacies around for elderly patients. And then also, the community pharmacy collaborated with a nearby hospital pharmacy to study the impact of pharmacists on reducing adverse drug reactions. The pharmacies around the hospital discovered that patients were coming in with complaints to medications that they have taken. And so they partnered with the hospital to find out why these adverse reactions were occurring. And they were able to reduce the occurrence by looking at their medications, doing a review, and removing those medications that interacted and resulted in drug reactions. So this was a win-win situation for the pharmacy, the patient, and the hospital. And then at the end of that collaboration with the hospital, there was a 15% reduction in ADR-related admissions. So we have looked at our survey, the one that was sent out, and we have seen the trend. We've seen how many people are interested in doing research. We have seen how many people have actually gone on to do research and how many would be willing. If we answer that question, we will see that there's one that is asking how many of us would be interested in partnering with other colleagues in carrying out a research. So I will pass these responses to the chairperson, and they will look at it and act on it based on what our responses has been. So building a framework for long-term research engagement. I'm here to encourage us to do more research. I'm here to encourage us to do more collaborations, do more partnering in carrying out research in our locality and with other healthcare professionals. ACPN's research team is called Ethics, Research and Documentation Committee, and they are saddled with the goal of transforming community pharmacy practice into a more research-oriented one. So reach out to the chairperson and you can be part of this as we all collaborate to work together. I just want to showcase some of the researches that has been done in my institution by some of my colleagues among community pharmacies. This study was carried out among community pharmacies in Lagos State to document their adverse drug reactions reporting rates. So it was a questionnaire-based study. The questionnaires were administered to community pharmacies over a period of 4 months in 30 community pharmacies in 4 areas of Lagos State: Ikorodu, Victoria Island, Surulere, and Ikeja. So the questionnaire contained questions that were assessing the reporting rates of community pharmacies regarding ADR that they see in their patient and how often they report these ADRs to the relevant authorities. So the results showed us that over 96% of the pharmacies reported that they agreed that spontaneous reporting of ADRs is necessary. Okay? But only 24% of them actually go ahead and report. So others were not inclined to reporting. And then at the end of this study, the conclusion is that the knowledge of ADR reporting by community pharmacies needs to be improved upon to encourage more reports of adverse drug reactions. This is another study. The first one was carried out by Olubake et al. In 2023. This second one was carried out by George et al. In 2020 to study the pharmacists' perception of their roles and involvement in coronavirus disease when we had that pandemic. So this was also an online survey. The questionnaire was sent out just like it was sent out today to 384 pharmacists. And at the end of the day, we actually got 716 responses from the survey. The results showed more females than males. It showed that the mean age of respondents was 39%. We can deduct something from there to say younger pharmacists had more knowledge of COVID. And the most common roles that were reported were counseling and advice regarding the conditions. So there was also a conclusion in that study. The third one was the community pharmacists' perception of their role in the management of TB-DM comorbidity and the barriers to provision of care in Lagos State. So we also had a lot of responses from there. And the conclusion was that the study revealed that community pharmacists in Lagos State have a positive perception towards managing TB-DM comorbidity. I don't know if I'm right. Am I right? That was the response we got. And then continuous care will promote safe, effective, and optimal treatment outcomes in these groups of patients. And the last one, management of acute diarrhea in children by community pharmacists in Lagos State. As the title implies, it was carried out to determine how community pharmacies manage acute diarrhea in children. The study, the method was also through a self-administered questionnaire. And at the end of the day, the conclusion was that the assessment of patients to determine acute diarrhea was inadequate. Conclusions are always drawn from the data that we get from the research. So, and it is this conclusion that we put out there to inform other colleagues and policymakers. So also emphasizing that community pharmacists that there's a need for intense campaign on the management of acute and watery diarrhea in Lagos State. These are some of the studies that has been done. There are so many others. These are some of the references that I used in preparing these slides. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please a round of applause for pharmacist Dr. Foluke Ayeni. Thank you very much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we have a presentation for her shortly. I don't know if we can allow her to rest a bit, and then we come back to do that. Okay, so let's allow her to rest, and then we invite her for the award presentation shortly. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, I've been informed to tell you that FPSN exhibition stand is there. They said they are not seeing us. So please, anytime you're out there, look for them. Just go straight and you ask for FPSN. You see the exhibition stand. Up next, we have a presentation by Ralphon's Pharmaceuticals Limited. Please, a round of applause for them. That is the final product presentation for this conference. I thought you'd be excited to see Ralphon's in our midst. Please, a round of applause for Ralphon's. And after this, we'll be having a Kahoot game. Many gifts to be won, and then we go to the panel session.
Good afternoon, my extinguished pharmacists. Standing on all existing protocol, I'll be taking a few minutes of our time to talk about the effective management of diarrhea and experts' opinion. My presentation slides, please. Sorry, the clicker. Okay, so as I earlier said, guidelines in the management of diarrhea and what are experts' opinion. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So diarrhea can be defined as the passage of two or more loose stools. It can be frequent depending on the severity of the case. It has also been said that it is the second leading cause of death globally. Thank you very much. And of course, children below 3 years experience diarrhea 3 times in a year. Children below 3 years. Now, gastroenteritis is the major reason for hospitalization for children below 3 years. It is also said as the second leading cause of death in pediatric cases. A clinical trial showed that the major responsibility or the major cause of death in diarrhea is microorganisms. The most severe threat in diarrhea is dehydration. Now, if we look at diarrhea, what happens in diarrhea? You find out that children lose water and electrolyte. So, if that happens, when a child comes into the pharmacy, it's important that we look at what the child is presenting because there are 3 types of dehydration: mild, moderate, and severe. If we look at the signs of severe diarrhea, you find out that that child is weak, has sunken eyes, and if you pinch the skin, it takes about 2 seconds for that skin to come back. While for dehydration, it's usually sunken eyes. They tend to drink water because they are very thirsty. But for mild, they usually don't present symptoms. So when mothers bring in their children to our pharmacy, it's important that we look at this critically. There was a particular situation whereby a mother brought her child to the pharmacy, and the pharmacy looked at the child. After complaining about the symptoms that, oh, my child has been stooling frequently, they just gave an oral rehydration and a probiotic, and the mother went home. But when she got home, the child wasn't even taking those medications. By the time they woke up the next day, the child had died. And this is because the pharmacists did not take their time to look at that side and say, oh, you need to take this child to the hospital. Probably an oral rehydration would not have been enough to take care of that child. So taking note of the indication and the severity of dehydration is very, very important when managing diarrhea. So what are the treatment goals when managing diarrhea? The first thing, according to WHO, is that you want to rehydrate the patient because the child or whoever the patient is already weak and is dehydrated. So you want to rehydrate the patient first. The second thing is that we want to address the underlying cause and symptoms before we now then stop diarrhea. So what are the other interventions that we can do to prevent diarrhea? We want to advise that drinking a lot of water is very, very important. Observing clean sanitation, and that's why diarrhea is very prevalent in rural areas because their water is not clean, the environment is not clean. Whatever water they take usually triggers diarrhea. And of course, hand washing with soap, especially for children, is important. And amongst the urban areas, leaving food open is also another major cause of diarrhea. So you want to reduce the amount your food that are being exposed. Let them ensure that they cover the food that they are not eating so that flies and bacteria do not climb on top of these meals. These interventions can be used to prevent diarrhea. Now, what are the treatment options we have in our community practice today? We have the oral rehydration, then we have antibiotics if it's as a result of an infection, probiotics, and of course, zinc. Looking at oral rehydration, it's a solution that contains glucose, potassium, and sodium. What the solution does is that it allows intestine absorb more water and ensure that that patient is rehydrated. And of course, we also want to give an antibiotics if it's as a result of an infection. So, probiotics also. We recently introduced probiotics. Back then, we always just dependent on oral rehydration. But recent practice have been saying that let us introduce probiotics in the management of diarrhea. But what are experts really saying about probiotic use in the management of diarrhea? Now, a clinical trial was carried out in the year 2020 by the European Society of Pediatric Enterology, Hepatology and Nutrition. After they carried out this clinical trial, what was the outcome? They said the use of Saccharomyces boulardii may be recommended in addition to ORS during a 5 to 7 days management of acute diarrhea in children. The trial also said that Saccharomyces boulardii reduces the duration of diarrhea by 1 day. What kills pediatric in diarrhea is that prolonged dehydration. So if you have a probiotic along as an oral rehydration that drops diarrhea in 1 day, it's a very, very good thing for us. In 2017, another group of French countries carried out a trial in France, Belgium, Ivory Coast, and some other African French-speaking countries. And what was the outcome of this trial? It said that among the few recommended treatments, Saccharomyces boulardii is recommended for the 5 days to reduce intensity and duration. Remember, the objective is to reduce the duration and the intensity of the diarrhea. And it was also said that Saccharomyces is the most used probiotic in the treatment of diarrhea. It has been tested amongst a lot of bodies. Another trial was carried out in the year 2015, and the outcome of the trial showed that Saccharomyces boulardii is the best studied probiotic and has been shown to be the most effective treatment if introduced early. So the probiotic must be introduced early in the treatment of diarrhea. The real question is, why should we give Empiltrolite, which is our brand? A mother comes into the pharmacy and wants to buy, my child is too lean, we want to treat diarrhea. So what we usually would do is to give the oral rehydration and tell the mother to dilute in 1 liter of water, right? And we give the zinc and probiotic. The problem is that most times it's in free pill. By the time they dissolve the probiotic in small water, you are giving the oral rehydration, the child is struggling to take probiotic, the child is struggling to take zinc. Sometimes they do not get the sufficient amount they need. But with Empiltrolite, it's a 1 sachet that contains all. It contains oral rehydration, it contains probiotic, and it contains zinc. So the mothers don't have to worry, that, does this pharmacy have this probiotic? Do I have to go and get zinc from here? It's in 1 single sachet. All they need to do is to dilute in water and give their child. So it enhances compliance. So, this thing says, it contains probiotic Saccharomyces boulardii, which is the most tested strain. And it's a single formulation that meets both oral rehydration, probiotic, and effectively manages diarrhea. And I can tell you categorically that Empiltrolite has the lowest osmolality. When we say osmolality, what do we mean? How fast an oral rehydration rehydrates the patient. Now, the intestine has to take that solution really fast. And the lower the osmolality, the more efficient that solution will work, or the body will take in this, the oral rehydration. Now, MP-Trolite treatment target is to stop diarrhea. It replenishes lost plasma electrolyte and rehydrates the patient fast. And of course, it balances GIT normal flora. It has been said to reduce diarrhea by 1 day. And of course, it reduces hospitalization by 8 hours. So, for example, if the mother takes the child to the hospital and they fix the drip, they will also introduce the oral rehydration. In 8 hours, the child will already start recovering. And that's because of the probiotic that has been introduced. And this is the formulation of our MP-Trolite. If you see, it contains both zinc, probiotic, protein, glucose. If you compare it to the other oral rehydration we have in the market, this is really packed with what will help bring the child back from diarrhea. And of course, the dosage is 2 sachets in 75 cl of water. The question is, why 75 cl of water? In designing this formulation, one of the challenges mothers face is, where do I get 1 liter of water? What we have normally in the market is the 1.5. So they tell the mother, oh, you reduce to this particular level. But with 75 cl of water, Eva water or the Aquafina water that you get everywhere, 75 cl of water is very easy for the mother to get. So all they will have to do is to just dissolve 2 sachets in the 75 cl of water and can be taken in 24 hours. So it helps accuracy in dosing and compliance. So it is the power of energy which will address diarrhea. Thank you very much. So just to add, we are giving out free MP-Trolite at our stand. Please ensure you stop by at our stand to get a free box of MP-Trolite on our stand. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Please a round of applause for Ralph for that presentation. The only water we know at this conference is Aquafina, right? And MedPlus water, right? Ever water is not here. We don't know them. So if they want us to know them, they should come closer. So it's Aquafina or MedPlus water. Those are the 2 water we know. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, somebody is about to carry his car home. Where is your car key? Everybody look for your car key. Lost but found, car key. Come and claim it. Someone saw it somewhere and they brought a car key. So quickly, we are going to do is Pharm Tolu around for the presentation. We are going on a very short break right now, about 10 minutes. We want us to visit the exhibition stand as a group. So then we'll come back for our Kahoot. We are playing 2 Kahoot games back to back. And after that, we are going to have the panel session. So ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a barcode. Okay, it's already on the screen. So we need feedback. Please scan it. Let's bring out our phone and let's scan. You can scan this right now and give us feedback on the activities that held yesterday. So we are waiting for your feedback. And at the end of today's program, we're also going to show you the barcode for day 2. All right. So please, let's scan this and let's fill the form. It's going to show us a very short form to fill just to get feedback. And this is how we get better from time to time. Please, the Kahoot game is an opportunity to give out gifts. So you can see we have lots of gifts to be given out. But it's just to test our knowledge about ACPN and trivial questions about the world globally. So it's something that we feel that pharmacists should know. Simple questions, and the winners are going home with amazing gifts. And also, please understand that when we return after the game, we are going to the panel sessions and we are going to have a direct interaction with our regulators. Ladies and gentlemen in the house, PCN is represented. Please a round of applause for Dr. Filusi. Is back to attend to any of your questions, concerns about PCN. We have the representative from NAIP. They are around. Please a round of applause for NAIP. They are there to also be of value to us. And we have representative from NAFDAC in the house. Please a round of applause for NAFDAC. So whatever questions you have directly for the regulators, they are available to attend to them. A link was sent, and I think it was also sent this morning, so that we can aggregate all the questions together. Please fill those questions. Those are the questions that will be read to the regulators on stage. We may not have the time to take live questions, so please send your questions beforehand so that we can get answers and particularly regulate and ensure that we work with our time. Because if we throw it open, we won't leave here on time. So please, let's adhere strictly to filling and sending our questions before that time. So ladies and gentlemen, by the approval of the CEC chairman, I would like to announce that it's time for us to visit the exhibition stand It's just 10 minutes. When the announcement is up that we should come back inside the hall, please, let's return so that it can be part of those that will win the gifts for our Kahoot game. So DJ, can you give us some song at the background? Ladies and gentlemen, it's exhibition tour right now. Let's take 10 minutes break to visit the stand right now. Please ensure you take all your special effects with you. Your phones, your bag, anything that you feel that is very dear to you, take it along. Don't leave it on the seat. Please. Thank you. 10 minutes, we'll be back, and then we'll continue with the rest of the conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, it's time to visit the exhibition stand. Please, it's not the time to sit down. Let's get up and let's move out right now. The exhibitors need to feel us. They've been saying they've not seen us. Let them see us. Let's visit them. They've just told us, Ralphon said, if you visit their stand, you are getting a free pass. Who are you to be sitting down to miss out this opportunity? Let's visit every one of them, take pictures with them, let them know that we truly love them, because without the exhibitors, there's no conference. So we can't afford to have them not be with us next year. This is how we can.
When you wake up for morning, make you thank the Lord. So I say, jump, jump, clap your hands, mama, 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 yo. This is a love song for the whole world to dance. And I say, jump, jump, clap your hands, mama, 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 yo.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have misplaced your car keys, please come and meet the MC.
Jankara, Jankara, maketo Jankara, anti how maketo Jankara, Jankara, maketo Jankara, ijolele danso.
The only person where they breathe the chill, the only person where no sick they dance. Even if you just the sick be healed, even if you never chop the fields, life no be a serious something, still no be a place something. When you wake up for morning, make you thank the Lord, and I say jump, jump, clap your hands, mama, 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 yo. This is a love song for the whole world to dance, and I say jump, jump, clap your hands, mama, 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 yo. I hope you're happy.
20 years ago, while working for one of the leading retail pharmacy businesses in Nigeria, we observed some of the challenges that most retail pharmacies have to deal with in their effort to source quality healthcare products for their retail businesses as a way of delivering clinical care to their customers. Even though our dreams were big, we knew we needed to start small. And so in 2005, we acquired an operational space for our wholesale business, measuring 54 square meters. 5 years down the line, it became very obvious that if 54 square meter space was too small for us. So we moved into a bigger facility that expanded our operational space to 250 square meters. And 2 years later, in 2010 into 2011, due to some opportunities that presented themselves, we were able to move our business from the 250 square meters new and a bigger facility that has operational spaces up to 900 square meters. Today, we welcome you to the new Heights Pharmaceuticals. With about 5,000 square meters of workspace, we have tried our best to give life to our big dreams. Our investment in epoxy floor means that we are able to provide a facility that is able to withstand the rigors associated with a busy wholesaling and distribution center.
With significantly increased storage and shelving space, we now have the ability to fulfill our long-term desire to serve our customers with wider range of products and services.
We have also provided a central cooling facility that makes sure that temperature conditions in our facilities meet good distribution practice standards. We've installed data loggers that notifies us when temperatures are not what it should be. We've also done complete temperature mapping of our facilities to make sure that they are in tandem with what is expected in a distribution facility like ours. As required by the Nigerian building authorities, we have installed a fire hydrant system that guarantees the safety of our products, personnel, as well as our customers. All of these are items that have been installed into this distribution center to meet international best practice standards as stipulated by the World Health Organization.
Our injectable and medical consumable section has greatly been improved, while our ancillary product section has also been expanded significantly. We also have increased the number of companies we do business with, and our SKU has increased by about 20%. We have made a huge investment in our logistics services, and we can confidently say now that wherever you are in Nigeria, we can reach you.
We have also upgraded our IT infrastructure that allows us to receive and process orders from our esteemed clients at a record speed. So whether you are a community pharmacy, an hospital, an NGO, or a government agency, New Heights Pharmaceuticals is ready any day, anytime, anywhere to deliver quality healthcare products and services to your facility.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. 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 Stand up, stand up, stand up.
I have an effective and long-lasting relief for your knee pain. Silent Pass, just patch it. Back pain, Silent Pass, just patch it. Leg pain, Silent Pass, just patch it. Shoulder pain, Silent Pass, just patch it.
so.
Please, let's start coming in from the exhibition tour. The Kahoot is about to start. Please, let's start coming in. Please, we have some items that have been missing since yesterday. A female handbag containing checkbooks and other vital items got missing. Okay, it's like a small backpack. Got missing yesterday. It contains the checkbook and some vital items. So please, if you found it, you can move it down to the MC table so that it can be returned to the owner. Also, a big bag containing some Saga products got missing yesterday too. It contains Diclosal Plus gel, 3 boxes, Vitamox 250 milligram, 10 packs, Vitacilin 250 milligram, 5 packs, Vitacilin 500 milligram, 5 packs, all in a black and white nylon bag. So please, if you found that, you can please move it down here in the front where it can be returned to the owner. Please let us ensure that we keep our items in check. Please let's start coming in from the exhibition tour so that we can have the Kahoot. The Kahoot is going to be strictly for those in the hall. If you are outside, you will not be able to participate in the Kahoot.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, please, if you are not in the hall, you are missing right now because the events, we are starting back in earnest. So first, we have some presentation to some of our speakers. So we break it down into 2 bits. So if Adeyeye is ready. Please, we are starting with the Kahoot. Please, can we display the Kahoot login details on screen right now? ACPN. These are questions for ACPN members. I'm sure it's only ACPN members that will be able to answer this question adequately. So ACPN members, this is your time to win amazing gifts at this conference. We should have had one yesterday, one today, but together we are merging 2 together for 1 day. So this is one part, and then we do the second part right after this. All right, so please, the Kahoot is on the screen. Please click start, and then we'll see the login details. Please, we should go to our browser right now and type kahoot.it on the browser page. where you should put your google.com or yahoo.com. So you can type kahoot.it. K for kangaroo, A for Ajao Estate, H for house, O for original, T for Tinubu Square. .it. So when you get there, it's going to ask you to enter the PIN. So a PIN will be displayed on the screen shortly. Please, members, if you want to be part of this, you're expected to be in the hall right now. The agreement was 10 minutes. Please, we still have more time to go back and do more commerce and trade after now. So the code is on the screen. So you just enter this code, 17339. That is the code. And you should enter your name so that we identify you by your name or your pharmacy name. So I think we can do any of the two so that we are sure who is who. So please, we have members signing up right now on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is definitely going to test our knowledge about ACPN. So we have 38 members that have signed up right now. So we still want more people to sign up. We can take up to 200 members. So let's sign up as fast as possible. Our time is really fast spent. Our panelists are ready. So we just want to quickly use about 5-10 minutes to do this, and then we move to the panel session. So do we have some more people that want to join? If you are trying to join and you don't have time, just wave. So let me know. You are trying to join, you are having difficulty. Just one person, just keep trying. Keep trying. Maybe it's your network. Keep trying. 17339. Go to kahoot.it. KAHOOT.it. Not .com. .it. As in IT students. So, and then you enter 17399 at the PIN box that is provided on the screen. So now we have 72 members that have signed up. 72 members have signed up right now. Now 74. If you are still trying to sign in and you're having difficulties, just wave so we know that we are waiting. We are not waiting for robots, just one. Okay, we still have people. Please, what's the challenge? If you don't have internet, ask your neighbor. Sharing. There's love in sharing. We've just been taught that we should collaborate. Please collaborate your PIN. Give somebody Wi-Fi, free internet, please. Now we have 97 members. We may need to start right now. Now we have 100, 103, 14, 16. Wow, this is going to be a contest. All right, so at the count of 5 to 1, we'll start. 5, 3, 2, 1. Now we have 108 members. We need to start. Let's go. Click start. If you cannot start, just support the others. So this is ACPN Lagos CEC 2005 Kahoot game. So want to test your knowledge? Let's go. Who was the keynote speaker, address speaker at ACPN Lagos CEC 2004? Just last year, who was the keynote speaker? We have Dr. Lumide Emmanuel. We have Pharmacist Abimbola Adebakin. We have Dr. Chibuzo Okpara. We have Mr. Bayo Rotimi. Just click the color or the sign. So you can see red, blue, green, and orange. And so the answer. The correct answer is Dr. Chibuzo Okpara. Only, so okay, 21 pharmacists got it right. Let's go. The current leader is Alpha. Who is Alpha? Is that person a robot? Oh, wow, congratulations. You have not won, no, you are just leading. All right, let's go. Next. This next question. Continuing conference, education conference was held yearly, except which year? This conference holds annually. 1 year it was missing. What year was that? 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003. What year was the conference missed out for one reason or the other? And I think that was the year we had the ACPN National in Lagos, if I'm correct. That is 2022. So only 11 persons got it right. Alpha has dropped. The current leader is Mide. Who is Mide? Is Mide a robot? Mide is not here. Oh. You are here. Okay, congratulations. Next, let's go. Next, number 3. How many zones currently exist in ACPN Lagos? We said the answer this morning. 25, 22, 23, 24. How many zones do we have? All right, thank you. The answer is 24. 70 got it, 13, 8, 10 still missed it. Let's go. 24 zones are available in ACPN Lagos. Mide is still leading. Let's go. Next one. Number 4. The venue for 2020 Education Conference was held at, we want to know those that have been coming for this conference. 2020, PSN Villa, Ogudu, Neka House, Alausa, the Citadel, or the Bimoral Convention Center. Where was the venue for the 2020 edition of the CEC? All right, the answer was PSN Villa, Ogudu. And only 11 participants got it correctly. Let's go. Mide is still maintaining her position despite the fact that she got it wrong. Number 5. Who was the Lagos ACPN chairman 2019, sorry. 2019. Pharm Olabanji Obidei, Pharm Lawrence Ekato, Pharm Biola Polose, Pharm Charles Oyeniyi. Who was the chairman 2019? If you don't know, ask your neighbor. The answer is Pharmacist Olabanji Obidei. Next, Mide has finally dropped. Vivify is now the leader. Vivify, can you wave? She's at the back. Hope you are not a member of the ESCO or planning committee. Next question. What is ACPN Lagos official Instagram handle? A lot of people will not get it because we are not following. ACPN, our Lagos official Instagram handle is only Gist Lover. Some of us are following. ACPN Lagos, we are not following. Gist Lover, everybody. The answer is ACPN Lagos. Very easy. So if you are not following, just pick your phone now and go and follow ACPN Lagos. ACPN, go and follow it right now. That is the official handle. Vivify is still leading. Let's go. Next. The next question. What is the theme for ACPN Lagos CEC 2024 edition? The conference last year, what was the theme? It's very long. I can't call it. I'm sorry. If you don't know it, just pick anyone. God will help you. All right. Let's go. The answer is strengthening community pharmacy practice for universal health coverage. And only 24 persons got it right. Let's go. Pharm is now leading. The next question. Let's go. Who is the current Assistant Secretary of ACPN Lagos? Do you know your executive? Pharmacist Mosumola Dosumo, Pharmacist Chukudi Ezeh, Pharmacist Moji Aladesomi, Pharmacist Choma Omata. Who is the current Assistant Secretary ACPN Lagos? And the answer is the birthday girl. Make some noise for the birthday girl, Pharmacist Moji Aladesomi. Where is she? We are going to sing birthday song for her later. So just get ready. So let's go. Pharm, how do you still maintain your position despite the fact that you got it wrong? What year was ACPN established? What year was it founded? In case police stop you on your way and say, I'm a member of ACPN, they ask you, what year was your organization created? You tell us. 1978, 1977, 1981, 1979. What year was this association created? The answer is 1979. Only 22 persons got it right. 1979. Were you born? Ask your neighbor, were you born? If you were not born, please respect the ancestors. Respect the elders. They have been pushing our career forward, and we are grateful for what they've done. Let's go. How many times does ACPN Lagos hold its general meeting in a year? How many times do we have general meeting of ACPN in Lagos in a year? How many times? 12, 6, 3, 4. In case you don't know, how many months do we have in the calendar? How many months? Now divide it by 2 and the answer is 6. All right. How many people got it? 63. Majority got it. Let's go. Let's go. Now the leader is still J Farmer. Where's J Farmer? It's you. Okay. Who is the immediate past chairman of ACPN Lagos? Simple question now. Who is the person? The answer is Pharm Charles Ayeni, Pharm Lawrence Ekato, Pharm Olabanji Obideyi, Pharm Biola Polose. You can see they are very simple questions. Pharm Jonah. Somebody said option E, Pharm Jonah. The answer everybody got. Some people still missed it. 84 persons got it correctly. The answer is Pharmacist Lawrence Ekato. A round of applause for him. He's a great man. Where is he? Let's celebrate him. He's clapping for himself. You are not clapping, he's clapping for himself. No problem. All right, let's go. Let's go. The next question. The 12th question says, what's the frequency of ACPN meeting in Lagos? At least those of you that don't come for meeting, at least you know how often do we meet. Is it weekly? Is it monthly? Is it quarterly? Is it bi-monthly? Is it hourly? Is it bi-weekly? Is it 3 times a day? Is it every night? How do we meet? The answer is... Somebody said TDS. We meet bi-monthly. All right. 81 persons got it right. Let's go. Let's go. The 13th question is, who is Q? Is that... okay. What is ACPN Lagos official website address? What is our official website address? www.lagosacpn.org, www.acpnlagos.org, www.acpnlagostate.org, www.lagosstateacpn.org. These are simple things we should know. Almost everybody got it right. acpnlagos.org. Wow. We all deserve a big round of applause. Next, let's go. The 14th, Q is still maintaining his position, and J Farmer is catching up closely. Which state hosted the ACPN National Conference year 2022? Which state hosted the National Conference the year 2022? Ogun, Oyo, Lagos, or Delta? Which state was this conference held? I kind of give us an idea of the answer. If you can go back to what I said, you understand the answer. And the answer is Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, only 42 persons got it correctly. And the final question for the night, for the ACPN group questions, let's go to the final question. Which state is hosting the national conference this year? I can hear some people saying, and the answer is, so yeah, let's make it free. And the answer is Anambra. Okay, everybody pick Anambra. At least you will get one correct. If you didn't get others, get one. At least you can show your children that I got one question correctly. Anambra is the correct answer. So finally, the winner, the third position is Obideyi. Please a round of applause for him. The second position is J Farmer. Please a round of applause for him. And the winner, ladies and gentlemen, is Q. Who is Q? You are the Q. All right, so when it's time for presentation, the three of you will invite you to come out and receive your gifts. So we'll be playing the second one after the panel session. So please, that is to keep us waiting. Don't be in a hurry to go. We still have a SESCON Kahoot game to be played, and then possibly you might be the winner at that session. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to invite the moderators for the panel session. Please, a round of applause for Pharmacist Adeyeye as he comes forward. Please, let's celebrate him as he comes forward. So he's going to invite the panelists and also All right, so quickly, we want to honor our speakers, and we have some special presentations to be done quickly before we go to the panel session. So I'm going to hand over the microphone to ACPN chairman for the presentation.
Thank you so very much. Distinguished colleagues, we need to appreciate the people that have been a blessing to us. We know how much it would have taken out of them to prepare, burn the midnight candle and all that, to put slides together, to join us and be a blessing to the conference. I'd like to welcome to the stage to help me present this award to Dr. Mrs. Foluke Ayeni, the National Secretary of PSN, who's representing the National President of the Association, Pharmacist Gafam Adeyeye. Please join me to present this to Dr. Mrs. Foluke Ayeni. Let's appreciate him as he comes up stage.
Yeah, on behalf of Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, Lagos State Branch, this award is specially presented to you, Dr. Mrs. Foluke Ayeni, PhD, as a guest speaker at their continuing education program in 2025. So we really appreciate your participation and your very interesting and educative lecture. And we believe that you will, after this event, you will support ACPN with research. Oh, you already, that is beautiful, beautiful. So congratulations. Where is she? Okay, pharmacist Timei Ogungbe. Anti-pharmacist. OBJ climbed the one that is higher than this one. Without I think it's come to this side. Better. On behalf of Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, PN Lagos State Branch, this is a token of appreciation award to you, pharmacist Timei Ogungbe, aka anti-pharmacist, for being a guest speaker at the 2025 Continuing Education Conference. We appreciate your coming and also your contribution and your lecture. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So we are moving into the panel session right now, and I'll be calling the moderators. Pharmacist Bumi Olubeja and Pharmaceuticals Adeboga. Please put your hands together for them as they anchor this panel session.
The second cohort is still coming up. Please, let's look forward to it.
Okay, thank you so much. everyone. For this session, we'll be having, like was said, like we know, we'll be having a session with our regulators and to discuss very important things with them, feel their pulse, and they also feel our pulse. But before we go into the panel discussion, I have the honor of want to have just a brief presentation. It's not going to be just brief discussions or intro by our regulators before we call them for the panel discussions. So I have the honor of having the Director PCN Lagos Zone, the person of Dr. Taiwo Filusi. Good morning, good afternoon, sir. And then I think we can just have your presentation now. Then we have the proper introduction for the panel discussions. Or what do we think? Okay, you can have your seat, sir. Then I also have the honor of welcoming pharmacist Declan Ugu, the Deputy Director, Pharmaceutical Division, Investigation and Enforcement, NAFDAC. Can we put hands together as he has said, please? Let's put hands together, please. Well, we are also having the representative of NAHIB on this discussion panel. I know he's not here. He told us he's actually on his way. Pharmacist Richard Ladapo I spoke with him. He said he will be joining us shortly. We hope he joins. Once he comes, he will join us on this panel. But pending, I just want to have, I think I can have a brief discussions, just introductions before we go into the course of our discussions here. You may want to go up now. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, the representative of the President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, the fellows present, the chairman, ACPN, and other members of the executive, my dear colleagues, good afternoon. I was asked to just give a brief on sanitization of drug distribution system in Nigeria, the past, the present, and the future. The introduction here, the importance of a sanitized drug distribution system, we are all aware of that. The impact on the public health and pharmaceutical integrity, and mainly the objective of this is to give us information and we interact together on what has been happening, what we've been doing about sanitization of the drug distribution system. The past, the pre-reform era, we know about the fragmented and unregistered drug markets, the open drug markets, we know about the common ones, Idumota, Bridgehead, and all that. Then we talk about the proliferation of illegal medicine outlets. We know what happened. Recently, there was a viral video where NAFDAC DG said something and it was misconstrued by one of the media agency. And what the DG said actually was right, but they misconstrued that. Maybe they didn't understand what she said, that the people that were supposed to, or the agency that was supposed to be in charge of licensure or regulating patent medicine vendors has been the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. But suddenly, because of politics and because of interest, the authority was shifted from PCN to states, later to the local governments. And because of that, people, if you are my friend, if you are my political ally, I just give you the license, go and start selling drugs. That compounded the issue of proliferation of illegal medicine outlets. And we'll talk about proliferation of fake and substandard medicines, then weak regulatory enforcement, then limited pharmacist involvement. Limited pharmacist involvement. We'll talk about, recently what I saw at Idumota was really, really mind-boggling when we were there. You discover that people, even the associations that were trying to control outside, were thinking that this association will put you under regulation. There are the people that are majorly having the headway, the lead in that market. So most of course, in that market, we are not supposed to be there, though some people are still there. So the challenges in the current system, resistance to closure of informal markets. You know, we've been trying this over and over again, and there's been strong power. This recent one that NAFDAC pioneer with us also, if not because of the power from the National Security Advisor that was backing up, it would have been difficult. So much resistance, so much powers and interests that be. Then poor enforcement in some states, infiltration of fake drugs, limited awareness among community pharmacists, low technology adoption, court cases. Just 2 days ago, on Monday, I was in court, and sometimes it can cause distractions to us in the council. Then I've decided to put this one, fronting by pharmacies. Many pharmacies, we still had a case yesterday. I was called from the office yesterday. The premises has to be shut down in Ikorodu because a pharmacist will come, maybe because of the money he has gotten from behind. He will say, I am the owner of this facility, go ahead. And shortly after that, we meet another person there who is actually the owner. I have to say that because of the menace it's posing to us, and it happens usually in the community pharmacy setup. There no compliance with the letter and written by the registrar to manufacturers, wholesalers, and distributors. Registrar took time to do a letter to all the manufacturers, importers, distributors, that let us come together as pharmacies mainly, and let us stop supplying the open drug markets. Majority of them did not respond. They continue. It's only a group put down that responded that they will do all their best to keep to that. So those are the part of the challenges we have. The future, what needs to be done? Full implementation of the coordinated wholesale centers. There's been some delay in Lagos coordinated wholesale center actually because of administrative issues, but it's taking off now. They've started in earnest the construction, and we are hoping that will be done. We are aware that the other one in Kano has been done. Not only the CWC, generally the NDDG, then the drug management agencies. The council is also pulling all the public facilities to go from the central medical store to drug management agencies. Many states, up to 10, 15, has already adopted this in their states. That will also facilitate efficient drug distribution system. Embracing technology, strengthened inter-agency collaboration. Recently, the work we did together with NAFDAC made the work to be wholesome. When we came together and we talked about these premises should not be there and this product should not be there, it became so much synergistic that they were really, those people in the market were really influenced. There was nowhere to run to. Digitized drug inventory system, public-private partnership, and more enforcement drive. We are hoping those of us in Lagos, and with the support of our registrar, we are driving more enforcement to block illegal medicine channel of drug selling. We did something in November, and we went back again to discover that those of them that didn't respond to closure and shutting down of their illegal outlets, we are planning now to go back to them and arrest them for prosecution. The role of the community pharmacies. They are gatekeepers of safe distribution, reporting substandard products, advocacy for enforcement, And we have always said that sometimes somebody will come to us and say that these premises, they are illegal around them. Please just do us a letter. We'll follow up on that. Adoption of tracking technology, policy review participation, rational dispensing, and pharmaceutical care. Regulatory framework, we have the National Drug Distribution Guidelines, the PCN Act, NAFDAC Guidelines, National Health Policy. Call to action. We should be proactive in compliance. We should educate customers. We should work with regulatory bodies. And the ACPN, we are partner in progress. We are working together in most of our activities, especially in enforcement. Participate in traceable systems. Build a safe and efficient system. Thank you very much.
Can we appreciate the director, please? Okay, so we will just, while we try to put up, we've been, some people have requested that we move the stage up. While we work on that, I just want our NAFDAC representative to just give us a few minutes while we work on that. Thanks so much.
Good afternoon, professional colleagues. Good afternoon, professional colleagues. Thank you. I'm bringing good tidings from the Director General of NAFDAC, who, due to her inability to be here, and who delegated my director, Pharmacist Shaba Mohammed, who is the Director of Investigation and Enforcement and Chairman of Federal Task Force, and delegation to me, the Deputy Director in charge of Pharmaceuticals, to come here to speak through the issue of open drug markets in Nigeria, and then interact with our people here with the efforts NAFDAC have made before now, right now, and they intend making in the future to be sure that there is sanitization in the drug distribution system in Nigeria. I will start with our intervention. Historically, I will take us a little bit down to history from when I know. In 2002, to be precise, under the leadership of our late Director General, Professor Dora Akunyili, may also rest in peace, I happen to have worked closely with her. NAFDAC, in view of the fact that we are aware that there is chaotic drug distribution system in Nigeria, have always worked closely with our sister agency, PCN. And due to that, NAFDAC then wanted to create 36 state offices, wherein NAFDAC will be there and PCN will be there. There was a discussion between NAFDAC and PCN so that NAFDAC and PCN can work together in all the states of the Federation, because we are aware of the fact that every state of the Federation has a drug market, which is open and which is illegal. So there was this move by NAFDAC DG then, NAFDAC management then, to have a NAFDAC office and a PCN office so that together we can regulate and curtail the activities of these open drug markets that are everywhere in Nigeria. Somehow, the state offices of NAFDAC were created, but just like my brother said here, politics and pressure, I wouldn't know what happened that made the state offices of PCN not to be created. But that is not a problem. NAFDAC still continued by making sure that even if that does not happen, working closely together with PCN, the first concept of building this coordinated warehouse center started from that 2002, when at the same period, we called it the drug mats. Drug mats was the initial concept. And because of the closeness between the DG then and the former president of Obasanjo, she was able to get 1.2 billion naira to build the first 3 pilot zones of drug distribution center in Nigeria. One to be in the north, one to be in the southwest, and one to be in the southeast. But my brothers, ladies and gentlemen, the pressure from colleagues were so strife and so bad that all of us know history, what happened. We're not blaming anybody. But somehow, it is good for certain things to happen so that we see how important it is. that money, because of pressure and because of some things, blackmail. In fact, it was being turned that she was selling drug markets into the people that are into drug markets. Out of annoyance, she went and returned that money back to the federal government, 1.2 billion, 400 million naira for each zone. So NAFDAC had always maintained building this coordinated warehouse center, because if you don't have a place where these people will go to, they will fight you. They will fight you. So let me talk about the markets. How did the markets come to be? It is not easy to close a market. My brother here confirmed it. Pressure will come from everywhere. The markets, the government is interested in the market. Federal government is interested in the market because it's a source of revenue generation. State governments are interested in it because they generate revenue from there. Local governments are interested in the market because they generate revenue from there. Drugs being in the exclusive list, all of us know, should not be sold in the open market. And because these other pressure from high quarters are interested in what they are gaining from the market, if you just say you want to go and close the market, you will face a lot of problems, a lot of issues. So, in our wisdom then, if you don't create an alternative where these traders will go to, or where those people that want to do genuine business will go to, it will be difficult to just say, close the market, because it has also created employment. In fact, there are some people that if they don't go to market every day, they will not feed. All of us know. And then inside of some market, there are people who are selling non-pharmaceutical items, because most of them snowballed into a market. For instance, Idumota is a residential area. That's what I heard. But somehow it snowballed into a very big drug market. And people that are living there, if you say that they are in the market, they will tell you, no, we are not in the market. And which may have been why initially the first early settlers there were registered as either PPMVL or something like that. So if you say you want to go and close the market, the wisdom is that you should, in the former Director General's wisdom, you have to create a place where you have to move them to, so that those who want to do genuine business will be there, so that PCN and NAFDAC can together control and coordinate what they are doing. So it was not easy closing the market immediately and saying move away from there without providing an alternative. Secondly, market is also a place where people see as a place of wealth creation. So if government is preaching that, yes, we want to create wealth, we want to build markets, and we want to do other things like that, and those of us who are here knowing fully well that trading on drugs openly is wrong, want to stop them, you are going to have a barrier of having issues with all the people in the government circle. So that's about that. Then, most times, even in closure of markets, when we went to Aba, in those days to close Aba market, yes, we didn't close it because we wanted to close the market. It is because the people that we are fighting are very strong. Interests in Nigeria in certain things make things to be very, very strong. For instance, we banned the use of alcoholic beverage. Let me use an example. In sachets. Interest made it not to be if we read through it. So, it is not easy to just say, stop something without the government interest being there. The governor of any state where you go to close the market will always want to know why you want to close his market. So, that is one of the wars that we had to fight to make sure that we close. So, when we went to Aba, for instance, I was saying it, Aba, the then governor wouldn't want us to close Aba market. We were following truckload of 2 container loads of fake products going to the market. When we got there, the people regrouped and they nearly killed our direct enforcement then. It was God that saved him. They broke our cars. Enforcement operation is not easy. It requires resources, human, material, and strategic planning. So, that was what made us to go to Aba to close the market. And when their issue, when the gods became so much in Onitsha, in Kano and everywhere, that was why we had to visit them individually. In fact, before we went to Onitsha, the director of enforcement himself went to a particular line in Onitsha. They call it D line. All manner of fake, unregistered, and banned products were there. While he was there, the police immobilized from Lagos to protect from within the states to protect him. When they got to the market, all of them disappeared. Yes. It was only one police officer that he brought from Lagos that was with him. When the people regrouped and wanted to attack him, they nearly killed him. He now fired shots and they ran. When you now drove in a commando way, the driver drove in a commando way to leave on a market. That was when the other policemen appeared. And of course, he escaped without being lynched. So, to close the market is not an easy thing. So when I hear NAFDAC should go and close all the markets, you should just go and close all the markets, it's not as easy as that. But thank God that my colleague mentioned here that he took efforts from the NSA, the DSS, and a lot of resources went into what we did recently. Then let me talk about Kano. We were able to go to Kano because of the same thing. It took efforts of the government. You have to have a government buy-in into any operation before you can embark on the operation, before it becomes successful. Otherwise, you must sabotage in between. So, my people, the issue of CWC is the way forward. That is the way forward. Together with PCN, they were very wonderful in the operation. Together with PCN, we can win this monster called open drug markets. No thanks to our colleagues. You find out one thing. When people want to meet targets, pharmaceutical companies, and they are pressurizing the med rep to meet targets, the only place that they can go and they collect cash and meet targets is inside the open drug markets, whether you believe it or not. Kano, Idumota, Aba, Onitsha. So, if we want to fight this monster, it's going to be a holistic thing amongst all of us, so that we'll talk to ourselves and tell ourselves the truth that please use alternative means, alternative routes, or alternative methods so that we can help ourselves to achieve this. Thank you very much. I rest my case here.
Can you hear me, please? Right, okay. So these are very interesting conversations, and I guess that is very good that we started this way because it's allowed for some of the questions that we received to get answers. So just going further, I would also like to introduce pharmacist Christine Oyewo. She's the healthcare lead for GSI Nigeria that is in charge of traceability and is part of the support, for NAFDAC, ensuring pharmacovigilance, also to be able to fight counterfeiting as well. So she would also speak to us for 2 minutes, and then we move further from there. A round of applause as she comes.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I work for a company called GS1, not GSI, GS1. And what we do is that we provide support to the regulator to strengthen their pharmacovigilance activities. And we do this by providing the use of our standards to enable what we call pharmaceutical traceability. And what traceability does is that it allows stakeholders in the supply chain to create events about when products are created, wherever those products are created in the world, and all things that happen to those products from when the products are packed, they're shipped, they're received, as items move down the supply chain to the point where they're supposed to be administered to a patient, whether it is in a pharmacy or in a hospital. So in creating events, what we hope to do is that we hope to come to a point where anybody can scan a barcode that contains traceability information on a product pack and to be able to authenticate that a medicine is authentic, in that it is not a counterfeit product. So what happens is that at the beginning of the supply chain, manufacturers actually create events that show that the product has entered the market, that is live. And through the use of technology and GS1 standards, we're able to ensure that any medicine can be scanned and it can be authenticated as being genuine. And this is actually the work that we have been doing with NAFDAC for the past 10 years or so. So we want to encourage all of us, as we begin to hear more about track and trace and traceability, that you support the project, because it is a project to strengthen our supply chain and to prevent the influx of fake and substandard products. In that, what we do is that we're going to create a supply chain that is closed-looped. So if a product is not supposed to be there, it can be detected at any point in the supply chain, from maybe the distributor all the way up to a patient. So we want to thank, Jess, wants to thank you for having us here today. Thank you very much.
So, right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, is it working? All right. No, it's fine. We'll leave both mics up so that I'll be able to share. So, dear colleagues, there had been polls that had been sent like about maybe 2 weeks earlier. So, the questions, because we have to manage our time properly, so we'll be able to ask further questions. So, we'll just, and believe me, the questions here are a lot. So, we'll just try and run through as much as we can. And like I said earlier on, the conversation that we've had when you made your presentation, Sirs and Ma, have helped to give a bit of perspective to some of the issues. But, there are still lots of things to talk about. So first, maybe to direct this to Pharmacist Declan, representing NAFDAC. So the first conversation would be around, drug monitoring for registered products. So we believe that this is supposed to be end-to-end. So from the point of where, the product comes in, and even post-market surveillance and all of that. So the question here is asking, why is it difficult to curb circulation of fake and substandard products? And then the perspective is around how, you would find products. I mean, there are lots of conversations that products don't meet standard. I heard of a particular one, a very funny story that was shared during my repping days by a doctor in a general hospital, who had said that a general was posted, how the military would go on some short service, and at the hospital where he went to, because his blood pressure wasn't managed, they had done an analysis of a supposed 5 milligram of amlodipine, and ended up being about a 0.25 in terms of concentration. So how does that kind of thing happen? How is it missed? What's going on really? And how can that be curbed and worked on?
I speak to it, right?
Yes, please. No, you can speak.
All right, okay. Once again, good afternoon. Thank you very much. The issue of registering a product is a holistic thing that tests not just where the product is coming from, but the quality of the product that we pronounce on, that makes NAFDAC say that this product has met so and so standard, and therefore we can market it. That's one aspect. The other aspect is the importation of the product. When products are genuinely imported into the country, mark the word, genuinely brought into the country, those products, when they are coming in, are sampled at the ports of entry by our Ports Inspection Directorate. And they are sampled to the lab, and if they pass, they are released. But pity any person regulating Nigeria and Nigerians. Pity the person. Because in this country, there are 1,001 borders that are not manned. Then pity fellow pharmacists who are trying to comply with regulations, because they go the hall to make sure that they do things that are proper. But some of us who are very interesting, not here, maybe not inside here, would want you to develop a brand and make it work and allow it enter the market. And then let me use the word idiot. What idiot would want to fake that product and affix your number we gave you? These are things we see all the time, and bring it in a substandard way, surreptitiously, clandestinely. Remember, NAFDAC does not regulate alone. We regulate with other agencies that I wouldn't indict. I wouldn't say they are the cause. But at the same time, you find things that are not supposed to be inside some places, in those places, and people who are not supposed to regulate some things, trying to put hand in regulating them. it's a fight. I know what it took in those days for NAFDAC to enter the ports again. It was a fight. In fact, it took a letter then in 2002 from the then DG to the presidency for us to be allowed to enter the ports. Same thing is what the present DG is facing. There are barriers and barriers here and there. So, with that kind of porous border, with that kind of thing, the present DG, in her wisdom, created the PMS, post-marketing surveillance. Yes, if you register your products, it is supposed to be the way you registered it. And that's why when we enter anywhere, we want to sample a product and know whether it's exactly what we registered. And if it is not so, that's when you start hearing that NAFDAC has gone to close a particular place. So, PTOs, it is not easy. People bring in things through porous borders, inside cars, inside vehicles. People fake NAFDAC registration numbers on top of other people's products. You give somebody a particular NAFDAC registration number for a particular product. He will carry it and affix on another product. When we do our back check through our back end, we find out that that exists, but it's not for that product. So, I don't know. We are a unique breed in this part of the world. It is difficult. But the only thing people can do for us is, please, if you see that kind of thing, report to us. We are not monsters. We are not spirits. Thank you very much.
You can have your seat, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for that. Just my next question is my first question actually is to the council. But before then, these cars they need you to repark. I hope you know the number of your car. A Sienna AKD 586HM, 856HM Sienna, Camry Ekpe 65HT, then another Camry LND 566JS. They needed to repark this. Thank you. Now, to the council, sir, I would just want to maybe a little deviation from the substandard distributions of products. Colleagues have concerns with the proliferation and regulation of PPMVs. We've seen situations where in a place like Lagos, PPMVs seems to be opening practically in places that you wonder, what should PPMV be here? Now, the thinking of colleagues from questions we have is that PPMVs are supposed to be a stopgap measure for underserved communities. So you have a community that over time, at some point in the wisdom of the council, it's underserved, so a PPMV is registered. But over time, you see the community has grown, a pharmacy had come, and then the PPMV is there. We even have one reported in the community where that's part of what we got, is that as the pharmacist was trying to register his premise, the patent vendor store is just less than 50 meters away, less than 20 meters away. And the patent medicine actually wrote a letter to the pharmacist and say, you can't open here because I am here. Now, so, of course, the pharmacist discarded the letter and the premise was registered. Number one, what is the council doing with registration of PPMVs in a place like Lagos? We feel, from the feedback we have, there are communities that feel this community is well served, but we still have registrations of patent medicines doing. Number one, registration. Number two, regulation. Registration, and then those that are registered. To what extent is the council able to regulate what they do? And we've seen these things go way beyond. You see a PPMV store going in, it's actually probably well stocked than maybe a pharmacy store. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Proliferation, regulation, MVs, patent medicine vendors. Let me first of all say that patent medicine vendors are those that have applied to us. We have conducted exams and interviews for them. They have passed. We have further gone to the locations they presented as their shops, inspected, and then approved. After that, the committee now sits to confirm those areas before we can call them patent medicine vendors. They must be licensed. That we see any shop that just opens around us, does not mean that they are patent medicine vendors. In their own, they are. But to us, they are illegal medicine outlets. So those that are registered and licensed are patent medicine vendors. That's number one. Number two, in achieving the national drug policy, patent medicine vending has a place, actually. And in a place like Lagos, there are still some places that are hard to reach, that they are actually needed. Now, we have what is called approved patent medicine lists, which is given to every patent medicine vendor. And those lists, they are not supposed to sell beyond that scope. Of course, as we know ourselves, some people may want to, we go when we are on monitoring to check those. Recently, we were doing supervisory monitoring, and then we saw, and then we were able to stop them. Now, we're talking about licensing or registering patent medicine vendors in urban areas. What we did in Lagos, collaboration, we, PCN, PSN, ACPN, sometimes ago we came together and we identified some areas in Lagos that are no-go areas for patent medicine vending. That is, when you have an issue, when you want to apply, when you come to our office, anybody that wants to apply for patent medicine license, the desk officer go and see that list. Make sure that your application is not coming from those people that have those people that belong to that list. So those local governments are actually listed. Sometimes ago, some people claim that in some of those local governments there are rural area, but our argument in the recent time is that pharmacies will eventually get to those places. Now, for those patent medicine vendors that are already in a rural area, of course, when a pharmacy is there, part of the criteria is that when a pharmacy is located here, 400 meters to that area, even in the rural area, a patent medicine vendor cannot be approved. In 400 meters, that's a wide range, cannot be. And we don't do it. It's pharmacies that conduct the inspection, purely pharmacies. ACPN as part of the inspection team. Now, we don't allow that. But if a patent medicine vendor is now in that rural area and he has been established, he's been there maybe for 10 years, a pharmacy now wants to locate around him or around the patent medicine vendor, it's not moral. It's not morally right. The man, that's the only thing he feels of. So say, pack your load and go. He stays there. But, I'm happy you answered that question. When you say a patent medicine vendor has the guts to write to a pharmacist and say you can't stay there, I'm happy that you say you discarded the letter. I will show us that letter so that we can sanction the person appropriately. Because the patent medicine vendor has products he can supply. So he won't be able, don't worry, he won't be able to serve the community definitely. So when a pharmacy is coming, he has no right to do that. And that's why we have told them also all the time in our engagements with them that there is no reason why when a pharmacy is located, that you are supposed to be located. And then somebody is now saying that, from what he also said, he said that new patent medicine vendors coming in the place where there are pharmacy. There's nothing like that. I'm not aware of any such. So if you know anyone, a recent patent medicine vendors that is approved or licensed around in urban area like Oshodi, like Jack, let us know. We'll take action immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Pharmacist Declan, please. This question is particular for you. Can you maybe just very briefly, and I'll say why. Can you give us an explanation of this service and orphan drug thing works? And then maybe to give a background for that. So there are some products that they're supposed to be common products, everyday required products. And I'll give an instance. Salbutamol nebules. There's no registered brand, right? 2.5 milligram, 5 milligram. And until recently that Zolon, helped us out. There was no registered brand of tetanus toxoid. So, you would find product like these that seem to be the reason why the open markets would have or there will be proliferation of unregistered brands. So how can pharmacists, because these are life-saving drugs, how can we go around having these? Yes.
Thank you very much.
There will be questions attached, but maybe you should start with that question.
No problem. Service drugs scheme. It was a scheme introduced in 2003. By the grace of God, I was the secretary to the group of pharmacists, older colleagues, elders in pharmacy setting, that coined that name, service drugs. Service drugs were meant to be drugs by pharmacists that own pharmacies. It was them that said that it's a drug that they are supposed to use to service people that are not registered. We say that any product that doesn't have a NAFDAC registration number is fake. That was what brought it up. But there are some products that people will need that are genuine products, but may not have NAFDAC registration number. So the pharmacists in their wisdom then said, what name do we call it? And it was agreed that all of them there, I will mention their names, said that we'll call it service drug. Let us use these drugs to service pharmacies, our clients that need those drugs. That was how it was coined. So it was meant to be for few drugs, few items that they need to use to service people. For instance, you mentioned the salbutamol hydronables. And then we gave conditions for it. One of the conditions is that, one, it should not be a registered brand by somebody in Nigeria. If, for instance, GSK registers that salbutamol hydronables, it will be counterproductive if some other person goes to bring it in through parallel importation. It will make GSK not to have their own sale. It will bring down their sales. So it shouldn't be a product registered by anybody in Nigeria. That's number one. Number two, it should not come from some countries, India and China, because we didn't trust the source. And then there are some other conditions we gave. If you go and look at the guidelines, that was how it was coined. So for other products that don't fall into that category, that you know that your clients need, you can apply for it under the service drug scheme to the DG, and it can be approved for you to bring in to service your people. But as things went by, a lot of things happened. Products that were not supposed to be in that list started being in that list. No thanks to colleagues too that are pharmacists. So that's about service drugs. Orphan drugs are drugs that don't have market value when you bring it in. If you register it, if you WHO division says it is when less than 1% of the population suffer from that ailment, some very serious ailments that if you bring it in, not many people will come and buy it from you. So if you identify that kind of ailment, you normally will apply to it as an orphan drug scheme, and you bring it in to a pharmacy to service that person who has that peculiar problem, because we don't want any person to die. Our current DG, we say we are customer focused and agency minded. So for those products, pharmacists can apply to bring in those items as orphan drugs. But you cannot tell me, for instance, that high-strength vitamin C is an orphan product. Please, is it an orphan drug? Is it a service drug? Or some of these lifestyle drugs, are they service drugs? Some lifestyle, yes, maybe if you can justify it, but they can be orphan because there's no person that is sick or that is suffering that kind of ailment. So let us understand it. Service drugs were coined by us, not anybody. It's just that not many people knew about it. A lot of pharmacists have benefited from it. So you as a pharmacist, as it is, can also benefit from it. If you identify those items that are not registered by some other person that you know that your people need and you justify it. We also used to do what we call named drug prescriptions, whereby that particular drug is not in the market and a doctor has prescribed it. When you write justifying it, the doctor's prescription, asking that please this drug should be brought in for you to help to treat or give a particular patient. Ordinarily, NAFDAC allows it. So for as many as those categories of products, our DG is very open. She's very open to her approach. She's a human. She's a mother. She doesn't want people to die. She wants the health of. She has the health of Nigerians at heart, and she has the interest of pharmacists at heart. So we should feel free to avail our opportunity and meet her for that kind of thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this. Furthering on this, so there was an instance that was put up in a pharmacy platform that I belong to. Caffeine citrate, it was brought in by, and I'm saying this to the extent of, isn't there a way to be able to collaborate as regards these service drugs and orphan drugs with maybe collectives, like maybe the pharmaceutical wholesalers, for instance, who would then bring in these drugs? Because we're told over and over again that sometimes when these investigations happen and then they go to a retail outlet, for instance, Association of Community Pharmacy, retail largely, and then, the conversation is, I got from this particular wholesaler, right? But they're told that there's no ignorance. It's not registered. Why do you have it on your shelf? That's number one. The number two is the instance of this one I wanted to talk about that was put in a group. So it was caffeine citrate, right, for respiratory disorders for premature baby. And the person said that he had reached out to someone who had a license, right? I guess it's okay to mention Alpha Pharmacy, who would register some of these things. And then the rep said to her, NAFDAC recently fined us 5 million naira. I can't sell that to you. And then it was a premise, a retail premise that is adjacent to a hospital. So, talking about the mothering instinct and how that there needs to be some sort of humanity and empathy in the practice. So a mother has, under distress, there's a premature baby in the hospital. So when they say to the Alpha rep, what should happen? And then they say, bring the prescription to Toyin Street, Ikeja, and come and buy. How are we sure that before they make that trip and come back, that baby hasn't passed?
Well,
just giving an instance. And there are lots of instances like that.
Well, thank you very much. For every regulation, there can always be modification. I agree with you. If it is becoming a problem to pharmacists, they can present that to the agency. I am here on representative capacity. I can't take some decisions here as somebody who is sent on representative capacity. But at the same time, yes, I know about the proposition for some group of people to be bringing in some categories of products. But unfortunately, it was being done to the exclusion of other pharmacists. Like I told you, service drug was formed by pharmacists. No other group of pharmacists. It wouldn't have been done at all if not for pharmacists saying that they need that kind of thing. But for you to now say, let it be for only, for instance, the wholesalers, what about the others?
No, I said that in the instance of how that retailers would then buy from wholesalers.
It was meant to be for retail pharmacists that own pharmacies, so that every pharmacist can enjoy it. We didn't want to exclude it from anybody. It was meant for pharmacists that own retail outlets. Or if you own wholesale, you can bring it to a wholesale, but you distribute it to the end user. You are not supposed to redistribute it because you're using it to service that particular person who needs it. That was the initial concept. It wasn't a concept for you to bring in and start selling to people, because by the time you bring it in, the markup you're going to give to the person that will resell it is going to also increase markup, so that it will not be affordable.
I'm sorry.
So we looked at a lot. They, not even us. The pharmacists look at a lot of things, including affordability. So that is it. It is the elders in the profession that took the decision. Some of us know about it. Thank you.
I mean, at the expense of furthering that conversation, really, because the point is, we're told that, okay, so maybe you could just give us some for clarity. How much does it cost to be able to? So I gave an instance of a hospital or a premise, a little premise that is opposite a hospital, for instance. What's the cost like for incurring this, for getting the licenses for service drugs and orphan drugs? What's the cost?
Well, all NAFDAC procedures are online. If you go online, there is a guideline for service drug scheme. And as God will have it, our DG approves every service drugs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, maybe the feedback from us is while we look from our hand to, we also think the agency needs to we review policies, procedures, And then that probably needs to be reviewed, because it may be possible there's a pharmacist that just needs one, maybe it won't need, for example, the caffeine citrate again for another year. But there is someone that probably can aggregate and then sell to others. That increases access. That's just, so I think it's something that the agency needs to look at. Those procedures again as a way of increasing access to medicine, because the questions we have suggest that accessibility to the orphans and service drugs are actually things that drives the open market, or they are one of the things that drives the open market. That's the questions we have here. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, I don't think so. Pharmacists are even better than in knowledge, in capacity, in knowing drugs that people need. Pharmacists are better than all these people in the open market. They are. It is just for them to come together. You know, the way ACPN is. Come together and say the things that you want. After all, it was pharmacists that suggested the service drug scheme, and it was allowed by the DG. So, if there are things that you want, you present it to our DG, and there's always room for modification. So, I can't talk more than this.
Thank you so much. So, so that we don't, before we move to the council, we want to ask, let's narrow down to the Lagos open market, the Dumota in particular. I think colleagues, from the feedback we have, everyone appreciated what the agency had done, collaborating with the council, Dumota, Aba, and Onitsha. We just want to ask, the question is for Lagos, what's the timeline from what we've heard from the fillers from the agencies that the plan is to close the market? What is the timeline eventually? What's the plan? What does the council have in plan to the timelines, the milestones that the council have? Maybe you want to share with, that's the question.
Okay. Just like I said before, once you touch a market, you are touching the federal government, the state government, the local government, and the individuals that are in the market. Because it's a veritable means of employment generation. Some people thrive and live in the market, including Agberos that park motor, those that park vehicles and collect 1,000 naira from you. They live on that market. So, but the only way to stop or close the market, especially for a regulated product, which is pharmaceutical, highly regulated, is to have an alternative. Which is why, in their wisdom, when the first scenario failed, Kano State government went to Jaiz Bank, collected loan, and built that coordinated warehouse center. The issue was now for them to move from the markets they were into coordinated warehouse center, which was why in March last year, immediately they told us that they've completed it, and with the buy-in, essentially, buy-in from the government, we went there to the market. We got in there by around 1 a.m., started closing shops, closed about 2,000 shops in Kano, and forced them to where they are. So, while speaking with those in the Dumota, Aba, and Onitsha, Dumota particularly, we made them to commit that within 6 months they will leave. But you know that if they've not completed the place in 6 months, the council would speak more to it, that they must leave. Even them that are in the market, they accepted the fact that those of them that are doing genuine business said that place is not sustainable. They don't even like staying there. They want to make a distinction between them and those that are doing wrong things. There are some of them who want to do genuine business, who are very clean. There are some of them who are there. So they've been given a timeline within which that they must live there. That market must be closed. PCN will talk more about it. Thank you.
The PCN, maybe you want to throw light on that, sir.
Thank you. I just want to, first of all, talk about the National Drug Distribution Guidelines, which actually lead to these coordinated wholesale centers. We have the manufacturers, importers, supplying to mega drug distribution centers, and then mega drug distribution centers to the wholesalers, then to the retailers, and then to the end users. Now, the original intention was mega drug distribution centers. But some manufacturers came together and said that those mega drug distribution centers may not be able to pay them. They may be owing them, as they cited some experiences they had. So because of that, the issue of coordinated OC centers came. And the PCN wrote letters that time to every state that would no longer allow drug markets anywhere, and that every state should have a coordinated OC center. The mega drug distribution center is not out of place. Any formidable organization, distributor can still come together and form a mega drug distribution center. But because it's quite capital intensive, that's why it has been difficult in some states. With the help of the government, they came together. They were also planning their own, but there are interest, as we have been talking about, so much interest in drugs, and because of whatever they claim is the value, the profit value. Because of that, there's so much interest. That's how. But because the government of Kano at that time was interested, that was how that came to be, and then we were giving them guidance of what they were doing. Now, that has gone. Even recently, when the new governor in Kano came, we nearly lost it because of politics. They were saying that they won't allow that place again, and then they'll go and start another place because of politics. But thank God, that one was managed eventually. Now, giving them time, it depends on when they are done. That's why initially we were thinking, when this last raid on Keynote started, we're thinking that is the place we are moving to them to ready. Of course, we know it's not ready. That's why we're a bit slow initially. Why we didn't join immediately, because we needed to be able to give an answer as to when are you moving, when is to leave, and when are we not going to see you anymore in this location. But from this last enforcement we did together with NAFDAC, we have told them that 6 months. But while we're discussing this, I used the opportunity to have a view of the current coordinated OC center in Lagos. They are still very far. Personally, off record, maybe I should off my mic. Before, it will take more than 6 months, definitely, before they finish that place with what I have, what information I have and I've seen of recent. But, the point is that we have to put pressure on them. If we don't put any pressure on them, we just say, okay, you can be there until you finish. Then they will never leave. Because some people don't want to leave that place. Some people, they don't want to leave that place at all. That's why we are forcing them actually to do an undertaking that they will leave in 6 months. They've not been able to achieve that. They are still negotiating here and there, telling us that it's not possible. But we have given them, we are NAFDAC, we have given them that time, that 6 months is what we are telling them to stay. Knowing that there can still be negotiation based on evaluation of how far the work has gone by that 6 months. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, but just maybe furthering on that very quickly, who are the stakeholders? Are there other stakeholders besides PCN and NAFDAC in terms of that CWC getting it to work? And then how can this be fast-tracked? What can be done, really?
Just in addition, while looking at that, reason why that is a concern for colleagues is if we say when they are done can be 10 years from now. When they are done can be 2 years from now. So what is not the council doing? Seeing that, yes, you're not done in 6 months, based on reality. However, we want to see this done in 1 month. We want to see this done in 3 months. We want to see this milestone done. When you achieve those milestones, then we know that we've moved step 1, 2, 1. So that if that is not done, so that answers one question. Then the other thing is, if it's not, that 6 months is not achieved, what's the plan of the council with respect to the market as it is now, pending when that is achieved?
I've said before what I said initially. Okay, let me start with your question. Your question,
Yes, Olugbeja Pharmaceutical.
Premier Pharmacy. That's you. So let me start with that. Who are the stakeholders? Actually, that project is multi-billion naira projects. And it's not PCN that is building it. It's not NAFDAC that is building it. It's not government that is building it. It's being built by a private enterprise. And what the process in place is that the people that we want to have shops in that coordinated wholesale centers, we have a buy-in. We'll be able to place money down for the construction as part of the, because if I tell you, they gave me the figure, is huge. So they are raising funds. We have a company that is in charge. They have a particular company that is incorporated, that is in charge of CWC, that is building, constructing. And now they are raising funds through banks and then expecting the people that will be listed to pay. So that's what, but coming to Marco, what Marco is saying about, I told you we have told them 6 months. And the DG and the registrar, the plan is that we have a monitoring team that will be getting reports on the progress of this place based on this time we have given you. They've been telling us they don't want to take undertaking of 6 months. That is not possible. We are saying that they must. The reason is so that we will be able to monitor gradually how far are you going, how far have you gone. But they are trying. But unfortunately, we have for the past few months. Actually, why the work was delayed, the funder and the contractor, they have serious differences, which took them a long time to resolve. Well, recently they resolved that. Since that time, even during Christmas break, they were working there. They didn't go home. So what we have to do, having given them that 6 months, if they sign, we have a way of monitoring the progress of the work periodically, so that we are sure that it is done. Thank you.
Okay, right. Thank you very much, sir. I have a few questions. But I don't know if it's okay at this time to just try and put questions together. If you would find that helpful. So, Farms Ugu, sir. So just about NAFDAC, the impression also from the questions that we've received is that colleagues feel largely over-regulated, for no other words to use. And the conversations is that there seems to be lots of unregulated practices. There seems to be lots of, things around the open markets, products here and there. With the advent of social media, I'm sure colleagues all over the room would agree. Somebody will bring some picture of something that was found on social media, some breast enlarging, some funny products. And then these products are actually available in the markets. So the conversations around post-marketing surveillance should be going to such products because they are coming in somehow. So it's okay to say Nigeria is complex. Those products have come in, right? But these products can be fished. So what are we doing around that and regulating that? That's the first part of the question. The second part of the question to you would be, colleagues are asking also that why are we having to pay for destruction or disposal as it is as well for expired products? There's already been a loss. We are retailers. And then product expires on you. Then you pay to have it disposed. And then, one of the questions even read, can't I simply, even though, of course, we understand the chemical implications, but to say that Shebi NAFDAC too is burning it, shouldn't me to just find one corner place and burn it? Those will be the questions for you. So while you brood on that, sir, permit me to also share your questions as well. One is around licensing, how that there are lots of practices that seem to be unlicensed, and even some at the zonal levels are individuals that are not known. But somehow, if you go into the premise, you would find some license somewhere. And then the conversations and the feelers, maybe like the Ikorodu scenario that you mentioned, are actually maybe somebody who got licensed from somewhere. There's supposed to be a pharmacy in the question. But no, they never meet any pharmacist. And the person is operating and doing all sorts of things, including the activities of those who are registered as wholesalers who don't close at 6 p.m. So there's a strong competition with the retailer who's, So those are the questions. So around licensing, what's the plan to be able to sanitize that and to be able to get us to operate better with that? And to you, Pharmacist Oyewo, the question here would be around the GSI activity and the traceability. There have been conversations at the retail end sometimes, like patients, there's a popular pharmaceutical who's exhibiting here, who patients, at least I've heard it from two different sources, different colleagues who have said by the time that they do the scratch card thing, it will say cannot be authenticated. And then there's a lot of outcry to say, oh, this person is selling fake. And then by the time they do the back and forth to the wholesaler, they're eventually able to trace that indeed this product was supplied by the rep. And then they say, oh, don't worry, it's not it was just something with. Whereas all of the issues and the damage for the reputation of that retail pharmacy has already gone ahead. So what are the plans? How are we getting that better? What's happening there? So maybe you start with you, Pharmaceutical.
Okay, thank you. Let me start from the destruction issue. Yes, statutorily, NAFDAC are the people that destroy products, regulated products when they are expired. But one thing that colleagues don't know is that most of those products that are destroyed, we issue certificates for them. When we finish destroying your product, you're going to give us an inventory. And when you inventory the product, we give you a certificate for most companies to use to get tax rebates and even recoup their money from their international partners. So for us, we are doing what we should do as a regulatory agency for destroying the products and having your certificates. When these products are destroyed, you have your certificates. So that during, if genuinely we are doing the tax thing, you can use it to get a tax rebate from the government that even as you are taxing me this year for so and so amount, most of these products were destroyed by the agency, and this is a certificate, a proof to show that that product has been destroyed. So that is the reason why we don't just destroy a product and, allow it to go like that. Secondly, destruction costs money. We buy apart from the site that we pay for every year, we buy the diesel. We employ people that undergo this destruction. So it means that we're just, it's not possible for every community pharmacist to bring their product and give to NAFDAC. I will destroy it free. I will not pay for it. Colleagues, let's just think about that. That's about that. Then
the question of regulation, social media, unknown products, yet
yes,
there is a feed and a demand for it, pushing it into the market.
Yeah, let me tell us one last experience we had. You may have, social media is a problem. With the advent of social media, a lot of things, even things that are not supposed to be marketed, are marketed. NAFDAC regulates advert. Advert is one of the things we regulate. And immediately we see unregistered products on the advert platform on social media, we go after the people. Yes. So if you know a particular product that you've registered, you've not paid for the advert permit, please don't go online to advertise it, because the first violation is that you are advertising a product that you did not pay for. That's number one. Number two, it's even worse when the product is not registered. The last experience I had in my division was, in fact, it's even worse with herbal products and that kind of products, lifestyle products, breast enlargement and all those. Before you know it, they will tell you that you get white, you become white in 24 hours. Or all sorts. So there was this popular one. They said that if you're smoking, you can be taking the drug. Long detox. You know about that?
Yes, it was on Instagram. Mm-hmm.
It is still on up till now. We don't leave that. It's just that I told you our people are difficult to regulate. Immediately that happened, there is a way we do our operation. Unfortunately, NAFDAC had spoken. If we had managed it, we will manage it. The people went under, but we still were able to dig them out. And we are still doing that every day. The only thing you have to do for us is, if you see those spurious things, we are not spirits. Send it to us.
How, sir? How do we share this with you? There are lots. I'm sure people have TikTok accounts and Instagram that they need to be calling out to you. How? Is there a social media? How do we share it with NAFDAC?
I'll share a number. I'll call my director. We'll share a number so that as you see them, you let us know so that we can take it up. Or if you know any NAFDAC staff that you trust, I can even share my number.
Just a follow-on to that.
You know, so that let us stop this, because they are deceptive advertisements. They deceive people. We know that those drugs don't work. They are not true.
Absolutely.
So they are deceiving people. And as professionals and as colleagues who have read this in school over time, we know that that does not work. It's just like those people that tell you that they do computer lab. Those of us in community pharmacy, They will bring it to you. You can't interpret what it is. They will write XXX, YYY, ZZZ. Before you know it, they will tell the person to bring 100,000 naira for a particular supplement, which does not work. So, just you help us to help ourselves. Thank you very much.
Just a suggestion question. Is NAFDAC also looking at its social media presence? Entrenching it, because that's where this thing thrive, and that's the society we found ourselves now. So to what extent is NAFDAC looking at its social media presence? So if you have someone that has violated the rules, like you said, the person is punished, is also put on the social media. The NDLA, for example, is pushing the law through social media. Can NAFDAC also, is NAFDAC also looking in that regard? So that when so that if 1, 2, 3 people are punished and these people see them on social media, 1 or 2 others that are also in the line, they also probably, it deters a few people. I don't know if NAFDAC is looking at that.
Yeah, NAFDAC is online. We have Twitter handle. We have every social. We're online.
It's presence and presence is different. Being online and having a presence.
There is.
They are two different.
There is a presence. If you really explore, you see us online and somebody is ready to answer you.
So that's the issue, sir. If we explore, for these people, you don't have to explore to find them. You don't have to. They are audible, like I said, they are audible to the deaf, visible to the blind. Is there a way NAFDAC can also make itself in those sectors loud that anybody knows that? I don't have to. It's just like we've seen now betting, for example. Betting is, you have to be conscious not to bet because they throw it at you morning, afternoon, day, 3 times, 6 hours, every 6 hours. So is there a way? It's NAFDAC looking at that entrenching social media presence. I'm not saying the agency is doing quite a lot, but we also need to look at, can we begin to push the outcomes of these interventions on the social media? For example, until NAFDAC came to debunk some of the things in the open market on social media, perceptions were still what it was. Some people were seeing it against us and the likes, but those things. So I think it's something the agency needs to look at.
Well, thank you very much. Most of the cases we see in NAFDAC may be going to the social media immediately may spoil some of our, because we always have court cases. If we don't conclude a particular case, we don't just go to social media. If you are in court or if you are about prosecuting somebody, even when you know that the person has done something, the court must pronounce the person as guilty before you can go and advertise it or put it on social media. Otherwise, if a case is sub judice, if you present it on social media, it will spoil the case technically in court. So we're a regulatory agency. There's a way we regulate. So we won't just push out a thing to social media if we are not sure that we've concluded it. So that's just the little challenge. But anyhow, I've noted what you've said, and I'll take it up to the authorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just before we come to you, Dr. Foluke, please, we got the permission of the ACPN Lagos chair to say that if anyone has questions, you can just please write them on paper and please pass. Maybe some people missed out the poll, so we have a bit of time extension. So if there are questions, an usher, somebody will be walking around to take that so that we could just quickly look at it. Yes, we may not be able to take all, obviously. So if it's something that has been answered in person, then we would not be able to. So we can't take more than 2 or 3. So please do write out your question if we have missed that. And over to you, sir, for your questions. Okay.
Thank you very much. Before I answer my core question, I just want to make an addition to my colleague about destruction of drugs costing money. I used to seriously sympathize with ACPN members when they are complaining. NAFDAC is collecting money. How can they be collecting money when they are already at a loss? What kind of inhuman treatment is that? I said, yes, it's true, they shouldn't. Until this last Saturday, destruction we went to do in Ibadan. We were preparing for it. I was discussing with the director. Why are we going to Ibadan? Why not Lagos? When he told me the bill that they pay for the destruction sites, it was mind-boggling. Terrible. I said, for what? I said, that's what they are collecting. Millions of naira. Millions, every millions that they are paying for this. So that might have accounted for the main reason why you have to pay. Then secondly, about the social media issues. Recently, we find something like that at the one that concerns us, a premises some of these agents that distribute drugs, some of these agents that online sales agents, they will say they are on their platform. They will put maybe Augmentin, or they will put a particular drug. We got them. So what we did was to just report. I thank God while we were reporting, Abuja, our head said they have gotten it. So they wrote them a letter, and they invited them. They were invited to our head of Abuja to come and have a meeting and to pull that down immediately. And they did. Even at our office in Lagos, during our core PIC, we saw a particular notification on the social media, which we felt is not right. What we did, we traced people that put it there, and we sanctioned them, and we follow up until they brought them down on the social media. So I know the agency is strong, NAFDAC is strong. They can also do that by monitoring any toxic media posts and then taking them up, including threatening them with legal action if they will continue in such action. So that's that about that. Then about the issue of licensure. Let me mention three things about we are seeing license there, we are seeing that there. I will mention again the issue of fronting. It's pharmacies that do fronting. It's pharmacies that will say is my own, and then that they say is my own, and then it's not their own. Maybe they have given them some little money, 1 million or 10 million, whatever, and they will say it's my own. And because of that, they drop their license. They drop even CEC. Some of them will go and mutilate CEC document to come and present to us. Recently, what we did at our level in council, when you bring a CEC document and say you want to apply for allocation approval or whatever, as at present, a non-pharmacist is not supposed to own a retail practice. That's our regulation, and that's what we are following on. That's why the issue of fronting comes up. By the time the non-pharmacist will go and meet our colleague, they will say they offer you this. We have so many cases. By the time we confront someone, they will start crying. They will say they can't do it. So what we did, we put that. When we see your name, usually all the applications will come to me generally. So when I look at when we see it and we check, when the names are divergent, we say it's not your own. We say this cannot be processed. So what they will do, those pharmacists will say remove your name. You know, pharmacists, put my name alone. And then by the time they put their name, then it's now a pharmacist's own business. Then we start processing. But before you know it, they will now start saying that something will happen. When they start fighting, they will now say it's not their own. Recently, say they must go and do swear to an affidavit in court that this place is my own. And if at any time we discover that it is not your own, then your name will be struck off from pharmaceutical register and you will forfeit the drug. And remember also that you cannot resign from your own business. So you can never say you want to resign. So when we put that in place, the rates reduced to a large extent. They were not bringing such application again. They were not bringing. But they have gone back again to find another way of getting it done. So we are pushing and pushing every time. But we are using this opportunity to say that our pharmacists should desist from this. And then recently, that's another one. Because everything that has an advantage also has its own disadvantage. We have the scratch card using electronic means to register for our license. The consequence of that is that if you get a scratch card and the person knows your detail, then he can put it in, your license will come out, and he can hang it in that premises. We had a case sometimes ago where somebody overseas has left the company for about 7-8 years. He called us, saw his license online. I said, my license, PCN, what are you doing? I'm no more in Nigeria. I've left this company. Why is my license coming out? Invariably, those employers, they have the documentation. So they send somebody to come and just get the scratch card, and they just key it in, and the license came out. that was what happened. And recently, we had a very notorious, a very bad case. The person is still in the issue, in the case. Our colleague has died. And the husband wanted to continue. He sent somebody to go and pick scratch card. And the person came. Of course, we won't know the name of everybody. Just wrote the name of that person. And then, before we knew, we issued scratch card. Before we knew it, license came out. And then, it was during our monitoring exercise, we discovered that the license was hung. Some of us that knew that that woman had died. Who is this? They say the superintendent. Where is? They say it's at home and all that. The dead woman's license was hung, being presented as a licensed premises. So that one is still smelling the rat now. But the point is that it's our pharmacies that are doing this, and that was why we said that. You don't call every superintendent pharmacy. You come to our office. We want to see you and come and collect your scratch card. So it met with so much opposition from us because of this kind of thing. We want to see you. Of course, there are exceptions to every rule. If we, for instance, if I know you very well and then you are there, maybe you have some hindrances from coming, it can be exempted. But otherwise, you come, and what does it take? Once in a year or twice, you come to pick your, renew your license, and you come to pick your license. What does it take to come? That's why we pulled that. And then before I drop the mic, there was another case. Some people are cartel pharmacies trying to go around, collect money from people, telling them that I will help you to get your license. We got that kind. We had that kind. We were getting a complaint that some premises have not been, just like a Premier was illustrating. Your premise is not yet inspected, or you've not fully complied with all the compliances given, and his license. We discovered that 1, 2, 3 outlets. When I discovered, I was the head of inspection at that time. I just went to open a file for premises license without inspection. I was keeping them. I secretly and discreetly investigated each of those licenses. How did they come about? How did they leave Lagos? How did they get to Abuja? How were they approved? How were they printed? How did they get back? I traced them one after the other. Many of them, quite a number of them, they were all traced to one source, one pharmacist. Meeting them, getting this information, and then liaising with whosoever. It won't pass through our office to go. You just package it, send it to somebody in Abuja, and then they will do it. I got that, and then eventually, when I got, I thank God I got it. So I just called Registrar, our former Registrar. I discussed, this is what I found out. I discussed my findings with him. And it took a drastic action. About 6 years ago, took a drastic action. I won't tell you everything that happened. Eventually, since that time, I've not had that. But that was a pharmacist that did that even at that time. It was a pharmacist that brought this, that made this, that was doing this at that time. So that's why we try as much as we can to put some regulations in place so that this will not happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, let your feedback. Okay, thank you very much. Now, there is a difference between the mobile authentication system and GS1 standards and traceability. With MAS, what you do is that you scratch a scratch card. When you scratch it, it gives you a number. And that number is sent as an SMS to a number. And it will tell you whether the product is authentic or not. That is MAS. It's applied to some analgesics, antibiotics, and a few other products. And that is actually where it is different from track and trace. Because we've had instances where sometimes maybe the SMS doesn't go well, maybe it's a network issue. Sometimes either there's no response, or maybe there's a false negative or something like that. And then there are problems with the pharmacy. We've heard about that. Now, traceability is different in that the manufacturer of the product is expected to provide two things at the point of production. He is supposed to provide 4 data elements, as we call them, a product code or a global trade item number. That's what we call it in GS1. The expiry date of the product, the batch number, and a unique serial number. None of those 2 data elements can be the same for any 2 product packs. And what happens then is that after they provide that information, they provide it encoded in a barcode, and they also provide it in human readable information beside that barcode. So in this instance, the barcode is not covered. Now, specific software allows the manufacturer to scan that barcode and create a traceability event that we call commissioning. That event is sent to the regulator. There are also other events that are sent by the manufacturer to the regulator when they pack the product, or maybe when they ship it to maybe a distributor or to an importer, as the case may be. And vice versa, it continues down the supply chain from the wholesaler receiving, creating an event to when they ship maybe to a pharmacy, as the case may be, and up to the point when the pharmacy dispenses the product. So that is traceability in an ideal situation. Now, according to NAFDAC, NAFDAC have a mandatory requirement that all narcotics and controlled substances, they carry traceability markings so that they can be scanned at all points of the supply chain to create traceability information. So where it is different from mass is that when this product comes into existence and is active now in the supply chain at the manufacturer's at the manufacturing plant, it is of course they create a traceability event that they call commissioning, and that event is sent to NAFDAC. Now NAFDAC uses the fact that there's traceability information about the product in its traceability information system to verify or authenticate that the product is counterfeit or it is genuine. And this is what they do at any point of inspection. When it's at a point of inspection, when a product is coming to a country, or if they carry out their routine activities to scan these products to verify whether they're authentic or not. Now, every narcotics product that is currently in the Nigerian market is expected to, of course, have been commissioned by the manufacturer. So an NAFDAC can authenticate, or anybody in the supply chain can authenticate that it is genuine. So traceability, when the barcode is scanned, a verification request can be made to authenticate that the product is genuine, and of course it will come out with the fact that it is either genuine or that it is not. And currently that is enforced for narcotics products. Now, for other products that might have traceability features and that NAFDAC has not yet mandated that they must share traceability events with them. This means that the manufacturer does not necessarily need to share traceability information with NAFDAC. And sometimes when you see products like that, when you scan them, maybe to create a verification event, you might not get an answer.
Thank you, man.
But for all narcotic and controlled substances, it is required, and you will get an answer that this product is authentic. Another thing that we all need to know is that a traceability regulation has been put in force by NAFDAC. And there were also, NAFDAC, of course, they're going to meet with stakeholders, I think that is day after tomorrow, to roll out another set of products that it will be mandatory to create traceability events about. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Please, a round of applause. Our time is really fast spent. Please, we want to appeal to pharmacists. We are ramping up right now. In about 3 minutes, we'll be done with the panel session, and then we move to the other things that we have to wrap up the conference. Please bear with us. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
There's still some questions, but maybe I should read out the suggestions first. So first is to PCN. Some things colleagues have raised that PCN should probably create a help desk that is solely to resolve issues between superintendent pharmacists and pharmacists employers, and that may help, because maybe sometimes superintendent have something to say, or maybe there's an issue, so that it doesn't get to the end or until there's a major fallout before the council is aware. There's also another suggestion about using the place of address as against the home address as a way to be able to curb R&G. I don't know, maybe you want to talk about that. Do you think that will help? And then you haven't talked about the wholesalers who don't close at 6 p.m., who will still just go ahead to operate. And then, so the first two are suggestions. So about wholesale premises, and then regulating the activities of the hospital as well. A lot of them don't have pharmacies, and then they sell whatsoever. This can also be a collaboration with NAFDAC as well. So maybe you can speak to that. There was a case I heard about some hospital, a very big hospital, who was bringing in some product that another company had registered, but they were bringing in another one from maybe those countries that you don't want to hear about to be able to cut costs. Yet somebody had paid a lot of money to register the product, and that we are told that hospitals do that over and over again. So as part of the post-marketing surveillance, is that one of the places where NAFDAC can want to put some energy so that colleagues can have some breathing space? Just to talk about that as well. Yes, just that, basically. And then about tariffs, there's another question for you here about tariffs and the high cost of registration of products. And that's probably why drugs are so expensive, because people would have to put that money somewhere else, and that at the end of the day, it's the patient who bear the cost. So those will be the closing questions. So about collaboration, about wholesale, and those. Thank you.
Regulating hospital practice too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start with wholesale closing by 6 p.m. There's no law that says wholesale should close by 6 p.m. as I'm talking. There's no law. We have had the suggestion several times at the PIC level, and we are proposing to the head office. The first time I discussed some years back, I discussed with my head office. What was said was that there's no law for now, but we can make a case, because that case will be making at PIC Lagos, that what are they selling beyond 6? Who are they selling to at that time? But we need to develop a regulatory framework where we can consider that. And luckily, we are currently, this week, we are reviewing our regulations at the head office. So I will be discussing with the members of the team that are doing the review of the regulations. Because as at 2 days ago, we still discussed some of the issues we discussed at our PIC. I pushed it to them. They said they will put it across at the review. I will discuss that. But they are considering the law of Nigeria, the law the law that sets up businesses. That are we permitted to say that this business should not operate beyond this time? That's why those are the questions that are coming up. I know it's disrupting our own business and our own practice as retail premises, but we have to get a legal framework that if they go to court, we can easily come out of that. That's that. Then secondly, about the
hospital practice,
community practice, hospital practice. Yes, the law of the land stipulates that every hospital pharmacy should be registered by Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. And we have quite a number of them in Lagos that are registered, but not all, definitely. You know, initially, it was not like that. Initially, they were not being registered. So they are still used to that. And then the law also allow small hospitals, allow some, originally, some mission hospitals in those days were allowed legally to bring in drugs. That's where all these flow from. And then, having gotten our new act specifically states that all hospital pharmacies should be registered with Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. And we're working on that. One thing Council is doing recently was before we have National Monitoring and Inspection Committee that goes around all over the country to the hospital pharmacies. But because that's not so effective, because by the time, once in a year, most of the time, by the time they go around, they can't do much. So what the council recently did was to decentralize that committee and say that we have Lagos committee for inspecting the hospital pharmacy. But by the time that came to council, the time to take that deliberation was when the council was dissolved. And that's to be taken by the council. But in the interim, just a few months ago, they constituted a committee that went around some hospitals in Lagos for the registration. So we are getting into that, and we see how we can do that. Then, finally, it's about help desk between superintendent pharmacists and their employers. What I would say about that is that if you have any issue with your employer, you can write us a letter, because if we are just working on hearsay, anything can happen. The person may say, I didn't say this, I didn't say that. But if you just write and say this, what happened, when letter gets to us, we treat it, we try to come in. We have a department called pharmacy practice. That's the part of their work. So they go and work on that. So that will help us to have a good relationship and then to call to order anyone that, like I have a case I'm managing now that a superintendent came to report. And I told him to write. He has written, I'm inviting the employer to my office to discuss with them so that we can solve that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe just as a bit of maybe comments as regards aren't you, by virtue of your the laws and acting Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, isn't it part of how that, in a bit to be able to regulate, you can come up with laws? Because when you mentioned about how that it can be contested in court, can't it be said that, this was like an SOP as part of regulation? Wouldn't that defend the council, even though I'm not a lawyer?
I didn't get to what was contested in court. The question is what was contested?
The conversation. No, where you said that. So, given the instance of maybe wholesale.
Okay, the wholesale 6 p.m.
At 6
okay,
p.m.
go ahead.
Yes, you are empowered by law. The body is empowered by law to regulate
and to make regulations.
Yes. So because the comment was maybe it can be contested in court to say, the laws don't say business should close at 6 p.m. But if you're saying that we made this as a way to be able to regulate,
that's exactly what I told you, that we have to form a regulatory framework that anybody can fall on. What I'm saying is that is not in place now. Okay. And that has to be put in place. One, we have the power to make regulations to execute our laws. So we have the power to do that. So, but that has not been there. That's why I say that I will be able to pass it across to those doing regulation review. If we can include it, once it's part of our framework, then it can be contested.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, before you just like a suggestion that then what are the efforts about maybe NAFDAC deploying? Because you mentioned the huge cost, and then it was agreed by PCN as well. How about deploying? Conversation is to maybe deploy or start looking at procuring incinerators, because maybe that would be as a long-term way of reducing costs, so that ACPN is happy, NAFDAC is happy. Are there plans to consider that?
Well, thank you very much. That is a management.
Yes, it may be a feedback, actually.
Yes, that's one of the feedbacks. Yes. But essentially, NAFDAC has tried to procure incinerator. And the essence was to ensure that costs are reduced, and then some special products are destroyed, because every product must not be burnt or buried or crushed. So these are ongoing things by the management for futuristic purposes. Then talking about hospitals or not having pharmacists and collaboration with PCN. Essentially, NAFDAC regulates products, not practice. But those hospitals bring themselves out if any product that they have does not have a registration number. I will now ask them, how did you get it and who is your pharmacist? So that is where we are involved. If, very unfortunately for you, you've been procuring products without a pharmacist, and there is an issue on the product which we regulate, we will now ask you, how did you get this product without a pharmacist? That's where we collaborate. I will now allow PCN and tell them, look, so-and-so hospital is getting so-and-so product without a pharmacist. That collaboration will help us deal with them better. But it is not easy to start going out to the hospitals to start looking for whether or not they have pharmacists, because that's not within our purview. But if, very unfortunately for them, the product has an issue and it's reported to us, we'll now ask you, how did you get it? Who is your pharmacist? Are you licensed to have this product without having a pharmacist? So that is the collaboration between us and the PCN. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, there was just maybe one more question about cost of tariffs for registration of products. So if we could just attend to that maybe in a minute while we call on one of the elders, Pharmacist F. Fakulujo, to be able to make a comment about regulation on behalf of ACPN, he had mentioned.
Well, for tariff is a statutory thing that normally passes through the council before it is gazetted and before it becomes a law. At this panel, I will not be able to discuss whether or not tariff can be reduced or whether it can be increased. But essentially, let us think about it. NAFDAC goes for inspection abroad. The dollar was not as bad as it was with the Naira before now. There was a time, it came to a time when normally we send 3 inspectors to look at those facilities because of the issue of fake drugs. To look at those facilities where products are produced. And after some time, I found out that the inspection fee being paid cannot even cater for 2 people, let alone 3. Which is why, in our wisdom, the DG reduced it to 2 people. And the only wisdom to do that is to make the inspection fee to be in dollars. It was not NAFDAC that made the Naira to crash the way it is, which is why the cost of registration is very high. If holistically our economy becomes better and Naira strengthens against the dollar, you find out that most people will be able to register products. The cost of registration will not be high. So it is a thing that is going to be handled at the top level. NAFDAC on their own cannot be able to. Thank you very much.
Okay. Chairman and the House, I think the objective of this meeting is to proffer solutions to very difficult situations. I want to inform Dr. Foluke that the law, the pharmacy law that has been approved by the federal government has given you a portion where you are supposed to make regulations. And when you make regulations, those regulations are binding. They are part of your working tools to be able to ensure that those laws are followed. Now, I want to remind us that location approval was never part of a law. It was introduced through PIC activities. But today, it is part of the law. The 2-meter distance was never part of the law. But Lagos State PIC then said, look, the only way we can stop rowdiness in the practice is to space out properly. And so we started, even without the law, we started that policy. But today, it is part of the law. So what we are saying is that wholesalers, yes, you are right, that currently there is no law. But you have been given opportunities to make regulation. And when you make regulations, it becomes, because that's what the tool you are going to use to work. So you can make regulation and say, look, and we have been flogging this for over a long time, that you can now say wholesalers close 6 o'clock. Because when you look at common sense dictates that who are you selling to at 6, after 6 p.m., at 9 p.m.? Who are you selling to? So we can do it. We are supposed to help ourselves. So please, it is something is doable. We also informed that wholesalers should be monitored properly. The law says when you sell your products, when you buy products, you buy from a registered premises. That is in the law. It also tells us that when you are selling your products, you sell, I'm talking of wholesalers, you sell to registered premises. Because wholesalers are to sell to retailers or to sell to hospitals. So, if we follow the law properly, then all those people who are behaving as if they are also pharmacists, it will not be allowed. Because nobody will sell drugs to them if you are following the law. So all these is let us look at, let's sit down together and see how we can work it out, rather than saying it is not in the law. So if it's not in the law, then we should forget about it. Otherwise, this situation will remain. And we'll be on it for a long time. So please, as a regulator, help us do something. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Okay. Let me just, I don't know. I don't know. I'm at a loss, really, because what Daddy said, I've said it. She even asked again, I still clarify it. That I said currently there is no law. I even said that there's regulation review going on, that I will also put that. I said I'll push it before. That way I got the feedback that there's no law. And that there's regulation going on. That we can. He even asked again, when I said it can be contested, and I said that we have the power to make the regulation. We can do it. I never said that there's something we can do. It is not possible. I never said that. And I didn't say that. So I didn't say that. Thank you.
Thank you
I don't know whether
much,
it's time to make conclusions. I just have two things to say.
We are concluding
as we're rounding off. I just have two things to say as we round off. First, it is very, very difficult to fight crime, to fight evil. Very difficult. I've gotten death threats on some occasions on my phone. If we continue this way, we'll kill. As bad as that. So but some of us, maybe because some of us are following our Master Jesus Christ, who actually died himself, and all the apostles died. God has been protecting us. We don't really care. So it's very difficult. But let's make it easier, because we are all pharmacists and we are fighting for us. So that's number one. Very difficult. I told you about the case of tracing somebody's license, tracing somebody that is a cartel, bringing license. The person got to know that it's a she, it's a lady. That I blocked her. I suffer where the kind of dogs that she raised because of that. So it's difficult. It takes a heart and courage to get that done. So secondly, I don't know why our manufacturers, our importers must all have supply agents, supplying shed and shop in Idumota. Can't that be stopped? Can't we stop that? Because we say all this. Somebody said that they will get reps, and they say rep, you are the one covering Idumota market. And we will say NAFDAC, PCN, and go and close. And we are the people that are sending fueling that place. So if we can do what we can do together, so that we're not deceiving ourselves. We're not using one hand to say this, and we're just using the other hand to quench and to stop. That's what we are doing.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you very much.
Thank
it's
you.
been a pleasure.
Thank you
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you. All right, so please a round of applause for all our panelists. Please, we'd like you to come. So and we have
just to mention in relation to what you said, we're actually expecting a representative of NAIP, but I guess they couldn't make it. So with the excos, there will obviously be another time where they will collaborate and have conversations with them. They were supposed to answer those questions, but they couldn't. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. I would like to invite Pharmacist Tolu Ajayi for the presentation of awards.
Pharmacist Foluke, ma'am. Please, if you could join us, the state dynamics, zonal dynamics will be next.
Hello.
Okay. Sorry. Pharmacist Mrs. Christine Oyewo, ma. Please, you receive this on behalf of the NAFDAC DG and help us get it across. Pharmacist Declan Ugu.
All right, please. You would help us.
Pharmacists, Declan, Ugu. You've done a wonderful job. When you started, I was not within the premises, but I was just hearing this and I said, that must be a NAFDAC person. So, on behalf of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, Lagos State Branch, at this occasion, sorry please, you should move to the center. At this occasion of our 2025 Continuing Education Conference, we want to give this award to the Director General of the NAFDAC, Professor Mrs. Mojisola Adeyeye, for exceptional commitment and administrative input at the 2025 conference, held this day, March 11 to 12, 2025. And signed here, we have the chairman and the secretary. Thank you. Thank you so much for a job well done. Thank you. Let me
All right, so we still have more awards to be given out.
All right, yesterday was chaired by pharmacist Jimi Agbaje. But like we all know, of course, he couldn't make it. He was represented by pharmacist ABO, Anthony Bola Oyawole. But we have this token to appreciate him. I would like to call on our daddy, pharmacist Funsho Fakulujo, to please receive this on behalf of fellow Jimi Agbaje.
Okay. On behalf of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, Lagos State Branch, we want to appreciate our own Jimi, because we knew that if not bereaved, he would have been here yesterday because he has accepted to be here. So, on behalf of ACPN, we are presenting this to pharmacist Jimi Agbaje, FPSN, FNAN, on the occasion of our continuing education. Thank you very much. Okay. Exceptional leadership award for all he has done for pharmacy.
I want to thank the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria. Pray that the Lord will continue to guide you.
Amen.
And give you wisdom.
Amen.
To navigate through all the
rigors.
Yes. It is well.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
JK is okay.
Yes, it's okay. Thank you.
Thank
a round of applause. We still have raffle draw. Please notify. And green light, please come closer. Quickly, let's do this.
Remember song. Everybody love Jimi Agbaje. Okay, now. So the next award goes to pharmacist Olumide Akintayo, FPSN, FNA, Pharm. It's called the Pharmacy Advocacy Award. And like we all know, this is one of our leaders who has sold himself to the defense of the pharmacy profession. Hardly will a day go by without he going to, defend one thing or the other. And we thought it wise to recognize and put that on record. We would like to call on fellow Edith Nwachuku to collect this on behalf. The Pharmacy Advocacy Award to Pharm Olumide Akintayo, FPSN, FNA, Pharm.
On behalf of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, we are presenting this Pharmacy Advocacy Award to Pharm Olumide Akintayo, FPSN, FNAFAM, FPCPharm, this and that, at this 2025 Continuing Education Conference held this day. And so we do present this to Pharm Akintayo for all his advocacy for pharmacy and the healthcare sector. in particular. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Please, we want the reps of New Heights Pharmaceuticals to please come closer. SNL Laborex, please come closer. NAC, we need you closer. Sam Pharmaceuticals, please come closer. Green Life and FPSN PLC. Please, we want you all to please come closer.
All right, thank you so very much, man. Next, I would like to call on pharmacist Aminu Abdusalam to help us present this to the Chairman Planning Committee for the 2025 Annual Continuing Education Conference. And the awardee is pharmacist Mrs. Laide Shoeton. Is she here? Where are you? If you're in the house, show your face.
Please, she deserves a big round of applause.
Let's appreciate her as she steps forward.
Wow. Please, the rep of Pharma Symbiosis also please come closer. We want to give the companies their flags one after the other.
There are some of the meetings they held that went into like 1 a.m., 1:30. So when the speech starts getting stuttered, you know something that it's time to go to bed and continue the next day. And we can see the result in the excellent outcome in the conference. Over to you, sir.
On behalf of the Zonal Committee Pharmacists of Nigeria and Lagos State, you are well appreciated. Your work and commitment has been evident by the turnout and the quality of presentation. I believe somebody work, he will still continue to work among done very well. This is a token. On behalf of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, this is an appreciation award for your high-level performance. And it's given to you, no other person than the chairman of the planning committee of this prestigious event, Pharmacist Laide Shoeton, Merit Award winner.
Congratulations. Thank you. Please, we can also do presentation for NAC. NAC, so we use one stone to kill two birds. Okay, we use two birds.
NHC is a silver award, silver outstanding partners awardee, silver category. NHC Pharmaceuticals Limited.
Just
and to present this, I think pharmacist.
Don't give her. She's there.
I should just give her.
Just give her. She's
okay.
there. A round of applause.
Do your hand like this.
Double award. Congratulations.
Okay. All right. So congratulations. All right. And the next awardee, here we have pharmacist Mrs. Grace Ikani. She did it at the national level, and coming back home, the least we could do is to ask her to come replicate the success story. She stood strongly with the committee, providing support, technical support, I'll call it, all the way. The digital outlook we have in the partnership and sponsorship of this conference was made by her. We're so proud of you. And to present this, I would like to call on pharmacist Olabanji Obidei to please help us out in presenting this.
Green light, please. Get ready for your award.
Colleagues, this is an appreciation for Pharm Grace Ikani, Merit Award winner, for being the co-chairman of the planning committee of this events. And I believe you can all attest to it that I've raised the bar again. So this is an operation of this, and then we hope that if you are called up to repeat this, you are going to respond. So thank you very much.
Congratulations
for all the effort and for digitalizing the event. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next.
We'd like to call on the representative of Green Life Pharmaceuticals Limited to take this award. It's called the Outstanding Partners Award, Gold category. We sold the message to them. They believed us. They partnered with us, even when they didn't see the total picture of how the conference was going to look like. So, over to you, sir.
An award for Outstanding Partner Award on behalf of ACPN that has awarded to Green Life Pharmaceutical Limited. Incidentally, they've been one of our major supporters, even right from the time that I was the chairman of the association, even before that time. And they have not ceased to support the association even up to now. And I know that even in future, you are going to continue with this. So thank you. On behalf of ACPN, we present with this Outstanding Partner Award, Gold category.
The next awardee is Pharmacist. Like we usually say, we don't do leadership development. If you are serving in any capacity within the association, you should also be looking forward to grooming future leaders. Here we have someone that served in the planning committee for the 2025 annual Continuing Education Conference that stood out in an exceptional way. You know, when you say someone is like the Maradona of a team, she featured in virtually all the committees and ensured that we had a very good outcome. Please join me to welcome upstage pharmacist Mrs. Chioma Ijeoma Omata. She served as the secretary of the committee and she did it excellently well. Excellently well.
A round of applause for Pharmacist Chioma. We celebrate you. Arsenal Laborex, Sam Pharmaceuticals, New White Pharmaceuticals, Pharmasymbiosis. Please, if the reps are available, we are ready to give to them. If they are not, we'll go and give them at the exhibition stand. Fitting Healthcare, please, we need you around. Thank you.
Yeah, ladies and colleagues, this is an award presented by ACPN, Lagos State, to Pharmacist Chioma Ijeoma Omata for exceptional commitment and administrative input to support the committee that put up this event together. And incidentally, it will be interesting to also know that she also doubles as the editor-in-chief of the association. So congratulations for this award. Thank you.
Thank you. Arsenal Laborex is next.
Sorry, so we would like to call on pharmacist Abiola Polozie now to handle the outcome of the zonal dynamics. That's, I would say, an arrangement or a program we have in place, please, as a comima, to ensure that our zones are up to the task and they are up to their responsibilities on their line of responsibility.
Please, we just appreciate the announcement of the winners.
Thank you very much. At the beginning, those of us that were here, we mentioned they are going to evaluate us. But one thing we did not mention, but which the ESCO had mentioned to the zonal coordinators, was the fact that there was something called continued assessment. We are looking overall how our zones have performed in terms of supporting the leadership of ACPN Lagos to make sure that we keep moving the association forward. And so based on that, we have a 60-40 assessment. Everything we did here today, the way they packaged, the way they did their outreaches, their advocacy, everything came to 60%. That continuous assessment carried 40%. And in that continuous assessment, please, I need to just quickly mention one or two things. If our leaders, our zonal coordinators are here, please lend me your ears. Because if you didn't take the position you thought you would have taken, it's because you probably didn't do well in the continuous assessment. What are those parameters under continuous assessment? Number one, attendance at programs. Your zonal participation, your zonal coordinators meeting. Some, they were just coming. Some were not coming. Some were sending just one representative. Number two, assistant to PIC in terms of, are you providing list of illegal premises? We have spoken so much today, practically directing questions to council and NAFDAC. But our own is to be their eyes, their feet in our neighborhood so that illegal premises. Many of us did not submit list of illegal premises. And that has a point. There are other aspects of it. Your minutes were supposed to reach the secretariat 2 weeks after every meeting. That one too, some of us did not supply. So based on that, we can't go on and on, but I want to believe that at your next meeting, the zonal coordinators meeting, we will address this thing and then we will know where to improve. So I will start from the last person, the person that took the 5th position. We have Okoko coming 5th at 67.9%. And with that too, Okoko happens coincidentally. Okoko happened to be the most improved zone. Okoko, Michael. Can we give them a round of applause? The zonal coordinator, I don't think they have anything for them, but maybe they can just take a bow. The second zone, the fourth position, we have Yesba at 68.4%. Yesba zone. And I think because 1, 2, 3 will be giving something, they have something. As I call them, let them just come out so that they can take their gift from the chairman. Haycourt zone came third with 69.1%. Haycourt, Ikotun, Egbe. And then to clinch the second position with a score of 70.1, we have Ejigbo. They are actually twin sisters, Haycourt and Ejigbo. And I'm pleased to inform this gathering that a particular group has been very, very consistent. And you know, one of the things, I said 40% on that continual assessment. That blew my mind. They score 40% totally. And that makes a winner for today's zonal dynamics to be Idea Zone at 85.2. 85.2. Congratulations to all our zone.
Thank you. Thank you. Idea Zone members, please come to the front on this side and take pictures. I would like to hand over to Nutrify for their award quickly. A round of applause for Nutrify. Please come and do your raffle. After that, we go to Green Life and then... Please, let's take our pictures as fast as possible. Please, you can go and celebrate in your zone. We don't have time. Please, we don't have the time. Thank you. Thank you. Photographer. Thank you. Hello. 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 Yeah, take pictures. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's return to our seats. Nutrify. Nutrify. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Idea Zone, thank you. Nutrify, let's go.
All right, good evening, everybody. I'm sure you all had a nice conference, so we'll be closing with our raffle draw. Please, can you assist us to put the raffle ticket inside? So we'll be having consolation prizes of power bank. We have 10 power banks. We have Hisense freezer and fridge. We have the water dispenser, and the third prize is the generator set. All you can see here, and the people that qualified for the raffle ticket were customers that bought items worth 75,000 naira and above between yesterday and today. So we'll be having the raffle draw shortly. Yes, please. You can speak. It's going out already. Okay, may we call on the chairman of the CPC to help us come and pick. No. Not the chairman. The chairman will pick first, third, second, and third. Okay, may we call on Pharm Choma. Please, could you come and help us pick the consolation prizes? We have 10 consolation prizes. Please help us pick 2. Thank you. We have Chi Jones Pharmacy and Beats Pharmacy Ikorodu. They won 2 power banks. Congratulations to Chi Jones and Beats. Do we have any representatives for them here? Any representatives of Chi Jones and Beats Pharmacy Ikorodu? Okay, please spin again so that we can pick another 5.
Mathematical probability should tell you that you should pick the best from the bigger lot. As you are reducing the number, then okay. Give the best prize when they are
our MC, please, can you come and help us? Help us pick 5.
Give the best prize when they are fewer. After you're removing all the 10, you will not be the best prize when they are more. You don't want power bank.
Thank you. We have RDC Pharmacy Ilupeju. We have Healthborn Pharmacy Bagada. We have Beat Pharmacy again. We have Chi Jones Pharmacy again. They bought, so the more you buy, the more your chances of winning. We would reach out to them and deliver to them. So we have 3 more two more. 3. No, 3. We have 3 more consolation prizes. You can shake. Yes. All right. 2. So the last 2 for the consolation prizes for the power banks. Is it 2? 3. 1 more. We have Bino Pharmacy Oshodi. We have Panache. We have Shante Forts. Congratulations. Panache, that's Usinachi. Congratulations. You're the winner of the power banks. So please. Okay, so we now move to the top three. So number three, we have the third prize is the generating set, which is here. The second prize is the water dispenser, and the first prize is the fridge and freezer. So we can spin again and take maybe the chairman to come and help us speak. Okay. From Olaide. Okay, please help us speak. Okay, we are picking. Just pick. We should pick everything for us, but we'll just. For the third position, we have Seed of Life Pharmacy Solo. You are the winner of the Tiger the generating set. Please help us speak on that one again, ma. Hello, ma. Please help us speak second position. That's what you wrote there. That's what you wrote there. Solo. For the second prize of the water dispenser, we have Beat Pharmacy Korodu. Congratulations. And the first prize for the fridge and freezer. The first prize. Thank you, ma. Drug Forest Pharmacy. Where is she? Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations to all our lucky winners. Some of them have gone home, so we'll deliver the prizes to them. Thank you very much, ACPN, for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's celebrate Nutrify. Let's continue to patronize them. Green Life, let's go.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Quickly, we'll just go straight to the lucky dip. What we have at our star prize is 1.5 horsepower AC, and a lucky dip will be done right now, and our lucky winners will receive their AC right on the spot. So I'll do it this way. I think let's go to this table and let's have Mommy, please, just do a lucky dip for our lucky winner, please. Thank you. Open it, open it. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. It's 1.5 horsepower AC. Thank you very much, Ma. Springview Pharmacy. Springview Pharmacy. Let's put our hands together for him. Oh, wow. Congratulations, sir. Okay, the second one. Please come ahead and we'll deliver
80 kilograms. And for those below 80 kilograms, we offer its companion treatment, P-Alaxin TS. P-Alaxin TS is 3 tablets pack, just 1 tablet taken once daily for 3 days. P-Alaxin is the correct anti-malarial for your 2+ malaria patients. It is important to advise your patients to take P-Alaxin 2 hours after food.
Lemurex Pharmacy, that's our winner. Lemurex,
Providing an unprecedented
Thank you very
shield.
much. We are glad that you participated in our raffle, our lucky dip. We'll do this every time we come around. Thank you very much. We'll deliver it to him. Lemurex, he will confirm with his own duplicate and we'll hand it over to him. Thank you very much.
All right, so now we are calling on our 3 winners for the Kahoots. Please, where are they? Adeyeye is the 3rd position. Please, a round of applause for him. Please, a round of applause for him. Courtesy ACPN and Salon Pass. We present this to you. Congratulations, sir. 2nd position, J-Pharm. J-Pharm. Or J-Pharma. Who was J-Pharma? The 1st position, Q. 1st position, okay, she's still around. Please, a round of applause for her. She's getting a big goodie bag from Salon Pass and also some special gifts from ACPN Lagos. Congratulations. Thank you. Please, J Farmer, where are you? Please, we'd like to invite members of the planning committee. CEC members, please come forward and cut your cake. Where are the March babies? If you were born in March, please come forward and take pictures. We want to celebrate you also. Where's the birthday girl? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pharmacist Moji Sola Aladesomi, the birthday girl in the building. We want to cut this cake on her behalf, and after now, she's taking us to a party venue where we are going to party scatter. My celebrants. Pharm SOT FPSN, his birthday was yesterday. We're also celebrating him. All my celebrants, please come forward. All my celebrants, please come forward.
So let's just sing for them. Happy birthday month to you. Happy birthday month to you. Happy birthday month. Happy birthday month. Happy birthday to you. All right. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you always. May the good Lord bless you. Hip, hip, hip. We are planning committee for CEC. Can we join us here now? Chioma, where are you? Who else? Planning committee. Before we slice this cake.
Praise the Lord. Praise the living Jesus. My general overseer used to say that the most potent prayer is God bless you. And the Almighty God will bless you even from this day in the mighty name of Jesus. That indeed it shall be well with you. Everywhere you turn to, you will receive help. You will live long. You will enjoy every day of your life in good health, in joy, in peace of mind, in the mighty name of Jesus. Everything you lay your hands upon will prosper, and the Almighty God will shower His grace upon you in the mighty name of Jesus. In Jesus' mighty and wonderful name we pray. You will all live long in the mighty name of Jesus. Congratulations. All right.
So we want to appreciate everyone that teamed up with us to make this year CEC 2025 a success story. See you again. Let's do this together in the year 2026. If Christ tarries, let's come together again and make it happen. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
This is a love song for the whole world to dance and dance. Clap your hands, mama, 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 yo. I hope you're happy enough to dance. So